The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around. The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Go. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Go. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Go. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Go. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. This is going to be me, Lucifer, your host and caster, and along with me, it's going to be Darshita joining in. We have had a lot of fun. We're going to be having a lot more. This is going to be the start and day one of the event. I'm feeling really good, Darshita, but what about you?
Excited as usual. I mean, with the start of each and every tournament, the only feeling I always have is being excited to know how the day is going to be about, because with the past experience we have learned a lot of things, and we have seen this happening many times, that there's this one specific team who dominates overall the day one, who rules the table, and that's something that I'm looking forward to. So I do hope something like that happening, but again, at the end of the day, if that team is consistent enough, maybe, just maybe, that team can be at the top the entire semifinals.
Hopefully the run is going to be smooth, right? Just like Gillette's Razors. But I'm pretty sure the games are going to be too tough and rough. They're going to be having one hell of a time. And for viewers, if you guys like me, go ahead, take a look at the Gillette Razors. It's going to give you a smooth shave. I've just done it myself, looking smooth today. But Darshita, as you said, right, this is going to be one hell of a competition on day one, especially to start it off. It's the playoff stage, it's the semi-final stage. We'll discuss about the teams, we'll discuss about the groups, we'll discuss about the prizes itself. But right now, it's about the start of the event. It's where the expectation lies. It's where you are kind of blindsided. You do not have any idea, no clue. I mean, we have seen these teams performing, we have seen these teams in various tournaments, but how do they start off here? This is a new tournament. This is going to be a whole new ball game for all these teams. But if I ask you, right, we have been seeing a lot of things going around. Do you think there is going to be kind of a domination in this entire tournament, or is it going to be kind of complete? How would you put it? Maybe a roller coaster ride where teams' names on the overall standings keeps changing.
Stay back on my words this time, and I will definitely say that I do feel like there's one team dominating the first day, so maybe that's going to be the
Okay.
case. But again, right, at the end of the day, when the day two and the day three comes, the day of comebacks come, there's a lot
Mm-hmm.
more of happening. But right now, let's just discuss more on what this entire tournament is about. So we have right now started with the semi-finals. That's from 25th of March to 29th of March, where we have 24 teams, and then these teams, they are looking forward to the entry in grand finals where only top 16 teams are going to get qualified, and the grand finals, they are starting from 30th of March till the 3rd of April itself.
It's going to be one hell of a showdown, one hell of a fight that these teams are going to be putting up. 24 teams trickling down to 16. So you see, we're not going to be having any new teams coming in between and putting up a fight. It will be these same teams fighting it out and making sure how they progress in semifinals as well as grand finals. In semifinals, we have been seeing this a lot of times that it's not about you staying on the top of the overall standing, staying the first position or second position. That will only matter when you're in the grand finals, because that's when you'll be unlocking the prizes for yourself. But the starting is all about keeping up pace. If you are able to keep up the pace, then you will be, you know what is going to be happening, easily qualifying into the grand final. So I think teams need to understand that it's all about playing calm, cautious, and keeping their pace in the overall standings for at least the semifinals.
I agree on that completely. Right now, as you said, the race is all about qualifying and not unlocking the prizes. So maybe the discussions right now that we have, Sam, are completely going to be on the matter of fact that there's no unlocking of prize pool right now. It's just all
Exactly.
about the race you have in the top 16. Just telling and emphasizing more on top 16, because we know the difference between top 16 and the 17th team lying out there. It's just one single point.
Hmm.
So that can be heartbreaking. Right now, imagine you're on the 16th position. That's a last match you left to play, and you just don't get qualified because of one single point.
Oh,
That can be
yes.
so heartbreaking. So there are many instances that may happen, but again, right now, if you have to qualify, you have to give 100% of yourself on the day one itself, day
Hmm.
two, and the day so on.
It's going to, as you said, heartbreaking if some teams just get left out by 1 point. So let's hope they don't, because there's a lot in terms of they can what they can grab. You can see the prize pool right in front of your screens. This is what we were all waiting for. This is what will be unlocked only in the grand finals. So the total sum is going to be 20,000 US dollars, out of which the champions of Gillette 7Sea Invitational will be walking away with $8,000. That is going to be huge. They are going to be getting somewhere around 40% of the entire prize pool. That is because we have 13 placements here, Darshita, 13 placement prizes, and that's where this event will be kind of sufficing every team in terms of their potential and their performance. But yes, three teams will be left out. But why don't you walk us through the other prizes from the second place?
I would love to do that. The first place, as you said, the second place gets $4,000, $1,500 on the third place. 700 is what we have from fourth to eighth. 300 is what we have from ninth to somewhere like 13th, and then the most amazing prize. I mean, when you ask me, Sam, the most amazing prize for me is the MVP. But
Mm-hmm.
this time we got two prizes. That's gonna be the MVP individual player and the teams with most kills. The MVP of the
Exactly.
entire tournament gets 1,000 USD dollars, and as you said, the MVP, that's gonna be the team with most finishes,
Mm-hmm.
gets 500 for themselves.
Exactly. Prizes
I'm
for
excited.
teams as well as the players. Who is not going to be? Because, see, players will also have a chance to lift the champions title for themselves, crown themselves as the champions for Gillette 7Sea Invitational, but also if they have most number of finishes for the entire team and they have a player who's going to be the MVP, 1,500 will be in their grasp. The total prize pool can hit up to 9,500. But as we were talking about the teams and the groups, as we already said, 24 teams. But let's start off by introducing you to the semi-finalists of Gillette 7C Invitational. Starting it off with Group A, it's going to be Godlike, TSM, Revenant, CHEMIN, Team Forever, Blind, Global Esports, and Marcos. Starting off from Group B, it's going to be Soul, Team EXO, OR, Orangutan, 8-Bit, Team Insane Esports, WALKOUTS, Rivalry. Group C, up to you, Darshita.
It's XSPARK, 7C, Enigma, Galaxy, Hyderabad, Hydras, Revenge, and Entity. 24 teams that we have right now. And out of this, only 16 teams get a chance to qualify. So each step that these teams take right now, it's going to be a do or die situation because we know, right? It's like at the end of the semi-finals, there's a specific number of matches each teams are going to play. Yes, completely agreed. But if you count on a daily basis, there's going to be one single match difference that comes up with. So there's a point where some teams may get a chance, some teams may not get a chance. But these three groups, sometimes A into B, sometimes B into C, sometimes C into A. There's a mix and mash all around that we are gonna see. So with every map changing, Sam, I guess drop clashes is something that is for sure.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be changing. And as you said, right, it's something that we have to watch out for because there are teams who can kind of sit out for a particular matchup after they finished up their initial match. Maybe it was not great, maybe it was great. They can somewhere re-strategize. But now, because it's all group stages that we are seeing in the semi-finals, teams will have certain time. I think, Darshita, the amount of time, even if it's a single map that they get, they have to utilize it because the amount of time they utilize and put right now is going to be coming in fruition in the grand finals. But as we were talking about the schedule, how is it going to be? So we are going to be seeing total of 6 matches every day from today till 29th. That's going to be the end of the semi-final. 6 matches per day where teams will be playing 4 matches per group. So Group A today will be playing 4 matches, Group B and Group C as well. But what is going to be the format? The schedule is already in front of your screen, so I'm pretty sure I'll be just saying the names, but our viewers will be excited because it's going to be classic matches of BGMI that we'll be seeing, Erangel and Miramar. There's nothing else in change. There's no Doctor to be played as Sanok is not included here in the semi-finals. So teams right now, there is no change of pace in terms of the map, but yes, the flight path and the circle, they'll do something different. But if teams are ready, they can do something brilliant in the start and in the day one.
The fly path and the circle always has their eyes on the MVP title, right? They are just every time looking forward to play a complete different game. Not at the start, trust me, not at the start, but when it comes to a point where it's like a decisory factor on now it's like a do or die. It's like a decisory factor. The circle be like, okay, it's a decisory factor. I'm play a different game, and that's where we always say that it's the MVP of the tournament. But as you said, Erangel Miramar repeating itself thrice a day is what we are going to witness the entire semi-finales. Now, after seeing this, I'm just like, we are all ready. We are all set. I'm just waiting for the very first map and the fly path on our screens right now.
I agree with you, Darshita. It's going to be very interesting right as of now because, as you said, right, the flight path and the circle is where everything can change up. But again, it's going to be the classic matches that we are going to be seeing in these initial stages, these initial few, I would even say matches where everybody will be wondering what is going to be happening. As you guys keep wondering, we will also be wondering because we also kind of have no clue. Because it's day one, right? There's no stats that we can talk about. There's not in terms of the potential that any player has. We know as in terms of skills, in terms of the map play styles, advantages, every team is looking really good, but it is all about how they feel on day one and how they pay respect to the circle itself, right, Darshita, to the flight path. They have to adapt to it. Whoever does not adapt, whoever acts like I would say a nomad who wants to just go on their own, initially yes they can, because phase 1 and phase 2 it's not going to do a lot of damage. So easily boosting yourself with a couple of energy drinks, you'll be fine for the first two circles. But then when the third circle kicks in, I'm pretty sure you're going to be getting a huge upset. There's going to be kicks coming in from the circle itself, and I'm pretty sure nobody wants to take a beating from the circle. They're ready for a fight with the opponent, but not with the circle. So hopefully that's going to be a situation that teams might be okay with. But right now, as we saw, it's going to be Erangel and Miramar, but only two groups are going to be starting on Erangel right now, and the third group will be left out to start on Miramar. So two teams having an advantage to start on the classic matchup of Erangel, but on the deserty sandy dune map where we see just casualties happening, Darshita. Only one group out of all these three groups will be able to start off there. So I hope they're prepared for their first match on Miramar. But before that, Erangel is going to be the match. What are your thoughts on that, Darshita? Because it's going to be the classic matchup, right? Vanilla matchup. Do you think the flight path is going to be vanilla? It's going to be somewhere diagonal or straight, cutting the map in half?
I don't want to take your trademark away from you by saying that it's going to be diagonal, but yeah, that's something that I'm looking forward to. It's the first
Mm-hmm.
map. I want everyone to, play a bit calm and composed so that with the upcoming matches, they get a chance to perform well and build
Oh,
up something
yes.
good for themselves. Because, right at the start of the day itself, if you get a tough time and you get a tough time to fight it out of that situation, the entire day may not work into your favor. Now, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying may not because there are probability chances of you converting your day again. It's just up to the strategies that the teams already have for themselves. Now that you guys already know that yes, the fly path is away from us, you decide to take maybe a secondary drop location and not go back to your primary drop
Mm-hmm.
location. So there's always another side of each and everything we talk about. So I'm not going to take your trademark again by saying diagonal, but yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to. So I guess this time that's a different answer you need to form up with Sam.
I agree with you. I mean, it's a new tournament, so I'm going to find a new flight path that I can kind of trademark on. Um, and I think let's think about it. Let's give it a while. I mean, in the meantime, as I'm thinking, I want to ask our viewers as well what you guys think. It's going to be the start where you're going to be seeing Group A and B fighting it out. Who do you think has a chance? There are all big name teams here. Everybody will be giving it their all to make sure they have kind of right, stabilized their spot in the top 16. Right now it's not about the top 5, it's not about the top 2, it's not about being in the first spot, because as we said, it's not about the champion title. So you start making in your speculations. I would say, just like we were talking about it, talk about the flight path whichever you are thinking about and the circle that can happen. Along with that, let us know who the first team can be walking away with their winner chicken dinner here in a Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Sky Esports on day one itself. So it's going to be a momentum setter, right? We always talk about that once you build your momentum, you need to be flowing with that. You need to go with the flow. I hope these teams are ready for their flow to start off, because it's not going to be that easy. But as I said, the flight path, okay, I'm going to be, because see, there's not a lot of directions. I'll make a directional trademark this time. So I hope it's going to be somewhere from the southeastern edge to the north western sides, similar to that point, or I would say take
Okay.
completely those edges, an entire direction. An eastern and western split is what I'm looking forward to in terms of the flight path every time heading. But the circle is going to be something that I'm looking forward to. It never kind of, listens to us, right? The BGMI gods, they have the mind of their own. They have the mind which proves, I would say, very interesting. It's not interested in making disasters happen. It's not trying to invite teams to pick up fights. It wants to make the circle interesting so that us as viewers and casters, we are all sitting down here to make sure and understand, wait, okay, if this circle switches up, how will this team rotate? How can they fight it out? To bring out these interesting scenarios is what BGMI gods look forward to, and that's the reason BGMI as a game and Battleground as a fight is so very interesting. So let's hope that's what is going to be happening here, Darshita. But for our viewers, if you've just joined us, it's not yet started. We are about to start off with the flight path. The flight is just refueling. I'm just getting a confirmation from my co-captain that are we ready? Is the skies clear to take off? And once we are there, we'll be directly jumping in there. But in the meantime, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe, and also the notification, so that whenever we come live, this is just the start of day one. There's going to be a lot more coming in your way as action, and you will get a chance to see one of those brilliant teams shining and lifting the champions title. But coming back to what we are going to be starting off is Erangel, Darshita. And as we were discussing, right, the flight path can be anywhere, the circle can be anywhere. So let's get over there and take a look at the flight path itself and the circle. So it's going to be starting, as I said, right, I'm looking forward to somewhere the eastern and western sides as the flight path, and it is going to be the northeastern edge close to Kameshki and ending down at military base. This is going to be the flight path that we'll be seeing, highly favoring the eastern edges. This is going to be very difficult, Darshita, for teams who want to look forward to getting to Hospital, Georgiapool, Gatka. Yes, they can, but they have to first worry about Pochinki before they go ahead.
Agree with that completely. Now look at that. You just say about Pochinki and look at the number of teams that are looking forward to make their way exactly up there. But again, coming back to the very first circle, I would probably say that this circle is something that is pretty good. Not exactly so good, but pretty good. But do I see one player
Oh,
going down at the initial stages? That's gonna be Mr. Spray from Workouts, if I'm not wrong, taking one player down. That's gonna be Global Esports losing one two of their players. One
what?
confirmation, the second confirmation as well. Joker is down. So Global Esports has already lost two of their players at the initial stages, Sam.
Walkout starting off strong, but I'm pretty sure viewers are wondering where is the audio. There is a little bit of a technical snag. You will immediately, very soon, start hearing the game sounds. Apologies for that. We will be there, but what a strong start for walkouts. I mean, they found an opportunity, capitalized, but they do not have weapons to actually talk about it. You can see the weapons that they have just have the initial ammo that whenever you pick up maybe 30 or 40, that's all they have going on for themselves. Nothing else. And they're looking forward to capitalize on top of that. And they've done it. They've taken two finishes for themselves, but Nakul and Mania from Global Esports left alone to survive the entire matchup, and not even 2 minutes done, they got eliminated in the early minute of this Erangel action.
No,
Unfortunate, but another team walkouts right now. Looking forward to a lot more. TSM Shadow OG is down. The confirmation will be coming in very soon, and easy peasy is going to be what walkouts have right now going on for themselves. Their game right now with three finishes looking strong.
strong, so strong. Three finishes at the starting itself. I mean, what a boost of confidence this
Oh
team has got
yes.
for themselves. Look at that. 4-on-4 surviving players. What did they do at the starting? They just took their vehicles and they just were, seeing the players all around, making sure that no one is upright exactly in their way. But on the other side, look at the, split coming up in the entire areas. Now the players, they are looking forward to take a vehicle, go back to their drop location, but workouts they're looking forward to go to the upper areas of Georgiapool Blind and Kameshki up there. We have two teams down. That's Nova Upnoy. We have one team. We have Kevin down in military base. OG on the sides of Ferry. We have the sides of Team Soul to their primary drop location. So everyone is, everyone is looking good with the primary drop locations they got. But TSM, ah, it hurts, like one player already down to the ground and completely eliminated.
I mean, it's heartbreaking, especially
Yeah.
to have a player go down so early. I mean, you never imagine. But that's the best part that we were talking about, right, Darshita, before the start. Anything can happen at any moment. Any kind of play can be made, and you will never even, I would say, make an assumption, make a thought about it that, okay, maybe somebody goes aggressive very early on. It can happen at any moment, and that's what has happened here. Walkouts with a brilliant start. EXO, we know them for the gameplay. They play very strategic, they play very cautious. We've seen them, they find opportunities and then they capitalize. Otherwise, they do not just give them their position out, give their loot out so easily. So I think it's going to be a very tough fight with Soul as we see them. But EXO, but as we see Soul right now, they're looking forward to their loot, and we cannot see, as you were saying, right, everybody is in their loot spots. Fortunately for some teams, they have all their players standing, and also they're looking forward to all their loot. So I hope they're going to be looking forward to better fights as well. We'll be progressing because this Gillette 7Sea Invitational has started off with a bang.
It has no doubts on that. No, not even 0.1% doubt is what I have
Hmm.
on that note right now. You're talking more about the sides of Team Soul now. The way Team Soul performs, they already decide to have a great split. They go in for a great split, and then as soon as the zone starts shrinking, you can see the regrouping of the entire team happening. On the other side, we have 4 players from Rivalry that's going to be tryouts. One for Nikhil and Desync. They got a vehicle, but I mean, this vehicle, when you see this vehicle, I'm scared. I mean, what if one player falls out at the left corner itself? What may happen? But on the other side, GODL 4 on 4 surviving players for them as well. I mean, after the fights that we just saw a while ago, Sam, I doubt anything more is gonna happen until and unless the next upcoming zone shrinks and it
I
forces
agree.
players to come closer and closer.
It's going to be, I would say, a true fact. It's something that we can write on stone. It was something not bound to happen on Erangel, especially that we do not get to see players getting isolated. But I guess the flight path itself kind of helped over their walkouts to get their initial drop, find the initial weapons, and prove better than the opposing teams, and they capitalize on that easy peasy for them. But as you said, we are not going to be seeing that happening again, at least until the 10-minute mark, until we see the second circle forming. Till then, we will be seeing every team just moving around the map, going in for various houses, going in for loots, getting better, because we can see here a couple of them, they're still looking forward to their level 3 helmet. A couple of them have level 3 vest. I mean, one player from Seoul did have, but now looking at Omega, he does not have. And what does he doing? He's heading over to a different position where he can look forward to maybe that level 3 helmet and a vest. And talking about Akshat, we know this man can be insane, right, Darshita? He's going to be kind of destroying teams and opponents, going in for a 1v1, 1v3, 1v4. There's going to be a lot of such instances happening, but right now an instance that is going to be a fight between Godlike and Insane. The spray has come out from Adi and done the damage.
He got a bit low, but his power, he needs to be a bit careful. Look at Adi, he's just waiting for that opportunity to at least take one player out there. He has just a lot of damage back on both of the players, but right now Team Insane, look at the mess created up in the mini-map. Everyone, they are just looking forward to a different angle. His power is being caught there, gets punished down to the ground. That's when they got like losing one of their player. Now, as power, he gets maybe the confirmation comes. Yes, there you go. The confirmation is up. So Godlike is down to 3 players with the other side Team Insane got one finish for themselves. Neo, Z got and Clutch got right exactly in the front. But again, now they need to decide, right, Sam, after losing one of their, do they need to continue this fight or just disengage and wait for the next opportunity to come by?
They are looking forward to disengage. You can see them running away, but Neo, his vehicle is looking very bad. It's in a condition where we generally put it into the junkyard, and that's what Neo needs to do. He just needs to let go of the vehicle, because Insane, they're not looking forward to give up the fight. Look at their movement that you're seeing on screens. They're moving closer and closer, and they're moving in cautiously. They're taking control of compounds. They are looking forward to the ridges, making, I would say, the beautiful edges in terms of cover that it can provide. So Insane are in a better spot compared to Godlike, but Godlike, I think they left the compound of Yasnaya a little bit too early, because we know how dangerous Godlike is in the compounds of Yasnaya. You can not even, right, contest them over there. So they made the small mistake. Insane right now capitalizing on the opportunity, but the circle, it's taking a shift, not a lot. It's going to be close to, I would say, a northern central shift. But yes, again, a little bit towards the north, nothing much. Now we are shifting into CHEMIN. Let's hope they are shifting their gears, because it's not going to be that easy, because as we said, the match has already started off being too intense.
Looking at the player cam down there, that's the game phase that they already have. On the other side, there's going to be Clutch God. What?
Okay.
That's Godlike getting into one more fight after losing one of their players. So now Godlike, they have initiated the fight itself. That's TSM on the other side. That's going to be a 3v3 fight. So the equalization is already done of the players. That's going to be one grenade going boom. But again, no damage being done. But need to be really careful about the sides of Team 8, because any moment this fight gets extended, there can be a chance of third party from the sides of Team 8. But Neo on the other side is just looking forward to a confound. No one wants to over-aggress, but everyone wants to over-aggress in this one.
3v3 fight, so both of them are looking
Yeah.
forward to equal contention. But look at that, Darshita, on the edges of the map. I think it's going to be 8-bit. Yes, it's going to be 8-bit team who have all their 4 players surviving. So I think they need to finish this fight
Oh,
out very
Ninja!
early on. Ninja shot. Why were you even fighting out with a team which was out in the open? And right now I'm pretty sure Godlike will be capitalizing on all the players coming in from TSM. Ninja Jot is already gone. Footstep will also be confirmed, and there is one last player who will also be confirmed. I think it was Aquanox. Oh no, Aquanox is still surviving. That's why I did not. That's why I was looking forward to the confirmation coming through. Aquanox made a run, but right now 8-bit they are surrounding him. Godlike, they've heard the noise, but I think Godlike they'll be looking forward to backing off. No, they say they find Tsunami and immediate knock in confirmation. So Godlike making this 3v3 work, but Raid he'll be finishing off Aquanox and eliminating TSM on Erangel. This is going to be the first team, Darshita, on day one, start of the match, start of Erangel being eliminated as the first team and just under 10 minutes. And we can see 11-minute mark, as we said, 10 minutes when we cross, teams are going to be fighting with all they've got.
Giving it a second thought, Sam, on how did it all started. Okay, we'll discuss it back on the caster deck, but there you go. We have Marcos and Global Esports fighting. That's going to be Marcos losing one of their players. The second one, it's already down to the ground. Don is looking forward to do something, but Knuckle, he is already down to the ground. So Manya has a lot more of works to do here. There's going to be one grenade going right exactly in those compound on the sides of Global Esports. They need to be careful because once the last player is down, Global Esports can be the second team to get eliminated. Marcos, okay, that's going to be a good news for them as Knuckle has been revived back to his life. Is looking good. He's patching himself up. They got two finishes with the deadly duo that they are having a fight with. But again, a 2v2 situation is what they have. Marcos, I guess they have decided to disengage of the fight, or maybe just to get a different angle. I'm a bit confused on what decision and what Marcos is exactly trying to do.
It's the firepower, Darshita, that's acting that told Marcos to retaliate. They understood, I'm sorry, retrieve, get back to a different position, because they've understood that the way these last two surviving players are fighting, they're giving it their all. The only way they will be actually getting rid of the tension is kind of disengaging for the fight from the fight for a little bit in terms of a couple of seconds or maybe a couple of minutes, and then jumping as in surprise, and then G will not even be ready. And I think that's where Marcos are trying to make this work. G, look at them. They're getting worry free. They're coming out of their compound and the house that they had the advantage of. And Marcos, they're reading it out. And Marcos, what are they doing? They're just covering the angles. And now Nakul and Manya, they're fearing for the survival. But I would say Marcos are already on a disadvantage. I feel somewhere, because Global Esports, even with a two-man squad here, they did make it work. They did eliminate two players from a four-player squad. I think they have everything going on for them. But right now, we are getting into a different fight where it's going to be insane. After they initially started out with Godlike, they found another team. It's going to be Team Forever, but I'm pretty sure Team Forever have actually heard them, not the other way around.
Or to what this 2v4 is gonna work out, but look at that. Sam was talking about insane after the fight with Team Forever, but that's gonna be Rivalry Desync. He has found one on the sides of Team Insane back there, but the vehicle, look at the parking spot. The vehicle has 8-bit. Riot gets caught there. OG Trigger will be taking him down. Walkouts, one player from Walkouts will be taking one more player out there. So 8-bit, after doing a third party between Godlike and TSM, if I'm not wrong, they got one of their players already eliminated. Make it two, because Riot is also eliminated. So Juicy and Madman, again, they have been isolated, and the position they are holding, it's a bit difficult for them to get out of that position. Grenades needs to be a bit careful about that. No, look at the HP Juicy has. One more grenade is enough to destroy him completely and get him down to his knees.
What 8-bit wanted to do, they have been denied. A grenade and it's down, and a confirmation as well. Ash pushes up, and Madman, the last surviving player, he's kind of completely smoked off the stairs, so it's going to be very difficult. But OG, they get spotted from a different team. That's going to be Walkout, who started the day really strong, but the grenade, I'm not too sure from where it came. Believe he connects that, and 8-bit are also out of Erangel. Now all they have to do is look out for the next upcoming map, but for this Erangel, they've said their goodbyes, and they'll be wishing forward to correcting their mistakes when the meet is again. But right now, Walkouts, the way they've been capitalizing on all the other team mistakes, they're now looking forward to capitalizing on Orangutan. But looks like there's another team right a little bit further away. It looked like OR, I'm not too sure, but we will eventually see if that's a fight that's going to be happening. But Walkouts, they have their eyes on, and they will be trying to do the damage on OG.
App is turning out to be a hell of a look at that. So much is happening. The players are getting forced to continuously migrate, and that's going to be the most important issue. The fights are happening because of that migration from outside the play zone to inside the play zone itself. But on the other side, we're talking about fights. We have walkouts. As you said, they have their eyes set. They are trying and they are looking forward to capitalize on the mistakes enemies are making. But on the other side, I do see Rivalry and Godlike getting into a fight. On the other side, Godlike is engaging themselves with one more team up there. Not sure which team exactly it was, but on the other side, talking about Team Insane, there's gonna be a fight. They need to be ready for this fight because I can see Daljit. That's gonna be Team Forever players already set in, but that grenade now that was not point precise. Player 6 with one more grenade. If this grenade gets a connection, Team Forever gets an entry to the compound, and this may be deadly for the sides of Team Insane.
It can be, but look at Adi's flank. It was kind of assumed that he's going in for a flank. A player did want to check that, and look at the Daljit. He's still making the assumption that there might be a player who might have actually disassociated from his team, playing a little bit split further away, and looking forward to causing the distraction when Insane can pounce upon. But the circle, it'll be pouncing away. It'll be heading completely northeast inside, and right now, Team Forever and Insane, they need to finish off this fight. Whoever it is going to be, they need to pay attention to it. But look at that. If they finish off this fight, there is going to be OR also coming their way. But Marcos, even as a two-player squad, they're making it work. They found player 3 from Revenant, and Revenant, unfortunate for them, or they'll be finding a player that's going to be Daljit from Team Forever. Immediate knock and finish coming in. Team Forever, they wanted to just make a run. They did not want to have a fight with Insane, but Insane, they're not letting it go. But wait, what? Player 6 gets knocked from Mac. The revive is being given in, but Paritosh, look at the timing. He just might time it perfectly. Can get 2 players out, but Adi, I think he provided the cover. Maxkash is right now down. Paritosh's position is compromised. The push comes in and Paritosh is down. The last player surviving is player 6, and there is no chance this player can help his teammates, and now becomes the sole survivor for Team Forever.
Loved the way Team Insane covered up their mistake. What a beautiful way it was.
Exactly.
That was a mistake made. I agree on that, but the way they just held upon that was beautiful. On the other side, CHEMIN Esports, they caught one from Knuckle, but CHEMIN Esports, they were caught by the sides of Team Soul as well. Knuckle getting eliminated, but Team Soul, Omega has been caught by Robin. So Team Soul, Team Global Esports, and Team CHEMIN Esports getting into a fight on a complete different angle. After one player getting down to the ground, Team Soul, they have decided to regroup. On the other side, down there, we can see the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports as well. And I guess they have completely lost one of their players. Yes, Zestro has been eliminated completely. They got one finish, but again, not a really good deal. That's going to be 1-1. One finish, one casualty. I don't find it a real good deal right now, but again, Team Soul, they have an upper hand advantage to work around with. So that is the point of concern for the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports right now.
The best deal for CHEMIN will be that they get 3 or 4 finishes and then maybe get a player eliminated. That's fine.
Yeah.
But Soul, you can look at them. They have one finish. They have a player who just got knocked. I was thinking that should have been a finish coming through, but those last few bullets did not connect, because of which the player will be revived. Goblin is back to the fight, but now look at Hector providing the cover. The bullets, it did not actually connect. So right now, CHEMIN's player, they're kind of okay, but Insane, they found a player from XO. They will be getting that confirmation as well. OR are also falling apart. It's going to be Godlike capitalizing, but Rivalry, they have found players from Insane who are trying to capitalize. They were doing the damage, but OG, unfortunate, a vehicle blast, and Believe has to give away his life along with Visgod and Trigger, and it's going to be finally Walkouts who had their eyes stuck on OG, eliminating them one after another, Darshita.
Much is happening here, but look at the play zone, Sam. It's so interesting. Global Esports, Mane is the last surviving player, but look at the confidence this man has got. He's standing right exactly in the front, and trust me, he got no issues trying to go in for the play zone right now itself, as he's exactly in the corner. On the other side, EXO and Insane got themselves into a fight, and that's going to be... Okay, that's not EXO and Insane, that's Rivalry and Insane getting into a fight. Team Insane getting eliminated. OR Arrow with that grenade will be taking Z-God down. Delta PG will be taking UA OP. OR Arrow will be taking GODL Neo down. Finish Feed has just decided to not stop at any moment. Team Rivalry on the other side looking good with 4 finishes that they got, but something that is not working in their favor is the lower ground disadvantage plus the fear of being exactly out of the play zone. So that's the last 10 seconds they got. Else they need to get into a fight while being in the blue itself.
Very difficult position for a lot of these players. All the players from Walkouts, unfortunate, one after them, they'll be picked off. Easy for them. There is no smokes. I don't know why. Maybe they used up those utilities very early on. So Walkouts, after their initial aggression, initial wonder play, it's all come to a halt. But right now, look at who wants to make a halt on CHEMIN's end. It's going to be a Slammin coming through from Seoul. They've found a confirmation. Delta PG is trying to cover up for his teammates, but Hector, he's the one who's giving in the cover. And I think it's going to be very difficult for these last two surviving players. The grenades coming in, it does the initial connection on Delta PG, but the other player who's still surviving is going to be Justin, and he finally finds a player. That's going to be Goblin. Goblin went a little bit too high, but player 6, the last surviving player from Team Forever, he'll be confirmed to the play zone. Unfortunate for them. Rivalry get eliminated with 5 finishes. They were going ham on Insane. How is this circle switching up? This is the 5th circle, and this is the first map of a Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and we have just 9 teams surviving. What a turnaround of events, and now Soul faltering one after another. They had to push together, but with half information, now they're making all the mistakes.
V1 between Delta PG and Hector is going to be a deciding situation. Delta PG can compromise himself, but Hector, no! How is that possible? CHEMIN Esports what? CHEMIN Esports capitalizing on that fight. Team Soul getting eliminated back there. Oh my god, this was not supposed to happen. EXO on the other side, a grenade comes right exactly in the face of Pardhan, and that's going to be EXO Pardhan down to the ground. Immortal standing strong there, but Manya will be taking one. Oh my god, Manya is going ham on the sides of Marcos Gaming. Global Esports, the last surviving player. That's Manya having a huge responsibility on himself, but not God and Neo. He has been caught there. Pardhan is getting eliminated completely by Blind Dead Pool. That's going to be domination from Walkouts, Mr. Spray as well.
Exactly, 3 finishes for this madman. Mr. Spray is spraying any opponent right in front of his screens, eliminating them. But what is going to be a main disadvantage for Walkouts is going to be the distance. They're away from the circle. Justin will be finding the last surviving player from GODLIKE, and that's GODLIKE being eliminated.
Oh my god. Okay, Abrar was trying to get that vehicle. He was low on his HP, and that's why he's been down to the ground. But again, the teammate there was like, don't worry, I got your back, and that's why I'll be safe and secure.
I think he should let go, Darshita, because the circle is pushing and the play zone is crumbling.
That's true. That's true. I agree on that note completely. And that's the reason we always keep on saying, Sam, that play zone is something you need to pay your due respect to. Like on the other side, they got... 5 finishes for themselves with 1 casualty. That's a good deal, I would say. Probably the best deal that you could, get yourself for. On the other side, we got Revenant with 1 finish, 1 casualty. Blind Deadpool again, a domination tag is what he got himself for. CHEMIN Esports right down exactly there, waiting. They got 7 finishes the last time we saw them, so I'm looking forward to will they convert it to 2. Delta PG taking 1 player down. CHEMIN Esports, they're waiting for opportunity. Delta PG taking 1 more player down. Why are you doing this? Revenant Austin Bodex will be trying to get confirmed. Delta PG, that's gonna be Team CHEMIN Esports dominating this fight, but the opposition, I would say the enemy team, they are just giving them opportunities by making mistakes here.
I am not even sure what is happening here. How is this fight just taking huge strides in the opposite direction? The teams who need not win, who do not have the numbers working, they're making it happen. Look at that, 9 finishes for CHEMIN, and CHEMIN are not looking for to stop. They have the edge of the circle. They spotted this team previously itself. It's going to be Walkouts and finally making the damage happen. Abrar, he should be finished off very soon, and it should be easy for them. But it's going to be Blind Deadpool who will snatch away the finish point from CHEMIN's hand. CHEMIN, they'll not be happy, but Blind, they do have the numbers. But along with those numbers, they have the finish numbers also for themselves, because they did eliminate a player from EXO. So Blind really looking strong on Erangel. Played smart. We have been seeing them switching up their style, and this style is looking good for them. It's the start. I hope this style continues, this domination, this control continues from Blind. If not, it's going to be difficult. Delta PG, he'll be finding the last player from Revenant. That's going to be Paradox, and Revenant will be out of Erangel at the 4th position. Nothing in terms of, I would say, bad game in the start. They did do justice, they did try their best, but it was just CHEMIN making a surprise, and Revenant could not pick up the finishes.
Loving the way this duo is turning out to be a deadly duo. Deadpool, he's been caught right now, as you said. Blind, they do have the most number of probability chances of winning this map, but again, a single mistake can just snatch away Walkouts. Mr. Spray, the last surviving player. Rampage is the title that Delta got himself. Walkouts, they need to patch himself up, but the last health kit is what he has. Now, look at that. Each and everyone, they're out of the play zone. Expect that 1 player down there. Delta PG's location is being compromised. PyOP is trying his level best to go in for some predictable sprays with the hope of taking at least one player down from CHEMIN Esports. So the domination that CHEMIN Esports has already, initiated with, that can at least go in for a full stop, because that's going to be really important. Double digit mark is what Kevin caught themselves for blind rage right exactly in the front. But look at Mr. Spray. He is being the sneaky climber here. He's not even
Mm-hmm.
moving a muscle out there. He's waiting patiently, waiting for an opportunity. And as soon as he gets that opportunity, trust me, Sam, he'll be destroying both the teams out here.
I agree with you. He is just looking forward to a slight opening, maybe a clue, maybe an information, and we might see this fight completely turning its way around. But Kemen, they had to move. The
Oh,
circle was moving. The play zone was pushing from their end. Delta PG, he's down to the ground. Now it's all up to Justin. A grenade is coming his way, and Justin, he's providing the cover fire, but it's a little bit too late. His position is called out, and now Mr. Spray, this is the opportunity. He needs to capitalize. It's kind of a 1v1 situation, Mr. Spray. If he finds the opportunity, two players, Blind Rage as well as Kemen Justin, they can come and be eliminated in a single line of fire. Mr. Spray still waiting it out. Grenade coming through, and Mr. Spray, he is the one who does the damage, brings it to a 1v1. Justin knows his position. Mr. Spray springs out in the wide in the open, but immediately gets back to the tree to know where Justin is. And now Justin is in a little bit of a difficulty because I think has used a lot of his utilities, because of which we cannot see grenades or smokes coming in from his end. But on the other end, Mr. Spray, he has the grenades. He is going for it, but I think he's also understanding that Justin, he might have pushed a little bit further away where his grenade cannot connect, and Mr. Spray, he's just holding the rifle to make sure if there's even a slight surprise coming in from Justin, he has the opportunity. And still the TPP angle is not being used off. Mr. Spray is just hiding. Justin is pushing up. Justin's position has been compromised. Now the grenade is coming through. Will this grenade connect? Is the cook enough? And the opportunity and the timing. Mr. Spray, walkouts, get the chicken dinner for themselves out of nowhere. Initially started off with the aggression, with the capitalization, and now ended it with a chicken dinner where we thought this is done for walkouts. What a play coming in from Team Walkouts.
God, Sam, this is brilliant. I mean, I still remember a while ago I said that, the last surviving player from Walkouts will destroy both the teams, and he did that. Man, oh man, there was last surviving player from Blind. They were not sure of what position Mr. Spray was holding. And what did Walkouts do? They capitalized over that. It was a 1v1 situation. Justin, he took two players down single handedly from the sides of Team Blind. That was a beautiful play, but Walkouts, a brain game being played so beautifully. Oh my god. I think starting when, I still remember Walkouts eliminated two players from Global Esports at the beginning itself. At that point of time, I thought that what a boost of momentum, what a boost of confidence this team has got themselves for. Look at where it got them. Directly to a victory, directly to a chicken dinner.
I'm clueless, Darshita. I don't know what is going to be happening. If this is going to be the case and point, right? Because if you, okay, let's just break it down in simple,
Yeah.
this matchup, because it was too complex for me as well. It started off with walkouts starting really strong, finding players from Global Esports as well as TSM. Then they found GODLIKE, then they found Orangutan. They did not stop at all. Any team that came in front of them, they tried stopping them. But one team who kind of become a huge, right? Like roses have thorns in between them, so it's not difficult to hold it. So it was that kind of a scenario where those thorns started pricking. That was Kemen. Kemen did a lot in terms of damage, but I think Kemen should have ended that story. They let Mr. Spray and Abrar also survive. I did also mention, right, when the circle and the play zone was pushing, I said that let Abrar go. You do not have to pick up that player, because if you try and do it, the zone might do the damage. But what did Mr. Spray think about? Mr. Spray understood that, wait, there is an opportunity. I can kind of use a player in terms of the number, cause the distraction, and that distraction actually worked. Abrar, they thought Abrar is the last surviving player, and nobody had any kind of clue where the last surviving player was. And we were even talking about it. The only way Mr. Spray would have actually popped out is when it becomes a 1v1 situation and Kemen turns it and Justin makes it happen. Delta PG pushes up. As soon as Delta PG pushed up, Justin cover fired, and cover fire was the reason he did do a lot of damage on two of the players. It was a 3v2 situation in between Kemen as well as Blind. But after that, Justin brought it to a 1v1 situation, and Mr. Spray, he capitalized on both of it. Simple in terms to put it. Walkouts started it, walkouts ended it. That's match
The
one
more,
for you.
yeah. I mean, You said everything I wanted to. Thank you for that. Thank you for covering me up again. But this match, I don't know how to explain it in
Oh
words right now of
yes.
what I am feeling, because multiple times we have seen multiple teams, they have engaged with each other after
Mm-hmm.
losing one and two of their players. They have decided to disengage, again engage back, and win this fight or something. And a lot of scenarios happening. I still remember a fight between Team Soul and Team Kevin Esports, if I'm not wrong. Now,
Mm-hmm.
how it started off, Team Soul, they had the upper hand advantage, whereas Team Kevin Esports, they had the lower ground disadvantage. What happened there was Team Soul, they took one player down from the sides of Kemin Esports and they decided to go ham. But what happened next was the man Delta PG. He
Oh
did so
yes.
much of damage on the sides of Team Soul that, not just one, not just two, but three players were down to the ground. The last surviving player, what more could have he done? And that's where Team Soul got eliminated. Now, it comes to a point that, as you said, I still remember you saying, Sam, that, Team Soul could have pushed together. Now, if
Yes.
they could have pushed together, this fight where Kemin Esports, this entire map where Kemin Esports have picked more than 12 finish points for
Mm-hmm.
themselves, the number couldn't even have been double digit if the full stop was done
Yes.
back there only. So maybe after this boost of momentum for the sides of Team Walkouts, for the sides of Team Kemin Esports, we may see a great domination in the second match itself if the group is playing right.
Exactly, I agree with you. We did say this, right? You don't know how teams are going to be playing. You think of one thing and you try to act upon it, you might be, I would say, denied. And that's what happened here. All the teams that we just saw, they got denied of what their kind of brain played. Their brain said, wait, this is the kind of team play that is happening. Let's just rush in. Got denied. Team Forever, they wanted to pick up a fight with Insane. What was the wrong move over there? That they also wanted to cross the circle. Shifted, we talked about it, right? When the circle is shifting, either try to kind of dodge the fight that is right next to you or finish that fight off. You can't simply run away from it. You have to do some kind of an effort in terms of distracting that entire team. Team Forever did not do that. They had to pay for it. How did they pay? With the finishes. They lost players one after another, and Team Forever's player 6, he tried to survive, but because they did not pay attention and also try to move away in a strategic manner away from the play zone and the circle, they got eliminated and Team Forever got eliminated. But I want to talk about instances where we saw, right? OG wanted to capitalize on 8-bit, but what happened? They did capitalize on 8-bit, but then I think it was Insane or it was Walkouts. I'm just checking in. It was Walkouts that when I'm sorry, when the side of OG finished off a fight on 8-bit, they understood that we need to hold a compound. So they entered the same compound that 8-bit were cornered in, and now OG themselves got cornered in the same compound. So it's kind of we say, right? You do what you reap, right? So it's kind of that you did try to eliminate an entire team, you reap the same thing as your fate, and you also got eliminated. So this map kind of acted in that similar fashion, that if you did the damage on someone else, that is the same kind of damage you will be, I would say, getting. So you see the Kemin fight that also you did mention about it. They found an opportunity, capitalized on Soul, and capitalized on every other team in front of them. Got 12 freaking finishes. They would have even got themselves a chicken dinner, and maybe in the first matchup itself, push their total score to 30. The possibility would have been there if they won the map, but again, then Mr. Spray, who initially started off, waited it out and played the patience game, calmed himself and played the, you would say, advantage game or playing the smart game, whatever you want to call it, 1000 IQ gameplay, 2000, 5000, give it any name. But there is one thing that I want to actually kind of drag our viewers also in terms of attention. You might have seen that on the bottom left edge, there came a kind of a graphic which said Mr. Spray domination.
Yep.
That should have given everybody an hint that walkouts right as of now, they're doing something that is completely unimaginable, and they walked away with it. They walked away with it, and none of the teams had any clue. They thought that walkouts, maybe they could not have the chance. They did lose their players, but there is another team out of the blue, Darshita, that I want to also talk about and also hear what you have to say, is going to be Global Esports. A two-man
Okay.
player, two-man squad, and they survived till the last.
A deadly duo is what I can frame them as right now. Because at the initial stages, I still remember it was walkouts only, taking
Yes.
down two of their players and eliminating them completely. But again, I guess if I'm not wrong, that was Manya and
Nakul.
Knuckle, the last two remaining players, and the way they dominated. Man, oh man, I was shocked when Knuckle was down to the ground. It was Team Insane, if I'm not wrong, getting in the fight in the areas of Rozok back there.
Mm-hmm.
Knuckle was down to the ground, and it was the last surviving player, Manya, as well. But even at that point, okay, that was Marcos Gaming. That was
Yes,
Marcos Gaming.
Marcos.
Marcos Gaming, it was, yes. So at that point of time, I thought that Marcos Gaming, they lost two of their players. Global Esports eliminated two players of Marcos Gaming, got two finishes for themselves, even after being the disadvantage of having two players go, and that is the moment that forced Marcos Gaming to get out of that fight and find themselves a different position. And that is the reason I say that Global Esports, even after being two players, I claim them as a deadly duo. One more fight I want to talk about,
Yes.
adding more on this, was a third party that I saw happening in this map of Erangel. I mean, we see this happening most of the times in the Miramar thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Third parties is not something that has a love story with Erangel, but a greater love story, I would say, with Miramar itself. But we saw a third party was, if I'm not wrong, Godlike and TSM were having a fight where 8-bit decided to
Yes.
make a third party. And what happened there was TSM, they got eliminated. Godlike, they lost one of their players, they got out of that fight. 8-bit, they eliminated TSM, but again, 8-bit after that eventually got eliminated. So this is what
Yes.
happens when you prolong a fight, right? Someone
Mm-hmm.
nearby hears your footstep, hears everything that you do, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. And as soon as they get that opportunity, you know what is going to happen next.
I really like the strategy in that fight coming in from God like Darshita. You
Yeah.
saw as soon as they understood there's a team here, we know, right? It comes to a fight where teams and players have to push into the house, then try to take players after one after another. But who has the advantage there? The players inside the house, because they will be holding the angles. But what did Godlike do? They understood that TSM is wanting for us to push. Let's push them out of the house, and that's what they did. Rain grenade into every compound that was right in front of them, and TSM started jumping out of the window, and they just cornered them to the compound, the edge, the outside of all those houses. And Godlike just kept pushing ahead and ahead, and they knew which is the only angle that TSM players can hold. But one thing that TSM did also make a mistake was, yes, they were retaliating, but you saw Ninja Jod, he understood there's another team as well coming through, and he kind of disengaged from the fight with Godlike and wanted to engage himself with the fight with 8-bit. He did try to do the punish over there, but he got in terms of a knock and a finish immediately from 8-bit on the over there, and then Godlike just took advantage of it. But their IGL Aquinox, right? You saw him; he was nowhere close to the team. I don't know what happened over there, whether it was a rotational call that was given from Aquanox, but the timing was just perfect from Godlike, where they just kind of entered and TSM had nowhere to go. These kind of questions will be answered, but right now, let's head over to the highlights, where you will have a lot more idea about what happened on the map.
It all started here. It all started with the domination of walkouts. And trust me, if you ask me what walkouts decided to do in this entire map, I would say that they just had the statement fit in their mind that we started it, we are gonna end it, and they did
Mm-hmm.
it really well. On the other side, the fight I was talking about between CHEMIN Esports and Team Soul. Now, at this point of time, Mr. Spray was down to the ground. CHEMIN Esports, they're trying their level best. They caught one more player that's going to be Beard Baba from Walkouts and even punished him. Delta PG, this man, he gave a lot of damage to the
Oh,
entire team
yes.
of Walkouts back there. But again, a big mistake, not even a mistake, I would say, but leaving one player alone caused them the entire chicken dinner itself.
You should never do that. We have always talked about it. If you have picked up a fight, you should finish it off. I mean, it's okay, this was Erangel, but still, you see how disastrous it proved in the last moment, in the last fight. Justin, he was the one who picked up Abrar, but it was of no use because Mr. Spray, he was still alive. But Blind, it was a good push coming in from them. But you see, how many times we have seen half information coming in this game? A lot of the players, a lot of the teams just played out with half information, and half information was the reason they were punished a lot of the times. But look at this, Mr. Spray capitalized and connected his shots at the right time, and also somewhere the circle kind of helped him out over there. It provided him the advantage, provided him the edge, and he made use of it, and he was more than happy. But this is the initial start that we were talking about, where again we saw walkouts. So I think this start and the end was bound to happen, and walkouts made use of it. And I just am right now mesmerized as well as really happy of how this game has actually panned out, Darshita. It is unbelievable, but it has happened.
Before we talk about anything else, Sam, I want to discuss one more thing, right? And
Mm-hmm.
now that we just got the time, after the highlights are done, And the time we were seeing the highlights, Justin and the last surviving player from walkouts, they had a 1v1 situation right now. After Mr. Spray was the last man surviving, he eliminated one player that was spy from the sides of team blind. And at that point of time, I just felt like, okay, so now the position is being compromised from the sides of walkouts. So it is difficult for them to get a chicken dinner. But what surprised me more was, Justin had exactly one tree right in front of him. He wasn't behind the tree, he was at the right side of the tree. And at that point of time, the last surviving player from the sides of team blind, he
Hmm.
capitalized over it. And that's where Kevin lost their chicken dinner. So I mean, I'm still confused on how the location wasn't compromised from the sides of team walkouts. But what a match it has been for
I
walkouts.
would want to say what Mr. Spray did there was he understood that his, I would say, last known location, last known position was understood from Justin. But what was he doing? He understood that it is Justin who's in a difficult position. He has to push up and he utilized that advantage. He made sure that Justin needs to push up and he just held his position, not even gave up the pixel. Because if you saw, the only timing that we saw the pixel being seen was when Justin revealed his pixel, but not the other way around. But right now, we have seen that walkouts on the schedule that is in front of our screens. Erangel has been capitalized and is going to be victorious for team walkouts. Now it's going to be time for Miramar, where you're going to be seeing two different groups. I think it's going to be group A and C or group B and C. We'll be immediately seeing that as well, on which groups are we going to be playing it out. But as we said, group C for sure they'll be playing here, because Darshita, that's going to be their first match on Miramar especially. So let's hope what we saw in Erangel does not happen, but it's Miramar. It's going to be even more disastrous, even more scary.
Before we go on further with the discussions on what Miramar turns out to be, I have one question for you, Sam. Now, as we know that each team here, they are gonna play 4 maps a day. Like every team, they are gonna play 4 maps no matter what. So um okay, this question is a bit tricky. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna happen in real or no, but do you think that there's a chance of one specific team taking 3 chicken dinners a day itself?
The possibility is there, as you said, right? Four matches for as as you said, there is a possibility of these teams getting that, because as you said, my bad, I repeat, as you said a lot of the times, because there was
Yeah,
small
yeah.
technical snack. But the thing that I was trying to say is the possibility is there, because there are four matches per day, Darshita, for every team, right? On every group, they will be seeing four matches on a given day. So if they're able to capitalize and they keep their momentum ongoing, we will see three chicken dinners happening. I mean, we did see, and it has been done, and especially because this is the semi-finals. We did talk about it, right? It's not about staying on the top; it's about staying in the top 16. And a lot of these teams might not actually reveal and give their best gameplay. They might hide it till we see the grand finals, till we start off the grand final. So as of now, a lot of the teams can have a little bit of an easy going, but as soon as we head over to the grand finals, it's going to be even more difficult. But right now, there is an easy positioning, easy chance that at least on day one, because day one, as we were saying, right, day one is where you have no clue about what the other team can bring in. You know the players for sure, because you've seen them throughout various different tournaments. You know them personally as well. The community is so big, so you even kind of play together. Certain times they play on their streams, right? So they know who that player is, but as a team, when they get into a tournament, right, they're coming as a blank slate for you and for the other squads as well. So any team that has started off on a strong note, just like walkouts have done, if they keep this performance up, they can get their three chicken dinners. Or any team which starts on Miramar can get their chicken dinners as well. But it's all about they keeping their momentum, because day one is going to be a lot of question marks. Day two, you will kind of have kind of 70% of the idea of every team on how they will play, what will be their drops, how will they be proceeding in terms of circle rotations, and you can put a stop, put a blockade right over there and deny them the points. But right now, day one, I would say, let's see which that team is going to be. Will they be actually making your question happen in reality, or it's just going to be a theory that we just discussed a lot about?
Okay, please don't say like that and
I mean, the possibility is
completely.
there, right? There are.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like 70-30. I wouldn't
Yeah,
say 50-50 because
not at all.
as you said, right, as that's just a day one. So the chances probability of saying 50-50 is not something I'll put forward to. But again, yeah, 70-30 is something that we can talk about, that can happen. But to do that, there's a lot of things that these teams need to do. But let's just have a quick look on the total prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. The prize pool, it is of 20,000 dollars. But again, you are not unlocking them right now itself. You're going to unlock them after you get qualified from the semifinals to the grand finals, and there's just a number limit. We just have 16 teams getting qualified from here on. Okay, so I guess looking at the prize pool, Sam, he is pretty more excited. So let me take you throughout the prize pool distribution. 8,000, 4,000, and $1,500 is what we have as the first, second, and the third prize. From the fourth to the eighth position, we have $700. From the ninth to I guess the 13th position, we have $3,000. So the top 13 teams, so out of the 16 teams, top 13 teams are going to get something out of this tournament. But again, the last three teams, they are not going to get anything. We even have two prizes more here rather than the first, second, and the third. We have the MVP. That's going to be 1,000 USD dollars, and team with the most finishes, that's going to be a total of $500 for himself. It's exciting,
Mm-hmm.
Sam. I know you were pretty excited. So, you just went on mute for a few seconds and you were like, just take the audience. So let us even know the level of excitement you have right now.
See, Darshita, I was talking about it, right? That what we are going to be seeing here is going to be completely different, irrespective of what even us as casters have seen numerous times, our viewers have seen how BGMI plays out. I'm promising you guys, it's going to be one hell of a show, which not even certain times, right, Darshita, there's a possibility that after seeing so many matches, after understanding how the gameplay works, the circle switches, we kind of figure out, okay, this should be the next fight, this should be the team meeting with this team. But that is not the actual scenario. We were discussing about it, we were kind of making less speculations when we saw it, but this matchup completely went out. We said walkout should not pick up a fight, we talked about maybe CHEMIN should not pick up a fight, but they all picked up a fight and they capitalized on top of it. And that's why I said, I'm promising you guys that this is going to be one hell of a show that none of you have ever imagined on how it's going to be playing out, and I'm looking forward to it. My excitement is right now also contained in the same time, it's completely, I would say, certain times maybe kind of bursting your ears, so I'm a little bit sorry for that. But the level of the game is in such a manner that I cannot contain my voice as well. I mean, I might end up losing my voice at the end of the day, but I think that's kind of something that we will all be happy about, right? It's kind of a good job done when these teams put up such a great fight, and I'm also losing my voice. It's like I've also done a good job. But right now, let's see who does a great job on Miramar. It's about that. The start of the day has been done in Walkout's name. Walkouts are right now writing their, I would say, domination, their story, their propaganda of how they will be taking ahead and controlling this tournament, whereas the other teams, they still have to show up. We did see surprisingly and also how teams were making their movement into the last few circles. As we were talking about GE, there was also blind to put a blind into the, I would say, space here. We never saw blind picking up fights in the early on stages. We saw their names a couple of times in the finish feed, but when we actually saw them on our screens, they had 5 finishes for themselves, and they were also a team who eliminated the entirety of EXO. So you need to understand how blind are playing, and I really like the strategy that whatever change that blind has made is actually working out. But right now they also have to concentrate on getting the chicken dinner. But as you asked me the question, Darshit, and I know for a fact that you love Miramar, there's a lot of vehicle explosions that come across and a lot of players being eliminated to the zone itself. But one thing I'm going to be asking you, what is the majority number of finishes that we are going to be seeing on Miramar? I'm not talking in terms of the players or the teams will be picking up, but I'm talking in terms of the BGMI gods picking up for themselves.
Mm, I don't know. I mean, okay, let's answer this. Maybe two or three players are for sure, because we have seen this happening again and again, that the players, they always go down because of play zone. Not just in Miramar we are talking about, but in the previous matchup of Erangel itself, we saw that happening, right? We saw one or two players going down due to play zone, and that is why we said never ever let the play zone and the circles become the MVP of the match. Either you become but do not let the circle become at any point of time. So that's something that these players needs to have a bit of their eyes on. But what we are excited about, let's just have a quick look on the game face. We have
Mhm.
this hashtag get your game face on, so let's just have a quick look on the game face of these players. We have Team Forever, we have on the other side Team XSPARK. Already all the players are already ready, they have their game face on. As a casters, we are ready, the audience is already ready, so let's get into Miramar and see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. As you said, players are ready. Look at them. I mean, kind of showing that we are ready. Let's get back into the game. Let's see where the flight path is. We are right now in CHEMIN's boot camp. We're looking forward to how this team will be looking forward to their, I would say, maybe domination, Darshita, because you saw, right? They came close to get themselves a chicken dinner, but it actually did not happen. So whenever that happens, whenever you come in second, right, we always talk about this is kind of in general a life aspect, that even in a running race, even in an exam, even in anything, that you just come second, you're so close to victory that the next time you get a chance for it, you try to snatch it from the very early on. So right now Kemin coming in the second place, they're looking forward to taking it up and making it their own. But because it's Miramar, you can't say anything. You don't know what is going to be happening.
We were so close to the fly path, but that's been snatched away from us as well. Why? Why do the
A
production?
slight detour. I think the plane was not completely fueled up, so
I was so excited to, I just had my sentence prepared that this is the way I'm gonna pick it up as soon as the fly path is on. Because, as you said right now, that everybody knows out here that I love this Miramar thing happening. But before that,
oh,
let's
this
get
is where we
our
stopped.
eyes on something more interesting, as we have the overall standings after match one. And the more shocking fact is there's just one single point difference between walkouts and Kevin.
This is what I said, Darshita. If walkouts would not have got the chicken dinner and Kemen would have got it, Justin was doing a brilliant job. If he could have picked up the last two, I think in maybe 14, so 29 in total. But look at how close they are. They played really well, and it was all the turning factor when Soul got eliminated from the hands of Kemen. That's where everything turned around. But look at Blind as well, coming in the third position. They've done a brilliant job. So every top three team, I would say, I wouldn't say completely double digits, but because Blind is very close at 9, they could not pick up the finish on Justin. If they did it, then they could also have been at 10. But right now you can see it's going to be double digits close to for everybody, but there is a huge difference. 5 point gap for Blind from Kemen. Godlike will be coming in the fourth position, and it is all based on the number of finishes that they have. Look at them, 7 freaking finishes. After that, fifth is going to be for Revenant, and it is all based on the placement points. You can immediately start seeing a difference here, Darshita. In the starting stages, we can see teams are playing with both placement points as well as finish points. But as we go down, there is a team which is, I would say, going strong on finishes. Then there's a team who's going strong on placement points. Coming in the second page, you can see Insane. They have no placement points, but strong 5 finishes.
That's the point, right? Either this, either that. But the best situation out here is both.
Exactly.
So they need to concentrate on getting both of the things done for themselves. OR with 4, Marcos and Team Soul. That's going to be 3 total points for them. OG gets 2. Team Forever and 8-Bit gets 1, but unfortunate for Team TSM, as they were the very first team to get eliminated. They couldn't even rackle up one single point for themselves. But as I keep on saying, this team, they are what I would probably say for them is
Wait and
these
watch
players.
out.
Yeah, wait and watch out. Thank you for carrying me again. Wait and watch out is something that I would probably say here, because at the end of the day, right now at the beginning, everyone is just trying to read out the strategies loud, trying to figure it out, trying to learn more and more. And with this, maybe the upcoming matches can be something that can work in the favors of Team TSM others. So you never know, right? You
Mhm.
never know what happens. A lion must be sleeping peacefully. When you just get him out of his sleep, he rose and he just bites you back very bad.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? It's just day one, so you cannot expect a game coming in from everybody. They're not going to be giving in their best because they don't have all the details and the knowledge that they want. Because we always talk about it, right? You need to find information about your opponents. You need to know where their drop spot is, where their rotation will be, and how can you actually put a stop in front of them. Maybe put up a blockade. Maybe go in for a 4v4 fight. those kind of information right as of now is not being taken from any of the teams. They are kind of playing, as I said, in the blind side. But right now, without any further wait, the flight path is right in front of our screens. The flight has taken and into the skies, and along with them the players, they've said we have had enough fun on the flight, we are going to be dropping down, and it is going to be Miramar that they'll be dropping down on. And on Miramar, the flight path is going to be starting towards La Cobreria and ending towards close by and close quarters of Impala. But we can already see clusters happening very close on the top. It looks like Marcos as well as Team Forever might have a drop clash at Ruins, where very few teams go, Darshita. So it's surprising, but there's another drop clash at La Cobreria, which is going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS along with, I think it's GE Global Esports there. So very exciting how we are going to be seeing this first matchup, and you can immediately see there is going to be a player who has been knocked from Hyderabad HYDRAS.
That's gonna be the start. That's gonna be Miramar for you. But right now, I'm looking forward
Darshita,
to the play
I'm sorry.
zone.
I'm going to be stopping you here. I'm going to be saying your dialogue. That's going to be welcome to Miramar.
No, please don't do that to me, man. Okay, I was about to say something, and as you said, I forgot. But nevertheless, there, as you said, we have a drop clash happening. That's going to be La Cobreria. We have Hyderabad HYDRAS with Global Esports taking a fight, carry down to the ground with one more grenade. Striker gets eliminated. The first pick, the title of the first pick, goes in the hands of Global Esports Knuckle out there. To Team Global Esports, after losing two of their players previously in the map of Erangel out there, they have decided not to lose any one of them this time. Looking strong. Last player is back, waiting back patiently. But I guess the way Team Global Esports, they are looking forward to dominate this. They may eliminate him completely any moment now.
Yeah, Ace Black, he needs to just run away, Darshita. That's the only thing he needs to find a way. Because the other player who was there, he has already been knocked. Ace Black, he's still holding it out. He's crawling. And he's also smart right now. He knows that there's a player who's very close by. And if he runs, he'll be giving away his position. That's why he's trying to crawl around and finally finds an opportunity. Getting inside a house. This is also going to be a good thing, that let's pick up loot and then try to run away, because there will be a chance that maybe a certain times a spray comes down, and just because you had a helmet and a vest, the spray does hit you, but because of the helmet and the vest, it kind of deflects at least a couple of the damage away from you, and you are able to survive. And now with carry down, everything strikes fear for Ace Black. To go out, there's fear. To fight with a team, there's fear. There's everything that Ace Black thinks right now is going to be all the dark clouds right on his mind and on himself as well. So let's hope Ace Black survives and make sure his entire team is there, because getting eliminated very early on is not a good thing. We have seen situations where the last surviving player, I mean, why am I even saying we just saw the situation where the last surviving player, Mr. Spray from Walkouts, got the chicken dinner for his teammates. So it's all about timing and opportunity. So if Ace Black does actually make his way out, he can do it. But right now, Global Esports, they are playing very smart, and Joker, the information he wanted, it's been spotted, and Ace Black, I think it's done.
They need to be together. They do that. They eliminate Ace Black, and as you said, it's done, Sam. It is done. Team Global Esports finally getting the momentum they wanted back with 4 finishes, not even a single casualty that they had in this entire fight. But Team Hyderabad HYDRAS, unfortunate for them, that's going to be the first team getting eliminated out here. So I like the way Team Global Esports is playing right now together, no matter what. Because even if you talk about this fight, if one single player from Global Esports could have decided to go ham on the single player, it could have been one casualty dead. But what happened was they decided not to do that. So Team Hyderabad HYDRAS, they got eliminated at an early stage. On the other side, when we switch towards the sides of Team GODLIKE, we have all the 4 surviving players. That's going to be Z-God, Neo, Clutch God, and Jonathan. Looking forward to their drop locations, looking forward to some loot. There's a split that I see from the sides of Team GODLIKE. Not, I guess Team GODLIKE having a big split is something really rare. But it happens sometimes, so maybe that sometime is happening right now. And regrouping is something that they are looking forward to. So is the case with 7C out there. The first match that 7C is playing on today's day, that's going to be Miramar.
Miramar is going to be the first match that they have to play. There's no other chance for them. I hope they're ready for it, because as you said, right, Miramar kind of pushes you to the extremities. It makes you do things that you don't want. You did say it right. Godlike, they like to play together. They like to go with aggression. They push together. The only situation that we see that one player goes ahead is when his teammates are covering him. Otherwise, they play together. But Miramar makes it happen because loot is everywhere, but also not everywhere, because there are a couple of compounds that you cannot share. There are a couple of compounds that you can share. Certain times, because of the drop location that you choose, you cannot share a compound and you have to split away, and that's what is happening. You can see SKYLIGHTZ, they are a little bit split, but as they are split, they're also walking and moving across the close compounds, so that we keep discussing, right, Darshita? You need to be in a distance of 5 to 10 seconds from your teammates, and immediately you can actually make it work. But right now, Marcos, I hope they're ready, because last time we saw them when they picked up a fight, it did not work out. But right now, 7C, they started and they did the damage on Enigma. But what did Enigma do? They immediate knocked and finished off Alu Boy. Unfortunate for 7C, but this is what we say, right, Darshita? Never act upon half information.
Agree with that. Enigma Rex, Enigma Avi down to the ground. Enigma Gaming from Enigma Gaming itself. Once again, this guy is gonna get me in a lot of confusions, but focusing more on the fights that we have, one player is being revived back. He is in a complete open area out there. Enigma Eggy, he knows that Spray God has compromised himself, and what Eggy is doing, he's trying to capitalize on the mistake that 7C is trying to make. Now, as 7C is their very first map, going down at this point of time may cause a lot of problems. And on the other side, I guess that's going to be Sarang is trying to go in for a grenade. If that gets a connection, that possibility, the possibility of 7C getting this fight for themselves can increase. But again, if 7C loses one of their players and faces one more casualty here, it is either them going out of the fight, and I guess Sam, they already have decided to go off the fight. But Sarang is very zealous, being caught there. Enigma, they don't want to end this here. They want to take everything that they got.
See, it was 7C who started it, right? So they're like, let's end it. Where are you going? Let's find a solution. Let's come to a conclusion, and let's just one team be alive, and that's the fight that these teams are looking forward to pick. But right now, Revenge also welcome to their first game. They have immediately started finding the players of Blind, and Spy OP is already finished. So a casualty coming in from Blind. They were one of the top 3 teams in the previous matchup, but right now they're losing players, they're losing numbers very early on. Nigma Galaxy as well, as you can see right in front of your screens, they're looking forward to making their movement in a couple of the compounds. They are right trailed behind from TSM, and that's the reason they wanted to provide the cover. They did do it, but Apollo, he kind of faces the brunt force of TSM right on, and right now gets damaged, and he needs to get back. But TSM, they are also not playing together, Darshita. They are on a 2-2 split. 2 players that you can see right now. I think it's going to be Shadow OG as well as Aquanox playing together, whereas Ninja Jod as well as No Footstep, they might be a little bit further away. And right now, I think they need to meet up rather than picking up a fight. Just like the previous times when we saw TSM picking up a fight with 8-bit and Ninja Jot got finished off. So regrouping, and especially on Miramar, very crucial. But finally, we are done with the first circle. We're about to go to the second circle that we are going to be seeing very soon. The 10-minute mark is also about to cross, and once that is done, Darshita, I think we need to ring the bell, right? It's like in a fighting ring, when the ring bell gets rung, it's going to be players fighting it out. I think 10-minute mark is going to be the situation where we are going to be hearing the bells ringing.
That's for sure. That's every time the case happens. But right now, what I'm looking forward to, Sam, is the shift in the play zone. Because, okay, thank you. But the shift is going to cause a lot of problems, probably, I would say. Because look at that. The teams that are already in the play zone, they got a good opportunity to go in for gatekeeping and, deny the entry of all the other teams out there. But those who are already out of the play zone, they got no place to breathe, at least inside the place. So that is going to be a bit difficult. But let's just switch on to an interesting fight that's going to be between the sides of Team Godlike and Nigma Galaxy out there. So one player from Nigma Galaxy, he is being caught, he is being punished, not down to the ground, but he has dealt a lot of damage back on him. So that is something he needs to be careful about. But look at that, Jonathan, this man is being caught and is being punished. Right now is down to the ground. So Team Godlike, they need to cover him up, revive him back to his life. Neo opening the door. That's gonna be the door for hell itself, and that's gonna be Neo getting eliminated completely. No,
I agree with you. He opened the doors to the hell, and ouch. I mean, he was looking forward to the door giving him an opportunity, but it gave the opportunity for the other team. And right now, Nigma Galaxy, they found their opening. MJ might be down, but they don't worry about it. But Dreams, he gets a brilliant grenade connection coming in from Clutchcord. But look at Apollo's push. He will be eliminating and confirming Z-God. Now it's all up to Clutchcord. Clutchcord, he has pushed up. But look at what Apollo does. He immediately jumps down. Now Clutchcord knows this is his jump down. But I'm looking at Apollo, whether he has the other players. And finally, we get a situation to understand that the players are not there. So it's a 2v1 situation. Jonathan is back and he's looking forward to fighting it out. So this fight for Apollo is done. Nigma Galaxy, a great try coming through, but Clutch got at the right time, came in clutch for Godlike, and they saved themselves. Yes, they had two casualties, but they wiped the entire squad.
So one team getting eliminated, two teams getting eliminated, third team maybe, because Enigma has lost two of their players already. 7C and Enigma, they started off a while ago by fighting, by saying hi, hello, but they right now have decided to completely say a goodbye. Team Enigma lost one of their players. That's going to be Rex, the last surviving player, gets caught by the side of 7C. Sadang, Team 7C lost Aluboy because of the sides of Team Enigma. That's a revenge that Team 7C took. But again, a third party is something they need to be careful about, because Revenant Paradox is on the side of Team 7C. Spray God, and again repeating my dialogue, welcome to Miramar, because the third party is already happening itself. Revenant player 3 is looking forward to go a bit more aggressive alone, where Paradox is just waiting behind to go in for some cover fires with the zone. That's going to be more interesting for me right now.
I agree with you. I'm looking forward to where the circle will be switching up. And as you said, 7C as well as Revenant, they need to move. I understand you're right at the edge of the circle, but it does not matter. Once you finish this fight, there is entity who is also coming your way. So we're pushing and trying, looking forward to a slam, and Sarang only did a little bit damage because the vehicle was moving. It was not difficult to track his shots, but right now Encore is way up close. He's received a lot in terms of the damage. He's only looking forward to a little bit, but the circle, this is what we were talking about. The play zone is pushed up, and right now it's going to be difficult. Spray God, he does have an M249, but the zone, the circle, the damage, it's being done, and they need to pay attention to it. Before that, they also understand they need to finish off the fight, and immediately getting trades out. I think Revenant have the upper advantage, because yes, 7C, they've lost the player, and right now one after another players are falling. Now it's all up to Savitar, as Sarang, who is looking really strong, did have an M249, comes of no use, as Revenant come on top, but they've lost two players in terms of knock. Player 3 is also about to be going down to a knock. He needs to patch himself up, and he does that. Paradox comes in clutch to go in for a revive, but I don't know how far Revenant can survive now, Darshita.
Be difficult for them here on. Trust me when I say that, because again, look at that. The positions, I mean, they got an upper hand advantage on the number of finishes that they accumulated, but again, traveling in the zone, it is gonna be hell lot of difficult, because gatekeeping is something that every team is looking forward to deny your entry in the play zone. So they need to be a bit careful about that. They need to pick up as many healings as they can, because being in the blues is not an easy task to do at all. But why do I see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming going so damn aggressive on the sides of Marcos Gaming out there? Not sure of what exactly is going to happen, but that's going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right exactly in the front. On the other side, we have the fight, the recaps of the fight happening again and again. Savitar, before he went down, before he went, got eliminated completely, he took one player down to the ground, but unfortunate for that man, he couldn't convert it. But look at the mini map, Sam. This is going to be interesting. Not just one, not just two, but we have three teams down here just ready to fight.
It's going to be very interesting. The clusters, we keep talking about it, right, Darshita? And finally, we get to see the cluster. Miramar is where a lot of these clusters do happen, but how surprising is it? Because in the circle, the three teams which are there, they're the only three teams. The other teams are right now entering the circle. This cluster, if it would have actually come in fruition, if one of these teams actually capitalized, Darshita, they could have tried and gatekeeped every other team. But right now, because all these three teams have wasted time, the other teams, they're casually and even ease of mind is how they're entering into the circle. So nothing for them to worry about. But Revenant and Entity, I think they're about to meet each other. Revenant, they've held a player from Entity, and it was with the vehicle blast. That's going to be Dark Lord, who's going to be down, and I'm pretty sure easily even finished off. But I can see Clutchcord and Jonathan. Can you see this, Darshita? Jonathan close to Picardo, and I think Clutchcord is going to be close to Los Leones. Such a huge split coming in from these two players, and the last two surviving players. Some questions do arise, but right now the question is going to be, can Revenant survive from the crosshairs of Entity Troy? Looks like a player did. That was Encore with the vehicle and his amazing driving skills. He'll be running away, and Entity, they understand that they cannot have an advantage in the fight. They also need to make their way into the circle. 4 finishes for them, but Revenant looking even stronger.
Agree on that completely. But again, I mean, to contradict your statement, I would love to add that the blue is something they need to be careful about. Clutch guard gets caught there. That's going to be clutch guard down to the ground. Now, the point you were talking about, as you said, that both these players are far away from each other, that have caused a lot of problems out there. Blind, they have been even caught. TSM will be the one eliminating clutch guard completely. So I guess Team Godlike is just left out with one single player, and that's going to be Jonathan. Now, this man, we always call him a monster because
Yes.
once he starts off, there's no going back. So maybe or may not be this can happen because look at the position Jonathan is holding. He is way too away from the player, and that is something he needs to be a bit more careful about. TSM on the other side trying to rotate. I mean, each and everyone right now is just looking forward to that white circle and the areas inside those where they can be a bit safe and secure till the time the upcoming zone shrink doesn't come by. But still, we have 10 teams with 36 live players, and we have just crossed the 16 minutes mark. Entity, they have been caught. Marcos on the other side haven't well needed to work around with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They got themselves into a fight with Marcos a while ago, rotated, but right now looking forward to take a fight with the sides of Entity. Will be confirming one on Wrath itself.
It's going to be difficult for Entity. They've already lost 2 players and it's only the last 2 surviving. And SKYLIGHTZ, this is going to be their first matchup as well. So let's see what kind of a show they put up. Marcos, their name cards are being seen, but they're at the edge of the circle. So Marcos, they have a huge advantage. Once if even SKYLIGHTZ have a little bit of a difficult situation when they fight out with Entity, maybe they think about getting into the circle and then patching themselves up, Marcos can capitalize. If not Marcos, there is CHEMIN as well. So SKYLIGHTZ, they need to finish this fight, and I would say go for a huge rotation before the play zone starts shrinking. But right out now, the wait is still going on. SKYLIGHTZ pushing together one after another. They want to play in together as a group and as an entire squad, whereas Entity, they're playing split apart. They understand the only way they can capitalize this is not by playing together, because if they play together, they give away their position easily. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just roaming across in front of the screens of Entity players, and now Entity, he needs to be a little bit happy that these players actually moved away and now they can easily make their way inside the circle. But right now they're about to meet with CHEMIN. But look at SKYLIGHTZ making use of all these containers and oil refineries, all those things, making use of those and dodging every team and making their way in a better position. Now look at the position that they are in. They're in between CHEMIN's players, but they've kind of separated Destro from his entire team. So if they're able to pick off Destro here, Darshita, SKYLIGHTZ will have a control and will deny circle entry for the other players of CHEMIN.
Beautiful. All I can say is it was beautiful. Now it depends on the way the strategies are being utilized. On the other side, we have TSM and Team XSPARK getting into a fight. That's going to be 4-on-4 surviving players for both of the teams. So a proper 4v4 fight is what both of them are looking forward to. But again, one player from the side of Team XSPARK down to the play zone. Fearless gets caught there. That's going to be him dealing a lot of damage. But at the same time, Ultron capitalizes and takes one player down from the sides of Team TSM. Now, TSM, after getting into this fight, they need to be a bit careful because the previous match, they did not get even a single point out of that. So, something is what they need in each specific map. We keep on saying something is better than nothing. So, something is all that you have to aim for. Not every time, but at least sometimes when you're not able to capitalize on a given map completely. TSM versus Team XSPARK, the fight has already begun. We saw, trades happening. That's going to be Shadow down to the ground, completely eliminated. Footstep down to the ground. Aquinox hitting a lot of damage. Fearless. That's going to be one grenade right exactly in front of him. He needs to fear because that's going to take him down. Aquinox on the other side is the last surviving player trying to patch himself up. And Sam, look at that. Only bandages is what he has got himself and nothing else.
See, we talk about this, right? You need to replenish your resources. If you use something, you need to make sure you pick up a fight, get those resources back online to make sure you're better and ready for the upcoming fight. It happened, right? Kevin, Justin, you remember, I'm reconnecting the dots to the previous match. That's how it repeats. When you are low on resources, you either I would say go complete guns blazing to make sure you capitalize. Otherwise, on the other end, you just wait out to make an so that the opponent makes a mistake, and it's very difficult. But right right now, Revenant finally finishing off the last player from TSM. Unfortunate for TSM, early on casualties, and this time also they get eliminated. But CHEMIN, they're falling apart one after another. And how is going to be the question? SKYLIGHTZ, this is what I said. The previous finishes, it did not come in SKYLIGHTZ name. I'm not too sure why, but this is what I said. If SKYLIGHTZ are able to get in between and deny one player from CHEMIN, I think Destro fell very early on, and every other player were denied to make their move, and SKYLIGHTZ capitalized, got the finishes for themselves. But Revenant looking really strong, Darshita. The third party that they initiated on 7C, from there on they just kept going ham. But what is happening to XSPARK? They're also falling one after another.
A while ago, Entity lost two of their players because of the play zone, and right now it's one more team doing that. Revenge on the other side, they have been caught by Revenant. As you said, this team, they are looking good after the third party that they have done on one fight. But again, they need to be careful that they don't get to taste their own medicine, because they won't ever like tasting their own medicines back there. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the other side, a beautiful play is what this team done entirely, and eliminated the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports as well. Not sure if the entire team is eliminated or there's just one player left behind, but Revenant player 3 has been caught, and that's gonna be him getting punished for being in the smokes with some predictable sprays, getting down to the front. Paratosh is all up to make that revival possible, but Gamla Boy has got one more player. He's gonna punish that player out there. Looking forward to do a lot more of damages, but again, he needs to patch himself up before making any kinds of move. Team Forever, they are into a lot of difficulties, because that's going to be Paritosh or Daljit, the last surviving player. Not sure of who exactly. Okay, that's Paritosh. On the other side, Raj has been caught there as well. Really low on his HP. Once again, Forever player 60 has been confirmed. Gamla Boy right exactly in the front. Paritosh beautifully connected one player. He has made sure to punish him bad, and he's looking forward to completely eliminate him. But before he could do anything else, Pukar will be coming forward, eliminating the entire squad, and being the survivor, being the shoulder that his entire team needed the most at this point of time.
Exactly, they needed it, but right now look at this, Darshita. SKYLIGHTZ, they need to pay attention to the play zone. Gamla Boy falls, unfortunate for him, but XSPARK, they still have a couple of players surviving. 420 OP, he's on the ground, but the revival can be done. Ultron on the other end, he is surviving, but look at the circle far away from them. But how is the circle not at all encompassing any team? You can see every team is out of the circle. Revenant with 8 finishes still have all their 4 players surviving, so I think for XSPARK it's going to be very difficult. Marcos on the other end, this is also a team who have all their 4 players surviving, but talking about their finishes, they have nothing. So the aggression is still not started. So if they're not able to continue the damage, it's going to be very difficult. And look at that, immediately Revenge player who got revived, he does the immediate knock, and right now, unfortunate, because of the low health, players are falling one after another. And where was new player looking at? Revenge player, what was the direction? And because of that, now Revenge, they are losing their players, but Sonic Fox is trying to hold it off as long as possible, and Sonic Fox, he's the only one who can make it happen. But Ghosty, he makes the mistake. He was the last surviving player for Marcos. As I was about to turn for him, he let his life go. Why would you do that when you understood that they were going in for a revive? You had no clue whether the revive was done or not. You should have also gone for the revives, maybe thrown down a couple of grenades. We'll talk about it later, but right now, Revenant, who have all their 4 players surviving, this is the fight that they're looking for to pick with SKYLIGHTZ, because they are the team on the higher ground. So SKYLIGHTZ, if they play cautiously here, Darshita, this chicken dinner might be just SKYLIGHTZ.
4 teams, 12 live players, and the team that is at the top gets rewarded for the chicken dinner. Who is that team going to be? We'll get to know that really soon. SKYLIGHTZ
Very
Gaming,
soon.
after getting 8 finishes for themselves, they have lost one of their players. They have dealt a casualty, but we always keep on saying that having one casualty after getting 8 finishes is a good one, but it depends on what player it is. And for them, it's Somra. Oh, that's
Gamla
Gamla
Boy.
Boy. Gamla Boy. Sorry, that's Gamla Boy, and
Very crucial.
that is not a casualty you are supposed to have. And there you go. Was saying that Comrades down to the ground. So SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are left with just 2 surviving players for themselves. That's going to be right exactly in the front. Revenant, they have been caught by Revenge as well. Final boss, he's been exposing himself a lot more. He needs to be in a bit of cover. Samraj is down to the ground. Lexi and Pukar, they have a lot more of job to do right now.
Lot of jobs, but I can see 4 teams. I'm looking forward to which that other team is, and yes, it's going to be XSPARK. Ultron, as we said, 420 OP was there for him, but he could not get in that revive. But Revenant, they have to pay attention to the play zone. That's already pushing them. But right now, where is the circle switching up? Who is it going to be favoring? It is favoring Ultron and Revenant. So Ultron, he kind of needs to fight it out with Revenge. Unfortunate for him, but he has to. But right now, the kind of cover is being given that is from Revenant. They're denying Revenge from pushing up, and I think they are very happy about it. In terms of I am talking about Team XSPARK, because Ultron, he is saving himself and surviving without making any noise. Otherwise, you saw it would have been Revenge who needed to push up close to Ultron to just get the edge of the circle. But Revenge, they're losing players one after another, and it is because of two different teams, I would say, holding their crosses bound. It's going to be one side Revenant, and on the other side it's going to be SKYLIGHTZ. So it's not going to be a possibility that Revenge survive this fight.
Why feel like the history may get repeated here? Look at that. Ultron is being a sneaky climber out here, is just waiting behind patiently, and I don't even think that anyone out here knows the position he is holding. He's just waiting back. Akshay will be taking one from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Akshay gets finished. That's going to be Revenant. So a three-party fight is what exactly is happening. Somraj, again, he is down to the ground. He needs to be revived back to his life so that this three-man squad can do something and get a chicken dinner for them and their entire team back out there. 11 finishes is what Revenant got. A huge number in terms of finishes. They are looking forward to gather more and more, but I'm just interested to see what Ultron is doing. This man, he is gonna be a sneaky climber.
Oh, yes.
Again, the history may repeat if Ultron gets the chicken dinner for himself, or Team GODLIKE gets the title of domination. Pukar right exactly in the flood. That's going to be player 5 or Team GODLIKE gets punished by Pukar. Pukar right exactly in the front. 11 finishes, not letting this go at any point of time. Pukar is looking forward to go a bit more half with the grenade. He's trying to rain havoc on the sides of Team Revenant, but not getting anything out of his smoke balls of
What?
up, and Core is being caught. Wexy will be taking him down there, and there's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming making it walk in their favor. Paradox right exactly in the front. Sam, I'm confused. The 1v situation finds one, locates himself out there, goes in the blues, tries to disengage, but couldn't do anything else.
Oh.
And that's done. That's going to be 12 finishes for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but Ultron, no.
I mean, this time it's not going to be possible, but wait. Okay.
Right beside, that's a neighbor saying hi and bye.
Exactly, both those players. That's why I said, wait a second. And Revenge and Ultron, unfortunate. Ultron, the position that he's in, he has a neighbor who wants to share the compound. Ultron does not want to give up, but Ultron, his position kind of is compromised. I'm not too sure if somebody peeked out, because you see there are spams coming across, and Ultron, he just goes out. He understands the DPP making use of it, and immediately, I guess it was a molly, or it was a grenade, and that's going to be bursting right on his face to make sure SKYLIGHTZ get their winner chicken dinner on the second map. And this is the team which started on Miramar, Darshita. They did not play on Erangel, so look at them starting on Miramar, such a dangerous and difficult map.
Oh. I mean, a while ago, the way Ultron was performing, for a moment, I feel like Ultron, that was beautiful. There was just two neighbors sitting besides. They were, I guess, Ultron, after he got out of that position, he realized that there was one player right exactly beside, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. What a beautiful play it was. They eliminated, I guess, it all started with them and CHEMIN having a fight. As you said, they isolated the sides of Delta PG completely, and as soon as Delta fell apart, there was nothing that CHEMIN Esports could have done more, and that's where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming eliminated the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports. Then they came back to one more fight with the sides of Team Forever. If I'm not wrong, they not just eliminated one or two players, but the entire squad. So the number of finishes that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has accumulated is a 2-digit. Not sure if it is or no, maybe.
We will get to know very soon, but Darshita, as you said, SKYLIGHTZ put up one hell of a show here. And this is what we kept saying, right? Just wait and watch. There are going to be a lot of things that's going to be changing, and these teams have bought in that change. You did also ask a question whether we're going to be seeing 3 chicken dinners at least today. There is the possibility, Darshita, because as you know, right, this is still day 1, and we are kind of getting an idea about how these teams will be playing out. What can these teams do? But I don't know how to put this across. I am very hyped up right now. I'm excited. I'm unable to put things together in a seamless manner so that our viewers can understand, because anything and everything is happening on every map. That's as simple as I can put, and I'm pretty sure our viewers are going to agree. Anything and everything and is happening. SKYLIGHTZ did not have the slightest of the chance to win that. Revenant were the ones who had the circle. Revenants who were the ones who were inside the play zone. But what did SKYLIGHTZ do? They just kept dumping those utilities, kept dumping those resources. Mollies coming across, grenades coming across, because of which they denied any kind of vision for Revenant, and Revenant they could not fight back. I mean, there was a situation where we would have seen a 1v1v1 happen if and if only Paradox could have eliminated. Remember Kemen's Justin, he was in a 1v3 situation, he brings it to a 1v1. The same situation could have been brought up here, but those number of utilities, and this is why we say that whenever you pick up a fight, replenish those utilities, because they always come in help, they always help you out. And you see the last finish, the chicken dinner finish, was not with the weapon, it was with a
Grenade.
grenade. Simple as done,
Um,
crisp and clean.
Okay, I'm sorry to stop you out here, but I feel like the grenade was not cooked for Ultron. That grenade was cooked for the player who was outside that shack. Eventually,
Maybe.
Ultron at the same point of time made a move. He came out, he eliminated that player. He thought for a while that he could have been safe and secure, but at the same time, the grenade came right exactly in his front, and that's where things ended. But maybe we could just see the highlights and get a confirmation on whether that was the case or not. But it all started with Hyderabad Hydras getting into a fight with Global Esports. As I said, I love the way Global Esports performed together, but not sure how they got eliminated so early on.
Unfortunate for them, it was the push coming in from Entity, but right now you see this push. It was brilliant coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They took down majority of the players from GODLIKE, but what happened? Clutch God. He was the MVP. He was the top dog here. He made sure he did so much damage that Nigma Galaxy, even though if they had numbers, they kept falling apart. And Jonathan, he also helped, and the push came together and they eliminated Nigma Galaxy out of the board. Unfortunate, even Godlike were there for a little bit further later down, as we saw, but as Clutch got eliminated, there was nothing that could have been done. But this fight between 7C and Enigma got prolonged, because of which Revenant were able to make their entry, wipe out 7C, and Revenant from there on were just pushing forth, going ahead and ahead, did damage on Entity, were looking forward to doing damage on 7C as well. I'm sorry, SKYLIGHTZ, but they did the damage on Revenge as well, because we saw Revenge was left alone, the last player surviving right next to Ultron. But eventually it never worked out, Ultron making use of the TPP. We'll talk about that fight, but look at this, even in the blue zone, Revenant did not give up the fight.
That's the level of aggressiveness these players were holding. On the other side, Chemin Esports, they were trying to get out of one fight with the sides of Team Entity. But what happened next was eventually, after disengaging out of that fight, I guess SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they capitalized over each and everything out there. On the other side, Marcos, Pau Kilo, this move from player was something I was a bit confused about, as you said, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were caught by Revenge. Somraj was caught, he was punished, but an instant trade is something that took place there. Austin Vortex was down to the ground. And at this point of time, there was a lot of confusion, I would say, because all these three see this is the thing I was talking about. That grenade was cooked for the other player. Ultron, he came out and he just got trapped in that grenade itself. So ah confusion, but again,
It's chaos, right? It's basically
yeah, it's
chaos at
chaos
every
exactly.
point that keeps happening. That if you keep your eyes glued on to one point, you will lose the action on the other end. That's why we kind of, when we are seeing the action right in front of the teams doing, we kind of have to disregard the finish feed. And certain times when we're talking about the finish feed, we have to disregard, because as you also kind of got clueless, right, Darshita? That's why we as co-casters watch two different things at the same time, even though we are watching the same thing to get to know. You did also kind of worry about what happened to Global Esports. Global Esports started off so very strong and had all their four players going, but Entity, we did not get to see that fight, but I saw with a clean wipe, Entity were able to do the damage and eliminate them. Even when the circle came up, when we saw the map, we saw the fight where they were being eliminated one after another, and it was actually in the play zone that the fight happened, and then Entity met Revenant where they lost two players. So this is where we talked about teams need to understand on how they actually pick up fights one after another. On Miramar, whenever you pick up fights, you need to make sure you move away from it to a different location entirely. It's not like you are close to right now, just giving the example of the circles that we saw. You are in Chumasera, you just simply move to Minas. That's not the question. You do not move to Minas del Val. That is just a downshift. You have to go out from Chumasera and then go into the southern edges of Minas del Val. I mean, that's kind of a strategy I'm saying. But if you're going out, you kind of put yourself in a casualty position, because you go out in the play zone, then rotate, and then maybe certain teams you can actually find you out and they try to gatekeep you. But it all depends on when you time it. So these strategies can be discussed, but what a play coming here. The fights that we saw, unbelievable switch up of situations and positions. And as you said, it was kind of history repeating itself on Erangel that we saw. But when we saw how SKYLIGHTZ played together, there was nobody that was stopping them. Irrespective if SKYLIGHTZ was having a fight on the lower ridge or in the depths, or if they were pushing uphill, they always had advantage of it. Look at how many times, two times in the last few circles, Samraj got knocked, but immediately they revived him and they kept them going and pushing.
This is as we keep on saying that every action he has an each equal and opposite reaction.
Reaction.
This time it's like the pros and the cons every action has. The pros
Mhm.
that they got by sticking together was not letting even one single player down, and that worked in their favor beautifully. As you kept on saying, right? They stick together. Even if one player falls, the other player is like, "Don't worry, I got your back."
Exactly.
And that is the way this game has to be played. The same case happened with the sides of Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras when there was the last surviving player. Now, for example, if single player from Global Esports could have decided to go ham on the remaining up player, just thinking of that, it's just a single player, I can eliminate him. It could have been the entire squad getting eliminated one by one. But what happened was the entire team stick together. Even after one player being low on his HP, the other player covered it up, and that's the reward that you get after playing together. So, initial split is something that always happens because everyone is looking forward to loot. As you said, they need to be up with each and everything. Maybe it be a third level helmet, third level armor, backpack. Each and everything is what everyone needs out here. But again, after that, the most crucial part is how you regroup back, and after regrouping, how you stick back together.
It's going to be difficult, but there was also one more fight. Regrouping is a situation that keeps, like, on Miramar becoming difficult, right?
Yeah.
So we did see rivalry as well as I think it was Revenge itself. These two teams went down to ruins, the northernmost edge where a lot of teams do not. I mean, majority of all the players do not get down to. But I think both these teams kind of disengaged. Rivalry, yes, unfortunately, we did not see them fighting and doing a lot in terms of damage. We'll be talking about them a little bit more, but right now, let's quickly take a look on the match standings itself of match 2. SKYLIGHTZ standing strong with 28 points, Darshita. 2 points less to get that 30 bomber of a match.
Difficult, but at the same time, it's a great one that they got for themselves. Revenant got the second with 20. That's going to be a difference of 8 points. Now, I still remember the first match where the difference was of one single point, and now the difference is of 8 points. So, this is going to cause a huge ups and downs, I would say, in the overall standings out there. Team XSPARK with a total of 16. Position points, they are looking good on that one because look at that, 4 finishes is what they got. But again, position points is the reason that they are on the hashtag 3 position. Revenge on fourth with a total of 15. That's going to be the end of double digit and start of single digit as Entity enters with a total of 7. 6 is for Marcos, 5 is for 3 teams out here: Team Forever, Godlike, and 7C. Global Esports with 4, CHEMIN Esports with 3, TSM and NIGMA Galaxy with 2, Blind and Enigma with single points, and unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras couldn't get one single point in this specific map.
Oh, this map, Miramar, is brilliant. But
I agree.
Darshita, again, we are going to be seeing Miramar, right? But I don't know if this is going to be the reputation that we are going to be seeing. As we said, a couple of the teams get a break, a couple of the teams would have to fight continuously, but there are going to be breaks in between. I hope they're ready. Look at the way SKYLIGHTZ have propped up and picked up their first initial map itself. So these chances are going to be there. But TSM, again, this is their second matchup, Darshita. Here they just get 2 points. In the previous one in the overall standings, because the first match itself is the overall standings, there they had nothing. CHEMIN right now, after a brilliant show up in the second position in Erangel, they are right now in the 11th, and 3 points will not be enough, Darshita. I think CHEMIN might take a huge tumble down and have a huge upset. XSPARK, A brilliant try, especially coming in from Ultron. Brilliant hold coming in from this man. Again, Revenge did the same thing. They held it out really, really well. The last surviving player being very sneaky over there, but when there are two sneaky players together, right, Darshita, it never works out. I think that's where it did not act out. But Marcos, look at this, no finishes. So there are a couple of teams who are working hard on those finishes and making their life little bit better, because placement points is something they can play a little bit passive and try to grasp, whereas other teams, they are just going in for those finishes to make sure they do the damage. But this is what I said, there are going to be a couple of switches up coming through. Now here's what we have to kind of give regards to and kind of disregard as well at the same time. Two matches for Revenants and they have 29 points. SKYLIGHTZ have played one match only, Darshita, and they have 28 points, 1 point away. So they have an entire map to play, and Revenant, I would say, are lagging behind. Same goes for CHEMIN and WALKOUTS. CHEMIN have played two, WALKOUTS have just played one, and the point difference is just two, and WALKOUTS have an entire map.
This, I mean, after seeing this, I still remember us before the starting of first match. We said that at the end of the day, you may get four maps to play every time, but this is what changes everything. Now look at that, total points 29, 28, 27, a single point difference, but matches played 2-1-2, and that is where the point of concern is, because SKYLIGHTZ came in, eventually they have popped up so beautiful in one map entirely. Blind the total of 20, XSPARK with 16, and so is for Godlike. The difference being that XSPARK has played one single map, and Godlike, they have accumulated 16 points in two maps itself. So it's like a kind of split that we start thinking of after looking at two matches and this much point, single match and this much point. Revenge Esports, a total of 15 is what they got themselves. That's going to be 10 placements and 5 total finishes. So maybe, just maybe, if the teams that have played two matches, that's going to be Revenant, CHEMIN, Blind, and Godlike, that the teams are already on the top, have accumulated more points, and a 30 mark or a 35 plus mark is something I was really expecting in this overall standings after the second match itself.
Ah, this second match and our expectations certain times kind of being broken, certain times not coming through. It's all because, Darshita, you know, right? This is BGMI. It's
Unpredictable.
unpredictable, and something that you think never happens, something that you don't think always happens. But global esports, you can see they are going to be at the ninth position. Not great, but at least a better start compared to their first matchup that we saw on Erangel. Marcos, I mean, they're dwindling right now. I'm not too sure how it's going to be working out. Entity, the first matchup, unfortunate that it did not work out, but a brilliant try coming in from them. The initial start, the initial fights that they picked did work in their favor, but Circle, you need to pay due respect to it. EXO just played one match, did not show up great. Placement points is something that they've gotten. Finishes, nothing to talk about it. Team Forever as well, just one. That does not mean anything. Rivalry here is going to be having only played one match. 7C as well, one. Insane only has played one. I'm not going to be complaining anything about these teams, because there are a couple of teams who have played two matches and are on the top. So these teams will have a chance to make their way, but the last page, Darshita, in this overall standings after match 2, that's where even more questions arise. And I think we have not seen TSM until now, and we are going to be seeing TSM in the third page. I understand you did even mention that this is not what TSM does. This is not where we see TSM. But I've seen TSM. I think this is kind of how they try to play out and gauge your opponent. It's very crucial of how you understand your opponent and understand their tactics, their play style and everything. And TSM is doing that. In these couple few days, the first 2 days especially, I think they just want to hold it out. I think the last page we'll be seeing it for the later duration, but right now it's time for Erangel again. We did see Erangel where walkouts, what a match it was. I'm still right now, even though we have finished off Miramar and passed it off, I still have Erangel glimpses coming in my eyes, Radhashita, in my mind.
And Erangel is going to repeat itself again. So
Exactly.
maybe the number of glimpses you have, Sam, right now might get increased at the end of this match, because Erangel, as you said, it's a classic vanilla map. Every time we talk about it, a map that you have played the most while playing BGMI. So this map turns out to be something different each and every time. But again, giving it a second thought, we, as we said a while ago, I know I may be repeating myself again on saying this, but as we said a while ago, each and every team is going to play 4 maps per day. I have this mixed feeling when I say that few teams have already done with 50% of their day one in semifinals. Just how fast the time is flying. 50% of the day is already done for some specific teams, whereas the other teams, they have left back with maybe 3 maps, maybe 2 maps, maybe not a single map. That's not happening. But as we come back to the very third match, it's gonna be Erangel once again. Now after the Erangel is done, the previous
Hmm.
angle is done, there's going to be a switch up of groups as well, so we may see a new team popping off in this specific wing.
I agree with you. There are, as you said, right, a couple of teams who have played 2 matches, a couple of teams who have played only one, and those teams will be playing 2 more matches for the end of the day and 3 more matches till to end day one. So, lot in terms of action pending for a couple of these teams. So, let's directly head over and see the game faces from the players and the teams. And you can see, looks like everybody is kind of had some smooth finishes today. Darshita looking very crispy. Every player is. You did see 7C, and look at this. They're having a little bit of fun moments just before the game, and we'd always talk about this, right? You need to kind of clear up your mind, whatever has been going through, respective. Somebody maybe got up with a headache, somebody maybe the phone was not charged, they played the entire night and it got switched off. These kind of things can happen, and when you wake up early in the morning, we kind of have that what do you say, morning, as soon as we wake up, pick up our phone and check what's done over the night. Has somebody sent a message thing, and like, and when you wake up it's not there, your phone is switched off, you gamed the entire night. That's kind of a little bit upsetting. So to clear out all those I would say mists, this is going to be done. But now clearing the mist right now is going to be Edge, who's going to be joining me here on the desk while Darshita rests, because the action, as we said, on Miramar is going to be getting intense. So we'll be seeing her soon. But right now, Edge, the flight path is going to be towards Yasnaya and ending just a little bit above Kuwari. But this is at least a little bit better compared to what we saw in the first Erangel map, where it was completely favoring the Eastern Edges. Now it's kind of favoring every team.
That is right. And once again, thank you, Phil. It's great to be back here on the desk. I mean, yeah, it's going to be you and me, Sam, again for this Erangel classic map. And we have some insane teams. And we have Team Insane as well. So
Mhm.
I'm talking about insane. Look at that insanity coming in from BGMI guys right off the bat.
Okay.
The circle all the way towards east. And there's a lot of water as well there, right?
Mhm.
And that is just absolutely beautiful to watch. I actually want to see, maybe, let's see, maybe we can get a full-on water zone, or maybe at least 50-50 the second one.
I agree with you. I think it should be 50-50. It might again switch up towards Milta or Novo, but I hope there's no drop clashes this time. Hyderabad Hydras got eliminated very early on. They have the possibility this time as well. There is a team very close to them, and this is the team which allows to eliminate players. That's going to be Walkouts. Very close to the southern apartments of Georgiapool. Let's hope that does not happen. XSPARK are also very close to them. So a lot of these teams are playing in close quarters. But the team which is a little bit further away from any team is going to be 8-bit. A little bit worry-free is going to be their initial momentum. But talking about revenge, they are close to Orangutan. So there can be a fight over there. But look at teams kind of rejoicing inside the circle. It's going to be Enigma, Insane. There's going to be, I guess, Rivalry. It's EXO, 7C, OR as well. SKYLIGHTZ, Somraj, only one player who's entered the circle just to keep information relayed. Let's see how it's going to be working out. As we were talking about Rivalry, they are looking forward to information, and they are not wrong about it. They kind of have a sixth sense that there's a team close by.
Does look like they know what's coming, but at the same time, they gotta be cautious at all times. Once again, it's just day one. Maybe teams just getting warmed up, but nevertheless, you have to be on point, because we know what happens, Sam. When you might, yeah, he's gonna just have okay, desync kinda went out of sync there with his buggy, but yeah, as I was saying, talking about the teams and the points, every single point is crucial. Every single finish is crucial as well, and you need to be on top of the game from day one, right? You don't want to have that, you don't want to give away that lead to other teams. That is something to keep in mind. So I think every team is gonna, perform the best. We already saw in the first two games, right? Walkouts coming out on top, and then there was SKYLIGHTZ. So I'm looking forward to see. I mean, I know Dashta did ask you if a team's gonna be getting 3 chicken dinners today, but I don't. I want that to happen, but at the same time, I don't want it to happen. I want a really good competition between all these teams. Moving on further into the tournament. So I want a different winner, on all 6 maps. So the competition is gonna be razor-thin, just like the Gillette razors.
Exactly, I agree with you. I mean, I'm looking forward to it if these teams will be going in for those sharp and precise gameplays, because we know, right? It is something really interesting, because if you're going in for a finish and you go in for a strategic move and you plan your way through, you're going to be finishing off an entire squad. But if you have not planned in your rotation, you have not planned in how you will be going in and picking up fights, you have to just welcome any fights coming to your end, and it'll not even you being ready. You have to just give it your all whenever the fight is in front of your screen, in front of your players, and maybe you end up having a casualty. And unfortunately, EXO, not a casualty that they've had on Erangel, but a casualty that they do not have a player here.
Well, it
One
looks like
less.
yeah, it looks like they have split up a bit, because I don't know if that's a really good decision here coming in. But on the other hand, Enigma as well, a lot of players completely, you know, not together. They're really, really far away. I think they're playing the 2-1-1 split. If you remember, Enigma are the kind of team that goes for the third parties, right? They have
Mhm.
one flank. There's one lurker all the time, and then there's one who watches flank, and then the other two riflers. They stick together. That is the kind of team Enigma is, and they're trying to go ahead with the same strat, but looks like we have some fights happening here. Finally, 7 minutes in. Couple of shots, and Apollo is going to be the first one, knocking out one of the players on the side of RGL. That's going to be tryouts.
Enigma Galaxy, they did this previously as well. They went in for a fight which they were actually not ready for. That was with Godlike in the previous matchup, and right now they are getting in a fight. They're not ready. They're taking the vehicles in, and there's a grenade being cooked. This grenade, if it connects from tryout, it is going to be devastating. Enigma Galaxy will lose their footing. They'll lose their players, and right now it looks like they've dodged it, and the push is coming through. Apollo times it perfectly, jumps on the boulder, and that's going to be an immediate knock and finish. A brilliant isolation on a player from Rivalry, and that is going to be one player out from Rivalry. They have come into a disadvantage already, but also to tell all of you, as this is going to be the first pick of Erangel, that is going to be match 3.
We're done with 2. We still have a lot of maps to be played today, but as as Dashta said, 50% of the day is done for 50. So they need to be cautious, as I said before. The thing is, we saw the scoreboard there. There are a few teams that have a really good scoreline with one match played, while the other teams
Exactly.
with 2 matches being played, they have, at max 2 to 3 point difference. A 2 point lead, that's not a great thing. But on the other hand, we have a fight again here. Rivalry tryouts now back on his feet, but he's trying to stay alive. He's taking a lot of damage there. Max, is it Max? I think that's Max. But anyway, Adi, on the other hand, he wants to take this fight, but at the same time, he's being really, really cautious here, Sam. Look at him. He's trying to get that, but he's at the same time, he's waiting. He's making sure that there's no one else from the side of Soul trying to take this fight against him, because on the side of Insane, well, they're kind of split up, but they still have each other's back.
They have each other's back, but one thing they don't have is going to be the information edge, and that's why they're not acting and not over aggressing. Same goes for Soul. They don't have all the information of where the players from Insane are. That's the reason they're checking each and every compound, and the player who has at least an information of a player, he's looking forward to holding those 2 players strong and down. But Omega, he's come up really close to the players of Insane, but on the other end, we are seeing Entity actually picking up a fight. That's going to be Troy, who finds a player. I think it's from Hyderabad HYDRAS. Yes, it is going to be an Entity are pouncing upon them close by towards Rozok. So I think it's going to be very difficult for Hyderabad HYDRAS, but Hyderabad HYDRAS, they are retaliating, and Entity players, they're falling apart like dominoes one after another, but it's going to be an equal position. I think it should be a 2v2 right as of now. Carry, he has a grenade in his hand. The grenade does come in. It should do chip damage, but no, it does a lot more, and right now a single bullet is enough. But Troy, what was that connection? He gets Hyderabad HYDRAS out, and they are going to be again the first team. They got eliminated on Miramar, and right now they are getting eliminated as the first team on Erangel. Back to back first eliminations.
Ouch. Well,
That's gotta hurt.
that's gotta hurt, especially the fact that I'm Hyderabadi. But yeah, apart from that as well, apart from that as well, I mean, it's not
Double
a
outs
great
to
thing,
you,
right? That's
Edge.
yeah. I need some of those med kits. But yeah, talking about the game once again. I mean, it's not a great start for them, right? But maybe they're still warming up, so we give them the benefit of the doubt. But at the same time, they need to get their way back in. We still have 3 more maps left for them. Let's just hope, fingers crossed, that they will have a better performance moving on further. Here, NGX trying to take the place on the side of rivalry right there. It's going to be a Molotov knock onto Nickel. He's down on his feet, and I'm pretty sure he's returning to his stand. And there you go, finish up in. And the ball goes down as well. Oh no, the side of NGX, they're in deep trouble with the Dreams. He's going to be reviving one of the players. Well, there's going to be a knock and finish, actually, by one of the players. That is, I believe, Max took him down with the M249. And Rivalry, they are out in position number 15 here, Sam.
Exactly. It was a quick trade of players coming in from Nigma Galaxy, capitalized. But right now, capitalization is not happening from Seoul. And also that these two teams have been holding this position for quite a long time, Edge. It's been too much right now. If this happens and if they're able to give away their position after the next couple of minutes, I think both these teams, just like you were saying that the Team Rivalry as well as Nigma Galaxy were in deep trouble, it's going to be happening. But look at this instant replay. Thank you to the production to show this again. It was unbelievable. Carry had majority of the health chunk on his end. He just needed to connect one single bullet, irrespective whether it was a head or a body or anything. Just one single bullet. Edge. That would have been end for Troy over there. Right now, Pukar with his Mini 14 spotted out Soul's player, and this is why we said it's going to be even more difficult if you waste your time in a single position without moving out. Other teams are going to be spotting you out, and right now I'm pretty sure Soul is going to be in a disadvantage, but SKYLIGHTZ, they are also going to be in a disadvantage if they don't move, because they are out in the open, and the circle tells, if you guys don't move, I will make you move, and it takes a huge southern shift towards Novo, but Nova is not being covered right now, Edge. But your wish, you did ask, right? At least 50% of the water bodies after the second circle. Now the third circle shift, it still has around 20 to 10% of the water bodies.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of water. I mean, it's always good to stay hydrated. So
Exactly.
I hope you are staying hydrated, Sam, because the heat's
yes.
it's starting to build up outside and in the game as well now. 14 teams left alive, 54 players still in. And you see the players of OG on the player cam down left. He's concentrating. Not really sure who that is. Might be Trigger, might be Belief, but whoever it is, he looks focused. And that's what you need to come out on top, because all these teams, man, let me tell you, are absolutely, powerful. That's the word I'm going to use right now. It's going to be Belief right now, taking a powerful hit from one of the players on the side of OR. I believe that Atanki takes down one more, but Soul in deep trouble. Akshat goes down. Hector, can he save his teammate? He's in a lot of trouble. I think that's Revenge coming in. But at the same time, I think there's going to be another third party there, Sam.
It was first a different team which was staying. I missed the name. They got eliminated, I guess. But right now, Revenge entered, and after that, following it up was Soul, who did do a slam-in. But right now, you can see Hector. He gets a brilliant connection, an immediate knock and a finish. But it was on two different teams. He knocked a player from Revenge, got a finish from a player on, I guess it was OG. Because I did see a player being eliminated from their end as well. But now Soul Omega, he's going up, he's propping up smokes, because his player, Goblin, he is stuck in the tower, who needs to be revived. But Hector, he has many eyes on him. There are a lot of teams looking forward to pushing him up. It's going to be very difficult. Grenade is getting propped up. The grenade does come in, but Hector will be able to dodge. He sends out a grenade of his own, but that grenade this time I'm pretty sure will not be finding any connection. Hacker, he'll finding a player from Insane. That's going to be the initial connection. Just a knock, but not yet a finish. But Nigma Galaxy, after their initial momentum build, the team that they eliminated, they're looking forward to doing a lot of damage. But in between, we find SKYLIGHTZ, the team which got to the first position, Edge, second position, with just one match played. They were just 1 point away, get eliminated with nothing this time.
So the champions of the last one, right? I mean,
Exactly.
by champions, I mean the winners.
Chicken dinner.
So yeah, the chicken dinner. But this time, looks like they're gonna be starving for a while. They have no points as well. They're for their name, and right now, 42 players, 13 teams still. I'm still waiting to see how that zone comes into play. But on the other hand, it's gonna be Revenge and Soul Hector. Akshay and Hector trying to go head on head with the grenades. They are still waiting patiently, and that is a really important fight as well. Because look at this, Revenge, they have 3 players alive. Soul, same thing. So whoever gets the finish on this one, we'll have that lead going on further. But talking about moving on further, looks like every team, they need to make their way back in to the zone towards that shelter, because that zone has taken a drastic shift right now. It's going to be Siam taking down 2 players on the side of Entity. Oh no, just like that, Troy is the only survivor. Dark Lord and Shadow, well, it's going to be the end of them for this particular map.
I mean, fortunate for Entity that they still have a chance to get away, because look at the position that Soul is in, Revenge is in. They are getting surrounded from various different teams, so it's going to be very difficult for both Revenge as well as Soul to come out alive, standing and fighting even stronger. Because once they try to move out from this position, you see there is OG, there is EXO, there is, I'm pretty sure, another team a little bit further down south, and I'm looking forward to who that is going to be. And in the top left flank, you can see it's Insane also making their way in. So anywhere that Soul wants to make a run, they have to finish fights one after another, replenish the resources. But look at this, if even Soul comes out on top or Revenge comes out on top edge, both of them have utilized a lot of their resources. So replenishing resources in this fight, I'm pretty sure it'll be close to even null.
True. You're right about that. You know, you gotta keep it coming, right? Now you have to make sure that you're completely stacked at all times. Because I mean, you might think it's not a lot in 3rd, 4th, 5th zone, but when it comes down to the 7th or even the 6th zone sometimes, and the zone is really small and there's not a lot of corners for you to cover in, those grenades and molotovs, they're going to be coming into play. But at the same time, you need to make sure you have enough ammo. Doesn't matter what weapon it is. Even if, I mean, the DP long range, it's kind of iffy, but mid range and close range, I mean, Omega is going to have a really good time with that DP. But let's see, look at Soul. They have they're in the zone, but at the same time, they have a really good positioning. And oh no, Immortal, he sees a couple of players on the side of OR Esports. And will he take the shot? He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. But guess what? There's not a perfect opportunity. You gotta take the shot, buddy. Or else OR, they're gonna keep moving. And guess what? EXO, they jumped in with only 3 players. So, Sam, everything counts for them, right? I mean, they're already playing at a disadvantage. They gotta make sure that they deliver the best and bring out the A game right from the start.
Exactly. I mean, there is a little bit of a damage that we are seeing that they're able to deal, but not in terms a lot that they are picking up for themselves. They need to do this, as you said. They needed to pick up that fight with OR, but now letting OR moving a little bit further into the circle is going to be disastrous for them itself, because they don't have the numbers. But that's a fight for the upcoming time. But right now the fight is being initiated from a team who's right in between. It's going to be 8-bit. OR have spotted them. They did do a little bit of a damage, but look at the grenades coming in. It's raining like parade on OR, and OR unable to retaliate because I think they used their utilities a little bit further, and it was a brilliant grenade, a juicy one coming through from Juicy himself. It's not player 8, and now Aru, he is close. He can give that revive, but he needs to provide the cover as well. He's dropping in those smokes. He might look forward to the grenades as well, but look at 8-bit. They're pushing up together. They understand that this is the opportunity to capitalize. Aditya and Atanki, they are isolated in a different hill, and Aru as well as the other player 8, he has been isolated to a different hill. So it's going to be very difficult for OR to actually regroup, and this is the opportunity that 8-bit need to strike on.
Look at the zone. Well, Malta is gonna be the favorite spot right now. The entirety of that is completely in the zone. 5th zone coming into play. 20 seconds. Let's see if they can make it in time, because I think there's only 2 squads at max already in the zone. OR in a really good position here against the side of 8-bit. They're trying to take this fight. Aditya trying to land a couple of shots there. It's going to be player 8 taking out one of the players. That is Tsunami. But guess what? It's a tsunami of grenades coming in from Secret. Takes down one of the players. That is Aditya. Now, Aru takes down one more, but it's an instant trade coming in. Secret finishes off Aditya and Atanki. Now, in a 1 versus 1 against Secret, can he come out on top? It's going to be a UMP versus UMP fight here. Atanki coming out in the open. Juicy goes down. He's really low, but he's still alive. Atanki out in the open. He's gonna be landing that headshot. Beautiful shot coming in, and now Juicy. He in a 1 versus 2. Player 8 and Atanki. But I mean, I don't think Secret can be revived anymore, and he might just go down after healing himself up. He's just leading. But guess what? Juicy with the M4 lands a couple of shots, and Atanki's in a little bit of trouble there, but player 8 is still alive. So guess what? He needs to be on his guard, but oh my god. 8-bit Juicy. That was a beautiful headshot coming in from him. Eliminates the entire OR, if I'm not wrong. Yep, there you go. They're out of the server with 6 finishes. But Juicy, man, oh man, coming out strong.
Brilliant play coming in from 8-bit over there. I mean, we did talk about it, right? They have an opportunity right in front of their eyes. They need to finish it up. They do it, but have a little bit of a casualties, which is a little bit upset dealing. So I hope they kind of forget about what happened there. Look forward to the other upcoming fights. But right now, 7C, they are being eliminated from Soul's hand. Soul, it is a 3-player squad. They're still making it happen, and it's Hector. Hector did do the damage previously as well. He's still doing it. 7C, I guess there should be... Oh wait, there's nobody. 7C have been eliminated from this Erangel server at least, so we'll be meeting them in another map, in another match itself. But right as now, let's see what Soul can do. They're at the edge of the circle, they're picking up the vehicles, making their entry, but in the meantime we have a confirmation that Orangutan also have been eliminated. Insane, they are now picking up a fight with Team XSPARK, but look at the push coming in from Team Soul. Unfortunate for them, they wanted to pick up a fight with Revenge, but Revenge had the entire house under control. This is the fight that had to happen a long time back. Hector was isolated from the players of Revenge, but what happened? Hector did make a run out, and he did actually regroup with his teammates, but not for long. They met up with Revenge again, and Revenge were the ones who reigned superior with that fight.
And in the meanwhile, 8-bit's gone, and so are Soul. Well, we're down to 22 players and 8 squads. Insane player 5 trying to, what are you doing, man? I mean, grenade parade, explosion takes down 1 more. They have 3 finishes to their name, and I think 2 of them were from grenades and the explosion. Player 5 trying to go back to safety right now, using the smoke to cover his spot. He's gonna stay alive for now. He needs to heal himself back up to 4 points of health, and TX, well, Phil, as he is gonna be healing himself up at to maybe 80%, but at the same time, they gotta make sure that they're in a... Ooh.
He's
Okay,
just dropping
helping.
some resources, exactly.
Exactly, helping his teammate. But on the other side, while all of this is happening, Enigma is out of the server. And no! Again! Second finish using the explosions.
Exactly.
Man, Insane are going ham, Sam. This is beautiful to watch.
I agree with you. I mean, making use of the opportunity, isolating the players, holding teams at bay. Insane is making it happen. Right now, Insane, they understand they're at the second page of the overall standings. They want to get themselves into the first page. How soon or how easy is it going to be is the question. But right now, WALKOUTS, they're also surviving it. They were the first team to get the chicken dinner. They might be hungry for the second one, because who isn't? Once you taste the delicious chicken dinner, certain times people go for many, right? It happens even in meals that you pick up. But right now, Revenge, the hold that is coming in from them, the house that they have under control, nobody's able to snatch that house at all. But Mr. Slay, he was the dominator in the previous Erangel matchup, but let's see if he can do here. Jumping shots coming in from his end. Final boss, the last surviving player. No, there is player, but where is player? Player, does he also get knocked? But it looks like final boss gets knocked, and Mr. Spray, he's making it work. But look at the play zone coming in. He needs to patch himself up quickly. He does not have the time. The play zone was about to just wrap him and send it home, because he was the last surviving player. Oh my god, that was so close. But finally, Insane, player 5 shuts him down and sends him back home. Great try coming in from WALKOUTS.
That was fun to watch, but Hacker, well, he's having fun. He takes down one of the players there, and now we're down to 5 teams, 9 players alive. Insane. They are gonna be my favorites right now. Although Neo is not there currently, it still looks like they have a really good chance of coming out on top here with, I believe they have 9 finishes already. They're looking really good. Make that 10, because player 5 just took down 1 more on the side of NIGMA Galaxy. 8 players, 5 squads alive. That's the thing here. I mean, there's Troy, the sole survivor on the side of Entity. There's Apollo, the sole survivor on the side of NIGMA Galaxy. And I believe Insane has 4. So that's 3 squads already. So I think the last 2 squads, they have won as well. So Insane, they gotta be the favorites here. Never mind. I think yeah, Insane has 3, EXO has 2. So I mean, you still gotta admit that Insane are gonna be the favorites coming into this
Yep.
particular one at least. But at the same time, Sam, if every one of them decide to team up and take down Insane, well, then we have a really interesting matchup.
I agree with you because they have the advantage right as now. If you jump on Insane, they have the advantage. I would say you might have a chance of eliminating them, but also Insane they have the higher ground edge, so it's going to be very difficult to take them down. The only way they can be eliminated is the BGMI gods proving a disadvantage, and they've done that. Look at the circle, it's moved a little bit further away from Insane, because of which they have to pick up the downhill fights. It's not going to be Insane. Let's see what their, I would say, thoughts are, and you can see how concentrated the player is. He's just looking down and he knows the downhill fight, it's going to be very difficult, because as soon as they go in for a peak, it's their head that comes out, and if there's a connection to the head, it's going to be an easy headshot and then player being eliminated. But look at the use of utilities. A smoke gets down. He is reading this right, that there is going to be a player in the down low, but Apollo, he does not want to give away his position. But EXO fears, he was ready and he was waiting for the players from Insane. Player 5 has been knocked, but Siam trading the blow. Hacker is very close to the Tesla. Siam, he is understanding that. We are also understanding that he needs to play this together. Either revive the player, get that numbers back online, and then they may be able to do a lot. But look at Mac towards him. There are a lot of things being thrown down. Even chip damage is what he is trying to dodge right as of now. But Mac is going to be very crucial here, Edge. He needs to provide the cover fire. He needs to flank, and that's what he's doing. The player Fierce, who was knocked from EXO, he has been finished as well. And now it's all up to Hacker. But right now on the other end, Revenge player, the last surviving one, he was just creeping across the circle and finds Mac. He's going in for the finish, but will he be able to find? I think he should be. But player 5 now, after getting revived, he's coming uphill. Player, he's ready with his UMP. UMP versus UMP. Player fights is better, and right now Insane, they eliminated the last surviving player. I think that was Enigma Galaxy's Apollo, and it is going to be Insane's winner chicken dinner on Erangel.
Absolute dominant performance coming in from them. What a way to, start the, I wouldn't say the day, but start the, oh, wait. Oh, okay. A bit of a technical glitch there, I
I
believe,
think so.
but I think it's Team Insane that
Exactly.
came out on top with a really good performance. You can see the smiles on the players' face as well. They know they deserved it, right? It was just beautiful to watch, and especially the way that they were taking out the players on the side of Team XSPARK. Well, using the explosions, man, Sam, that was absolutely phenomenal to watch and interesting as well. I mean, that's something you usually don't see often. I mean, one, finish, understandable. Two, well, that's something new. And Team XSPARK, they were completely caught off guard. And yeah, insane, man. Even at the end, I mean, they did have that, the man advantage. But I still think it's not the player advantage that came out on top. The way that player 5 was moving on the map, you gotta hand it to him. Absolute brilliant performance coming in. And just like that, you can see that it's gonna be the Team Insane getting that chicken dinner now for themselves. So now we have we're done with 3 maps. 3 different winners there, right? Absolutely brilliant start to the entire tournament. And it's great to see that it's not just they're not sneaking in. Like all the 3 games, right? It's not like WALKOUTS just was hiding and not SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just trying to stay alive till the end. Or even Team Insane. All these teams, they have 10 plus finishes. And then they came out on top. That was just beautiful. That is the kind of game that I'm looking forward to. That is the kind of performance. That is what I want from this particular. I mean, all the teams, to be honest.
I agree with you. This is the kind of performance that we were looking forward to, Edge. It has kind of come into fruition. Teams are gearing up, but I'm looking forward to how we are going to be heading into the upcoming matches, Edge. It's not going to be that easy, because you can see how things are switching up. I mean, the match got so intense that you can see I'm still, right? My camera said I give up. I cannot take this. It's kind of heated up right now, so I'm trying to cool that. But Edge, I understand the match itself is getting too intense. Look at Insane. They were about to lose players. They were about to lose their ground. And again, talking about the directions that the fight could have been not actually working in their favor. Apollo was downhill. Player 5 was coming from top. So there was kind of a crunch coming for Insane's players. But they immediately went in for the revive. And that's the reason the numbers played out for them. They were able to watch 2 different angles at the same time.
But once again, I mean, you gotta hand it to the players at the side of Enigma Galaxy as well, because I believe
Yes.
Apollo was the last one surviving, right? His
Exactly.
team went out a real long time ago. I mean, every one of them were down and out, but he knew that every point counts, and he started lurking, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we've seen a lot of teams do that. We've seen CHEMIN do that. We've seen OR do that. We've seen Enigma do that sometimes as well. So that is something. I mean, everyone does, and he pulled it off beautifully. Stayed alive till the end, and I'm pretty sure he got his team an extra, let's say 5 at least. And I'm trust me, Sam. I mean, you and I both know this. All
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 5 points is a lot,
Oh
right? Moving on
yes.
further, I mean, we know teams don't qualify because of 1 point sometimes. 5 points, I think that might come back to haunt the other teams later on. But with that, let's just take a look at what just went down. Because looking at it once is just not good enough. So why don't we just take a look at it again, Sam?
Exactly. It all started when we saw again Hyderabad Hydras. Unfortunate, the initial day one that we are seeing from Hyderabad Hydras, it's actually not working out for them. They've been eliminated twice on a streak, if there is a streak at least. But this is what you were saying. Nigma Galaxy, they were holding themselves down. But unfortunate for 8-bit as well. The play was really good coming in from them, but it was OR who was in various different directions, and because of which 8-bit they also had to split in two different directions just to eliminate OR. They did eliminate OR, but they had casualties Ed. So I think the next time 8-bit want to eliminate OR, they will understand how OR will play. So they get into a different position, maybe at least inside the circle, and capitalize. But Soul, what a play it was from them. Hector, he survived the longest. He did actually have a situation where he could have fought out with Revenge a little bit early on, but he held it as long as he could. And finally, when the chance was there, when they wanted the compound, could not do a lot. But look at Insane. They did not give chance to any team. They just held themselves down to every angle. As soon as they spotted a team, this is how precise and clinical Insane were. They were just cleaning teams off one after another.
Ooh, you're right about that. I mean, you can see how it went down there, right? And at the same time, I mean, Revenge, they had good positions, but I think the execution was kind of weird. And look at this. This is what I was talking about. Insane. They got 2 to 3 or maybe even 4 finishes there with the explosions. All they were aiming for was not the players, but the vehicles. Now that is just insane coming out from Insane. Haha. But anyway, talking about the game again. Mac here, you can see he was doing. I mean, everyone on the side of Insane played really well.
Oh,
But you can also
yes.
see Player here surviving as long as he could. This final zone was absolutely beautiful to watch because everyone was trying really, really hard to come out on top. It was like sole survivors on every team, right?
Hmm.
Multiple teams. I mean, usually, what do you have? Like usual on a daily basis, you have 3 teams, let's say 4, with like 2 players surviving. Maybe one team has 4-3, and the other one's sole survivor. But here, it was 2 teams with 4 and 3. Sorry, 3 and 2, and all the other 3 teams they were having sole survivors, right? And
Yes.
even XO, they did come down to 1 player. So it was basically insane. 2 players versus 4 other players from 4 different teams. Now that is, I mean, I wanted something unique, and well, I mean, it's my first game here. So Sam, I mean, all I'm gonna say is I'm really excited to see what the other 3 games have in store for me.
Oh, get ready, Edge. I've seen the first three. You were there for the third one with me. I mean, I'm still clueless. That's the only word that I can put across. That these teams are showing us one hell of a show, a phenomenal one,
Right.
especially. And I promise our viewers this is how it's going to be the entire journey. You just need to gear up. I would suggest that all these days that we are going to be seeing the action, get snacks, breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything ready, and stay a foot in a particular position, because just like these teams keep switching up, if you miss even the slightest of the action, you I mean, a whole tidal wave would have gone and washed away multiple teams, and there would be like just 3 teams surviving, and you wouldn't even understand how it all happened. So wait and watch. There's a lot more coming in. But after Erangel, you know what it is? It's going to be Miramar, the sand, duney, out of the world map. I mean, it's basically you're out in the open. That's why I said out of the
Yeah.
world. So you're kind of open for anything. It's like right?
Got it.
Like wedding crashes are there who generally go out just for the food. It's like an
Yeah,
open
you.
invitation. You are open. You have to just accept anybody who's coming in friend as a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, you should know that. You should know about that, Lucy. But again, Miramar, once again, I want to see some sniper action. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I always say that every time the map of Miramar comes, the first things I want to see is the sniper action, and I don't mean VSS. I don't mean the auto rifles, right? I want to see some bolt action sniper rifle, the AWMs, the Kar 98. Show me some intense fights, long range. But at the same time, talking about Miramar, right? There are a lot of open spaces. And we know, Sam, there are a lot of people that like to use the M249 or the DPs, mid range. We've seen some players use M4 long range tapping, which is absolutely beautiful. But I still think the sniper, it just gives you a different satisfaction, right? And also, you need to be precise with the sniper. One headshot is all it takes. With AWM, one body shot is all it takes. So you gotta be precise. If you miss, you not only give away your position, you risk giving away your finish. So that is something these teams need to be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's just a beautiful map. There are a lot of it's an uneven map as well. So you can just hide along the ridges. You don't need to find a building. You can just hide in the sand. Sometimes that might be advantageous, but there can be someone lurking behind you, and you might
Oh
not even know
yes.
that.
Miramar is going to be proving disastrous if you don't have information, right? We keep
True.
talking about that. Erangel also, this is, I think it should be set in stone. Get information, please.
Information is
Don't
key.
just jump in. We saw, I'm going because we have not seen Miramar here, the fourth match for the day. We'll talk about Erangel, which just got finished off. Seoul, they had the information on where Revenge players were. And you saw Hector, he just made a run away from that position. Where Revenge, they kind of got bamboozled of how Hector actually made a run out and actually regrouped with his teammates. He did make that happen, but the second time when the face off was about to happen, they did not have the information of where Revenge actually moved in, and Soul went in for a slam to at least take control of the compound, and Revenge were just ready for the fight. They were waiting and hiding in the houses, and nothing could have been done from Soul. So I think these kind of opportunities is going to be coming in for a lot of teams to capitalize. A lot of teams will be facing these kind of situations which they cannot come out of. You saw Hyderabad Hydras that in the start itself, they were not ready for that. They did not want that, but it happened. They have to accept their fate. But right now, let's head over and talk about the standings itself after match 3.
Talking about the standings, well, guess what? Standing strong is gonna be Team Insane. 14 finishes, the only squad with double-digit finishes this time. 29 total points. Absolutely beautiful. Just one away, Sam, from what we usually expect. 30
Mm-hmm.
bomber. But again, that Apollo just staying alive. He just stayed alive and got his team. I think he got himself at least 8 points here, to be honest.
Yep.
Nigma Galaxy sitting on second position with 8 finishes and 20 total. Team Excel sits on third with 6 finishes, which is also really good with 16 total points. Revenge sitting on fourth with 6 finishes as well, but only 14 because of the 8 placement points that they got. Entity Gaming sitting on fifth position with 4 finishes and 10 points. Walkouts in sixth with 3 finishes and 7 points. Team Soul, well, they still need to work on their placement points because their finishes are decent, but the only one position placement point. That's not a great thing. Or well, I can say it's a great game for them in terms of finishes, but at the same time, once again, they need to work on their position placement. Team 8-bet, 4 finishes, only 1 placement point. Orangutan Gaming, 2 finishes and only 1 position placement. Team XSPARK, Enigma, 7C in 11, 12, and 13 position respectively. HYDRAS, although they were the first one to get eliminated, they're not in 16th position, Sam. They're in
Mm-hmm.
14th because SKYLIGHTZ and Rivalry, they don't have any finishes to their name.
Hyderabad Hydras, they did went out really early, but they were able to trade out the blow coming there. The push was there, but yes, as we said, it was an initial elimination, the first team, but they did pick up at least one for all the Wayne and all the, how would you put it, the damage that was being done, the chaos that was being created when Hyderabad Hydras was not ready. But yes, SKYLIGHTZ getting eliminated, being the team who got the chicken dinner on Miramar, and in the next upcoming consecutive map itself being eliminated here. This has happened numerous times. So I would say whichever team gets a chicken dinner, right, Edge, the next upcoming map, they have to play very cautiously. They have to kind of maybe even go underground and do nothing for at least 20 minutes or at least 15 minutes in terms of minimum of that particular map, so that they do not be those first teams to be eliminated without any placement or finish points. And SKYLIGHTZ, they kind of have to be okay with it. But as we were discussing, right, Edge, this team has another entire match to play, and they can still make their way on top. So that team is going to be walkouts. They had 4 points in terms of difference from CHEMIN, but right now they've gotten themselves 7. So they will be jumping to the second position, I was saying. And you can see CHEMIN, they've also been pushed out. It's going to be Revenge who have made their entry here. They'll be going to the third position. Insane. They are still going to be in the first spot for themselves with 34 points. And Insane, they wanted the chicken dinner previously itself, but now they're going to be getting it and they're going to be happy about it.
And also another thing that I always talk about, they have more finishes than the placement points,
Hmm.
which is the the sign of a great team, right? I mean, at least for me, that's what I believe in. Because having more finishes than the placement point is always good. And and also, I mean, a walkout sitting on 19-13 ratio, that's great. Revenge, yeah, as you said, they did come out on top now, third position. Well, Revenant is on fourth, they were pushed down, and so did SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Fifth position right now, CHEMIN pushed down to sixth. Team EXO, well, that last game did help them. They're now on seventh. Nigma Galaxy coming out on eighth as well. But all these teams, they need to make sure that they end the day in this top eight as well, right? I mean, now halfway through the day, their position's decent. I wouldn't say great, but they're decent. And also, it's just the semifinals. Everything that, I mean, the only thing that matters is you gotta be in the top 16, right, out of
Yep.
24, and you gotta make sure that you're consistent. Which brings me to the other point that you were talking about, Sam. I mean, I think the teams that actually win, get the chicken dinner, I think they should still show their dominance to show
Hmm.
them who the boss is, right? I mean, yeah, you can go and play really passive and try to accumulate as many points as you can, but on the contrary, I think if you just completely dominate your entire your entire game, maybe the entire day itself. Yeah, I mean, coming out tomorrow, the other teams will be looking out for you, right? And
Yep.
it's that thing in their head that happens. But we'll talk about that later because here we have the second page and blind official. Well, they were pushed down to ninth here, Sam.
There's a lot of changes here. We are seeing Blind, we are seeing Team XSPARK, we are seeing Entity Gaming, we are seeing Godlike, Global Esports, OR, Marcos, and Soul as well. So a lot of these teams have been moving up and down. Blind do have 20 points. Their start of the match was completely brilliant for them, but after that, we have not seen them doing a lot. XSPARK, I would say they're trying, but somewhere down the line, they're getting caught in dips. They were using a couple of the smokes to make it work, but you know, right? It's going to be a tough fight. Every team wants to give their best because they know it's just going to be 4 days that they have to battle it out. 16 maps in total. Every team will have a chance to play, and in these 16 maps, they have to stay in the top 16. How ironic is it? But it is also going to be one hell of a show that in the 16 matches, you have to stay in the top 16. Entity with 17 points for themselves. Godlike with the 16. Global Esports with 10 points. OR with 10 for themselves. Marcos and Soul as well clashing in at 9. But here is where you need to pay attention to the placement as well as finishes. You can see only, I would say, the first two teams, Blind as well as Xparks, they have placement point for themselves. Every other team, they have majority chunk of finishes. Marcos, they also have placement, but every other team, as I said, they are looking really good in terms of aggression edge. This is where we have to kind always say, right, meet hand in hand. You have to come to a sweet spot at the middle where you can balance your finishes and placement points. If you don't, you will eventually be pushed off to the third of the overall standings, and you do not want to be in the third page.
You do not, and that's what Team 8-bit is trying to do. Because now, if you look at it, their positions, I mean, I wouldn't say increased greatly, but it's still a better improvement coming in, right? They're now in 19th position. Team Forever, well, they're pushed down to 17th and 7C, pushed down to 18th position. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to be coming out strong, coming back stronger. But yeah, five placement for Team Forever. 7C only have two placement points with four finishes. That's beautiful. Orangutan sitting on 20th position. They're holding uh, that's not a place I would want them to hold, but they're still stable. So that's
Mhm.
not a great thing, but that's not a bad thing either at this point. Rivalry Esports sitting on 21, pushed down once again. Enigma sitting on 22nd. Not what I expected coming out from them. Um, but then TSM again. I mean, we know how dominant, the kind of potential that this team has. This is not what I want. And as you said, the double outs movement for me, the Hyderabad Hydras sitting there in 24th position. Well, we're done with three matches for the day, Sam. Our first match, Erangel, went in the favor of Walkouts coming out on top. Miramar, Well, SKYLIGHTZ had a beautiful performance on that one. And then the second Erangel of the day, Team Insane went absolutely insane. And now, Miramar. Is it going to be any of these three teams, or is it going to be another new one that, makes their mark here on day number one?
As you have questions, I'm going to have the same questions in my mind, Edge. It's not going to be easy of which team makes their mark in the upcoming matches, because day one, it's going to be a lot of question marks. As we initially even discussed when Darshita was on the desk, you will not have an idea about what will happen, what will not happen, which team will win, which team will lose, how are they going to be playing it out, what can they do better. There's going to be so many questions that can be rallied in between us. We can discuss about it, we can throw it down to the teams, we can ask our viewers as well, but none of them will work that easily, right? It's going to be very difficult, Edge, that these teams make it work, and I'm going to see how are they going to be able to pull it off. As you said, the last three matches, not for all team, last two matches for some of these teams is what we are going to be seeing here now, and a couple of the teams will after this eventually see only last one match when we head over to Miramar again. But now, ah, Miramar coming through, Edge, as we said, right? Here is where things can again take a huge switch up. Insane might have gotten their chicken dinner, but just like SKYLIGHTZ, Insane can be eliminated being the first team. But we know Insane as a team who loves to play Miramar. It enables them to be very aggressive. They can just keep finding players out in the open. But again, other teams, they're not going to let them flourish or fly away so easily with finishes. They will be trying to take them one after another, and that's what I'm looking forward to, Edge. Is that situation be going to be recreated, or is it going to be a double chicken dinner coming for any of the teams? The possibility is there. I'm still holding my card that there is going to be another team who's going to be picking up the chicken dinner, but who is it going to be? I don't know, Edge, but what do you think?
I mean, if it's gonna be anyone at this point, I think it's gotta be Team Insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, their performance in the last three matches. I mean, actually exclude the last one. The first two matches were not great, but they were not very bad either, right? I mean,
Yes.
walkouts in the last one, they didn't perform really well. SKYLIGHTZ in the last one as well went out really early. So Insane was the only one that was kind of trying to be consistent. So I would say they have, maybe a better chance when compared to the other two teams. But at the same time, you never really know. I mean, SKYLIGHTZ can come out on top because they did come out on top on the map of Miramar last time, and with that, we have the beautiful player cams of the player there, and you can see Team Walkouts. They are looking, ready with their setups, and Orangutan as well. Once again, two players on the cam, but I mean, we know it's a four-man team, and everyone they just want to make sure that they are completely in the game, because every point, once again, I cannot stress on this enough. Every point, every game, every finish, doesn't matter if it's semifinal day number 1 or day number 4 or the final game, everything counts there, Sam. And look at the flight path there. Well, pretty decent, I would say.
Yeah, flight path favoring the northern regions and edges. So as you said, it's decent because generally teams get mid to Los Leones, further down southern areas, very fewer times that we see, and generally, even if they go, it's going to be based on rotations. Let's see if we are going to be having a situation like that, but just like we saw initial drop clashes on Miramar, I'm hoping for that happening here. But Hyderabad Hydras, they're not going to be, I guess, playing here, because of which we will be eliminating the situation of them being eliminated on a streak, going down on a hat
Oh
trick.
no.
I hope in the next upcoming map at least they survive. It's just the beginning, Ed. So a lot of these teams are going to be having, if not Hyderabad Hydras, I'm pretty sure there's going to be another team who's going to be one of those first teams being eliminated here. You can already see a cluster here that's close to 8-bit. I think it is going to be Marcos as well, close to them. Insane also have the advantage of it, but look at the circle. I guess we are going to be seeing a San Martin favored end zone that teams have to fight out with. But OG, along with them, close to them, I think it's OR as well. They are playing kind of in weird situations. You can see OG 3-1 split going for them. CHEMIN also 3-1 split going on for them. EXO, I hope they have all their players surviving. Rivalry, they are up close to a team, and this is what I said. It is going to be 8-bit that they're close to. That's what I was unable to initially see. And alongside them, there's another team which can actually pick up those finishes for themselves. But Rivalry, They don't have anything. They've just got the guns which were lying in the ground, and as we initially see, 25, 30, 40 bullets depending on which gun you pick up is all you get. You need to make a run for the building that you want, and Rivalry, I think they do not want to take those free finishes that is right in front of them, because they know there might be a situation where they might lose those players. But right now, let's head over to a different direction where Revenant and Marcos, they're about to meet each other.
Is that gonna be the first fight? Is it gonna be a drop clash coming in? That's what I'm waiting for. I wanna see a fight happen right from the get go here. But I think they're gonna respect each other and give enough space for the other team work with. But Paukilo, well, yeah, he has already taken a bit of damage. I'm not really sure how exactly. I missed it. My bad. But yeah, Revenant, Paradox is ready. There you go. It's gonna be the first fight here, and I can see a couple of shots being fired, and 10 core takes down one of the players with the UMP up close. Paradox will finish him off. Dionysus, he is gone, and that's gonna be the first player going out of Miramar here. Map number 4, Sam, and that's not a great start for the side of Marcos.
Exactly, you do not have to lose players. Marcos, they're not in a great position. Right, as of now, they need to do a lot in terms of the heavy lifting. But every time we see Marcos, they go in for kind of a blind rush or a blind push, whatever you want to call it, without information. And they just lose a player. And after that, they want to just get back. And that's what is happening here. You can see on the screens as well, the first pick coming through from Revenant and Core. And right now, Revenant feeling really, really good. Again, talking about Revenant, they have been looking good. The fights kind of seem going their way, but the entire map, the control of it, being the victors of that particular map, that has still not happened. Same goes for Rivalry. We see their names popping up initially in terms of them taking the finishes, but after that they completely get wiped out, eliminated in a jiffy. So I think Rivalry need to pay attention to that, and it looks like if they head in the same direction, they might meet Walkouts, and Walkouts, they have aggression edge. If you remember, they were not ready to be wiped out on Erangel. They were not happy about it, and Rivalry, I think they got kind of a little bit of a clue that there might be another team. Oh wait, it's not a clue, it's kind of a warning bell that couple of shots were being fired, and that's why the vehicle takes a turn.
It's like it's our territory, guys.
Exactly.
Don't you dare come in, because we will not let you enter. And that's what the other side was. And I mean, once again, a lot of people are waiting for this. We are waiting for GODL to pop off, right? Gotta admit, man. I mean, one of the best, teamwork. I would say a lot of coordination comes in from them. I still haven't seen it yet. I mean, it's still day one. I know. Guys, calm down. But I still want to see them, have one of those beautiful games there. Still really early to call anything, I would say, Sam.
You're saying it's day one. I'm saying it's still semi-finals. So wait, there's grand finals.
True.
That's all I'm going to put out.
True. You're right about that. I mean, we have to once again. We were talking about the prizes, right? One that I am always interested about, the MVP.
Yes.
And a lot of contenders for that. So as you said, maybe the contenders are not going to be popping off in semifinals. Maybe the grand final. So it's a long way there, a long way ahead, but it's still day number 1. 3 more days to go for the semifinals. We'll talk about that later on, because right now it's a bit silent, Sam. It's a bit quiet. Not only in the game, but even in the boot camp, you can see Team Walkouts. They're so silent, and I don't see a lot of comms happening there. I know we can't hear them, but their mouths moving if they talk, right? So I'm just kind of predicting, and they're playing it really safe, which is a great thing, right? It's the third game. It's the 4th game of the day. You got to make sure you get as many points as you can. Got to make sure you get as many finishes as you can. Once again, the key factor, guys, it's just for everyone out there. It doesn't matter if you play professionally or not. Everyone, consistency is the key. You got to make sure you're consistent. It's okay if you're consistently bad. You can improve, right? But if you have games, I gotta be honest. If you have games that you go really good one and then have a bad one, that's not good. But if you're consistently bad, you know where you're going wrong, because you'll be making that consistent mistake. And I know I'm using the consistent word a lot, But the thing is, that's the key to win any game and any tournament. Trust me on that.
Exactly. I mean, how it lies right in the words, in the sentences, in the discussions what we do, it is very subtle, but in the same time that's where everything goes, right? Everything matters. If you're able to do it consistent, you will be able to kind of pull off something brilliant. I mean, just imagine, right? You just said somebody plays very bad consistently, then eventually they understand that this is where as you said, going wrong, and hopefully that the teams wonder the next time he'll make the same mistake, but he's improved, and they fall into a trap and they just capitalize and get the chicken dinner. So hopefully that happens. But as you said, yes, I'm going to be missing a little bit of the action coming in from Insane after the chicken dinner. Look at them playing passive. This is what I said. How SKYLIGHTZ wanted to play on Erangel is not the fashion that Insane wants to play, and not even that they're looking forward to picking up fights. What they're doing is just going around the compounds where there is no other team contesting, and they'll be more than happy about it. Look at them. They're cracking jokes over their heads, and this is how we want the kind of environment being created within your team, because you know how intense it gets. Certain times, even though he's your teammate, he might be one of your closest friends, but at the heat of the moment, you start completely going all screamy, right, on your comms. It kind of upsets your teammate, and that's where this is very crucial, that you build a synergy, that they understand that okay, he's our teammate. He certain times gets a little bit overpowered with the actions happening in front of his screen, which he cannot control, and he might just go bonkers over there, and certain times even might relay that in our comms. But after that, we all know that he's a brilliant player, and this kind of situations kind of build in your mindset. So let's hope these mindsets are okay. But right now, rivalry, as you said, the initial few circles, we see them popping off. They get a couple of knocks and finishes. I hope they do a lot more this time. But picking up a fight right now with a 4x and a mini in such a long fight, I don't think you have any chance of capitalizing on top of it. So rivalry, look forward to going a little bit up close, and also look forward to getting out of the play zone first.
I mean, at that range, I think Mini 14 is not the best weapon, but yeah,
It'll
I
do
mean,
the
you can
damage,
still do
that's all.
yeah, it'll do the damage, but I think maybe 1-2 shots at max. You have to be really precise. Once again, I mean, mid-range sniper, you can be a little iffy. Long-range sniping, Sam, it requires a steady hand.
Oh yes.
You need to be on point with the aim, and also have a really steady hand, because I don't have a steady hand. My hands keep shaking. My mom thinks I have some, I don't know, some nervous system issue. but but yeah, let's not get personal here. But
Nobody is. It's you're taking it there. But okay,
I'm just blaming myself here.
I'll give
unfortunately.
your mom a call. I'll tell her he just wants to be a professional gamer, and that's the reason that's happening. Nothing to worry about. But yeah, let's also talk about the professional players itself playing this out. I mean, they're going to be pinpoint precise right as of now, especially if they know what they have to follow. Look at that, Mr. Sprays. His spray is pinpoint precise, but as well as the dodge coming in from blind. You saw the damage was done, but immediately he started moving in a wavy direction, and you know, when it's a wave coming through, you tend to jump rather than trying to connect with it, right?
True. And also he knows the spray pattern. I mean, every weapon has its own spray pattern, and you can see that with the M4, he kind of knew how to move with it, right? You can see him doing those minor adjustments there, not a lot. So that is how that is how good he is at the game, right? The mechanical skill is something that it's not easy to, acquire. But once you do, it's gonna be a really good time for you in the with the sprays at least. In walkouts, well, Mr. Spray, it's in his name there. On the other side, Insane taking a fight against Global Esports. Forget about that, because it's walkout. Yeah, Spray is out in the open, rivalry. Are they gonna use this moment? Are they gonna use this, position that they have right now to their advantage? Because I think walkouts are in a great one. They're out in the open, split up as well. Rivalry on the other side, though. Taking a bit of damage, will be healing up, but I think they're moving back to safety. Tryout goes down to Abrar. There you go, they're capitalizing on this walkouts with the cars there. You can see fast and furious happening here, but how fast and how furious can there be? I think there you go once again. This is what I love about these teams. They respect each other. They could have just gone towards where Rivalry were, right? But they know Rivalry is not an easy team to, face off against. That's why they're like, we'll respect you, we'll give you the space to work with, but at the same time, we are not backing off. We are taking the fight, but from a different angle.
They want more information, Edge. That's basically the plan here for walkouts.
True.
They understand where rivalry is, but where are all the players? They spotted one, they spotted two. That's not enough in terms of picking and converting the entire team. But right now, the circle will also switch up. So, walkouts or rivalry, one of these two teams, they need to finish this fight out, because the next circle it's going to be even more disastrous and even dangerous. Or maybe, what if the BGMI gods decide, they say, like, we're going to be taking a southern shift. It did take a southern shift, but not in their favor. It's going to be taking a southern eastern shift, so they have to finish this fight as soon as possible. Looks like walkout, they're up close to the circle. They're immediately getting inside the vehicle and they're making their way into the edges, and they'll be looking forward to gatekeeping other players. And right now, Revenant looks like they want to pick up a fight. They did take down a player from 8-bit, and that's going to be juicy, down and finished.
Right, and also we were talking about the walkouts and trying to make their way back in, right? I mean, they need to make their way back at the same time, because at the same time as the rivalry, because they need to stay on top. They're in second position right now in the overall. While there's a fight happening, 8-bit's taking a lot of pressure there coming in from Revenant. Robin takes down Atanki, and Shadow, well, knocks out one of the players inside of walkouts. They're being third-parted here. Blind in deep trouble, while Justin takes on Atanki. Justin gets another one. They're being third-parted as well. OR, not a great thing here, but Revenant Encore, he's having a good time right now.
Exactly.
Can he, revive his team and go back to safety is a question. 8-bit, well, I said that they were having a better time in that last game. Well, they're going to be the first one to get eliminated this time. Well, Sam, as you said, no Hyderabad HYDRAS, so it's going to be 8-bit in 16th position.
Somebody has to go out, but Revenant, as we said, they are looking angry. They understand they've done a lot in the previous matches. They want that to continue here. Right now, Blind, they did disengage from the fights that we saw early on, and right now they spotted out walkouts. Unfortunate for them, walkouts thought that they can get inside the circle and then be worry-free, but right now, Blind is not even giving them the opportunity. Spy might be knocked, but look at the play that Blind is doing. Deadpool, I think he's one of the last few surviving players, but Beard Baba, he's acting very fast, very quick, on top of his heels. He's going in for a revive, and that's what the same thing is being done from Deadpool, but the grenade, it's being cooked. While the other player is patching himself up, he'll be heading towards Abrar. There's going to be a grenade flying out, does the damage, and now Beard Baba is pushing in. The damage has been done. Right now, if he finds the connection, this is more than enough to finish off the players from Blind, and Deadpool falls, and that's going to be the end. Blind, a great try, great retaliation coming in, but Walkout surviving and saving themselves as always. They play so brilliant, Edge. Look at the timing and the push. They distracted Blind from two different directions and made it work. But right now, OG, they're getting kind of cornered from two different teams. I think it's only one player actually. It's Ash, who's getting surrounded from players from Global Esports. If he tries to run away from here, CHEMIN is on the other side of the card, so it's going to be very difficult for Ash. And now a grenade comes from Manya. That's the end for Ash.
That's gotta be the end. Global Esports. Oh, wait a second! CHEMIN stole!
What?
CHEMIN stole the finish. That is just kind of sad for Global, but that is a brilliant move. Brilliant positioning coming in from them. Stealing a point from basically the hands of Global Esports. That was their knock. And oh, wait a second. Did the circle move again? Oh, no, never mind. It is towards that San Martin. Oh, wait.
No,
oh, yeah,
it's the
it did
fifth
move.
circle.
It moved a little southern now. A little down. So that's what I was like. Wait, maybe I'm looking at the map wrong. But then the timer, I did, bat an eye on that. Thank you on that, Sam. But once again, EXO are the only ones inside as of now. Soul is making their way back in, and so are Rivalry. But where are the fights that they were taking? I mean, Rivalry took multiple fights. Couldn't just finish off any of those, Sam.
Right now, as you said, Rivalry picking up so many fights and could not do anything. That's what they do. I mean, certain times they get the finishes, but right now, Global, unfortunate. This is why we say pay respect to the play zone. They don't, and right now, two players get knocked, and it's going to be very difficult to revive them, and Global will be surviving with two more players. There was another team also who lost a player to the play zone.
Revenant.
Revenant there. And again, you see, so many teams that Miramar proves... and provides casualties to, there's nothing that can be done. And again, look at this new player in Manya taking the risk of pushing through the play zone, making use of the damage and trying to still make their way out. can help them, but there are no compounds edge. They're running out in the open, so it's going to be very difficult for them. And trailing right at the edges of the play zone, anytime a single bullet comes your way, it can find a knock. But right now, you are OP. Unfortunate for Walkouts again. They did disengage from one thing, but they get caught out for another fight. And this time, it's going to be Godlike. And Godlike, they're not going to be giving this away easily. They did find one, but fortunately for Walkouts, they did not give away the position of the entire team. So Godlike were only able to grab one finish for themselves.
Well, that's the first time I've seen GODLIKE there on the kill feed. And what a way to start things off is the IGL coming out as well, leading the team. Now, that is what I would like to watch. And there you go. Just like that, they start things off. Neo from the side of GODLIKE gets another finish. So that's 2, I believe. Oh, wait, he didn't finish it? Oh, that's just a knock. Should be getting that. It's Clutch Guard once again, stealing the finish from his teammate, but still for his team. Gets himself a third as well. Insane in deep trouble there. Now, that grenade coming in from Mag though takes down one of the players on the road. Viscard, I believe, he's out in the open. He's coming out. Taking down multiple players there. Viscard goes down to Mag's grenade. Believe takes down RD with the M249. Takes down Mag as well. The only player surviving is Believe, and he's doing everything. The Rambo out in the open. Saib goes down as well. Believe in him, because he just took down a lot of players there, but I think he is going to go down nevertheless. Jonathan will be the one taking it down, but guess what? That was just beautiful, and Clutch Guard still going in strong team forever in deep trouble right now. It's going to be Max taking out one of the players on the side of GODL. Daljit goes down, and Neo trying to revive his teammate Z-God there. But man, oh no! On the kill feed, Ninja Shot. He just knocked himself out with the grenade.
I don't know what's happening. I did see it was CHEMIN actually pushing really aggressively over there. And TSM players, they were, yes, falling. I think it was a grenade being cooked, but it did not send it out at the right time. But right now, look at that. Neo is finding a lot more walkouts. Another player falls. I think it's one more player surviving for walkouts. So they should be good. But Beard Baba, that's going to be a confirmation as well. Soul also loses Goblin. And it's going to be overacting. And Abrar, he is still surviving. He knows it's going to be a very difficult task to traverse. But now GODLIKE, they've also put themselves in a difficult spot. They have to get inside the circle. But before that, Marcos have spotted them. And Marcos are making the life difficult for GODLIKE to move. And Marcos, they're holding them down, pinning them down. But right now, they are looking forward to getting themselves inside the circle, because they know this is the 5th circle. The 6th one is already formed. And this is going to be even more deadly, because the amount of damage coming onto you is going to be cascading, and you will not be able to patch yourself that fast. And if you even miss the slightest of the timing, you're out. You will be knocked, and there is no way of reviving. And that's why Marcos, they are trying to play a little bit sneaky, but because they don't have any hard covers, they have to rely on the edges of the play zone. But right now, OG, they're still surviving. Oh no, wait, my bad, I forgot it was a replay. We did see them getting eliminated. Believe, what a way to clutch it for him. And look at him, he is through the smoke, just praying down, making sure his team survives. But he knew, I mean, that was a situation that he either had to go out to find a position, or either give away his life to the play zone itself, because both of them were doing the damage.
I mean, he knew he was gonna go down, so it was like, you know what? I'm gonna go down. Might as well take down as many as I can right now. EXO Sensei trying to take down the. Do you call that? Again, you call it the Dodo truck, is it?
Tum Tum car.
Tum Tum car. Okay, my bad. I just gave it a weird name. But anyway, GODL, man, 9 finishes to their name, and still have 4 players surviving. We are down to 26 players and 10 teams right now. 5th zone coming into play, and here we have 10 squads in that small zone on the map of Miramar. It's gonna get chaotic any second now. Those grenades, those molotovs, they're gonna come into play, and the smoke grenades, if you don't have them, well, you're out of luck, buddy, because you need those covers. And so, well, they have a shack to work with, but guess what? That can be penetrated. That's penetrable. And if you have weapons like AK, or even, I mean, if you have an M249, it's great. But if there's a sniper rifle, that can be penetrated pretty easily. On the other hand, it's going to be Destro taking down one of the players on the side of TSM, down to 9 squads now. TSM, 1 finish. Once again, a disappointing performance coming from them.
Unfortunate for them, but I'm pretty sure all our viewers, they'll not be disappointed with the performance that Godlike are putting up. Godlike love Miramar. We were talking about it. We were talking about Insane as well. They love Miramar, but right now Godlike shining brighter than any other team. They have 9 finishes going on for them, and they're not looking forward to stop at all. But look at the circle. Immediately it switches up, and again favoring. It is going to be Godlike, but in front of Godlike, the stepping stones is going to be Revenant. If they eliminate Revenant, Godlike will have a control of a compound, and whenever Godlike get a compound control on Miramar, they prove disastrous for their opponents, and that's what Neo is trying to make. He knows there's going to be a team, that's why he's raining down those grenades. Let's hope they find a connection, but the connection is coming in from Immortal on Akshat, and it's going to be a connection and a finish.
Finish coming into play now. 24 players still alive. EXO have 4. Well, they don't have a lot of finishers. On the other side, it's gonna be Global Mania taking on the players inside of Rivalry. Well, Immortal takes a hit. Takes a hit to the face coming out from Jonathan. Is it? I think that was Jonathan with a long range M4 there. Not sure, but yeah. Mania finishes things off with Rivalry's Nickel there. But EXO with his reply there takes on the players on the side of Global. EXO Hacker, well, he's having a good day right now. 4 players still alive and kicking on the side of EXO. We're down to 22 players. That 23-minute mark is just about to hit. And I think by the time we hit 25, 26, Sam, I think we're going to be done, because look at that zone. It's really small. And so are the chances for the side of CHEMIN, because they're getting eliminated by the side of Team EXO. Oh my god, that's really unfortunate. They're down to 2 players. From 4 to 2 in 2 seconds.
That's how Miramar is. You think that the play is coming in your favor, but something else happens within the blink of an eye, and that's how quick things can go out of your hands. But let's see right now, Abrar is still beating, Abrar is still surviving, he's making it work. He did get, I guess, 1 finish. Justin is also one of those last few players who's looking forward to making it work, but there are grenades coming his way. He has given up his position, and that's the reason the push is coming. But look at Godlike, they have all the 4 players surviving, 10 finishes for them, and this is what I said, all they're looking forward to is going to be pushing back Revenant, but they have to do it a little bit quicker, because there's another team right at the flank, but it's a sole survivor. So for at least quite some time they can be worry free about it. The sole survivor, he's not going to be jumping up and picking up the fight, he's going to be waiting it out. But Clutch God, he's not waiting. He says Revenant are not giving away their position, let's find other team, and they find EXO. Immortal is down, not a finish, but right now they find the position of Clutch God as well. The spray does come through. Clutch God, he's the IGL, for God. He's not going to be giving away his life, his position so easily. But Marcos, they're also making this work. They find the last surviving player from Global Esports, and that's Mania going out and also letting Team Global Esports be eliminated at the 8th position.
7 squads, 15 players. The sole survivor on the South Soul is Omega. Marcos have a sole survivor. That's Ghosty. Now, once again, I mean, you can see the disappointment coming in from one of the players on the side of Marcos. You can see on the face cam, right? He was like face palming himself. And guess what? Players not respecting play zone yet again. CHEMIN Esports, they lose a player, while WALKOUTS, they lose the entire team. 6th position for them. And Marcos goes to domination? The sole survivor? That's beautiful. And Clutch God. Clutch plays from him. Takes down one of the players there with the help of a grenade. I think Soul's down and out. And so are CHEMIN. Now, GODL, what were you saying, Sam? You were saying something about it being semifinals, but I think GODLIKE, they have some other plans today. They want to show their domination. Well, you can see Jonathan's having a really good day, and so is Clutch God. The way that he's playing, well, I gotta admit, this is absolutely beautiful to watch.
I agree with you. This is a brilliant performance coming through. They're not at all letting any team even have the slightest clue. The way Godlike is playing is, whenever they give away the position, they immediately knock. But right now, yes, Jonathan is knocked. Does not matter. They still have players going. And look at that. Clutch God has 3. Neo has 4 finishes for himself. And Neo is pushing up. He is very close. And right now, once Jonathan is down, they're looking forward to making sure that Neo, he is going aggress. And also making sure that he has the clue of where the other players are. And now Neo holding players at bay, making sure that nobody aggresses to their edge, because Godlike, they're playing at the very brink of the circle. It's not easy for them to capitalize, but EXO, they're looking forward to capitalize. They've capitalized on Revenant. They have the control, and look at how EXO are playing. The positions that they have, the entire control of the compound. Now it's going to be very difficult for Godlike, because the compounds are under control, and there is like watchtowers, if I want to say, I'm saying watchtowers in terms of the players. Look at Sensei and another player that's going to be fierce. They are in the top at the hill, and those two positions are going to be very difficult to counter because they will be relaying information. If not, they get eliminated or knocked. They'll be relaying a lot of information. And Godlike right now, the play zone is pushing them edge. It's going to be very difficult. If they push up as a barricade and there's a brute force their way in, they might be able to find an opening. But Z-God, he falls down. Unfortunate. And right now, the openings that they can make happen, they're kind of destroying it. Now Clutch God, he is isolated edge. It's going to be very difficult for Clutch God to make his way through. But look at EXO, they're making sure Godlike do not even have a chance to push up together. They're making sure they make players fall one after another. Z-God falls again. Clutch God, he's unable to do anything to help his teammates. The circle playing the MVP card right now, and EXO making brilliant use of it.
And I mean, I wanted to say that maybe Clutch God position is great right now. It's going to be Jonathan coming out on top, taking down Sensei there. Jonathan falls down. Clutch God is down as well. GODL, the sole survivor, is Leo. Can he do anything? He takes out one. Can he pull off a 1v3? Guess what? Z-God's back on his feet as well. He wants to go down.
Wait.
2 versus 2 situation here with 2 players alive on the side of it. So it's good. Leo goes down. All down to 1 player. That's Z-God. But guess what? He goes down and EXO comes out on top. Godlike, after all that domination throughout the entirety of the match, well, they fall down to EXO. That is absolutely brilliant. Final fight, I would say. Absolutely insane. And the way that they were playing throughout Godlike, I did not see this one coming. EXO, they pulled off a really, really good one here at the end. I mean, how many times do you get to see a 4 versus 4 at the end, right? I mean, when was the last time? When was the last time you saw a 4 versus 4 in the final zone? The last two teams surviving, and one of them being Godlike and the other one EXO. Man, I actually thought GODL is gonna be pulling it off, but it's EXO. EXO. Oh boy, that tic-tac-toe game. You know that Sam, that EXO. Well,
Yeah.
That's just running in my head right now.
I mean,
For some reason.
there was an instance edge. If you saw, Godlike and EXO, Neo and Z-God pushed up, and other players of EXO, Fierce and Sensei, they pushed around. And the place where Godlike were caught off, the same position were the players of EXO, and I thought the cards can actually turn, but they held on Z-God and Neo. They were being dished with a lot in terms of damage. There was no way that they could easily retaliate over there. And I think that's one of the reasons that we see Godlike not getting the chicken dinner. But what a show that Godlike put edge. Like, I mean, I'm unable to kind of sum it up because they I guess got close to 12 finishes or something. And what a brilliant game it was. They were destroying everybody. 14 finishes. Thank you for the slight hint. I mean, if it's wrong, I'm gonna be putting it on you, Edge.
I mean, you're the one that called it. But where was I mean, I have one question. Where were the grenades coming in from GODL? Like, there were no grenades. I didn't see any grenades coming in at the end. Did they use all of them in the previous? Because previously, I mean, we saw Clutch God getting a few finishes with it. We saw Jonathan getting a couple of knocks and finishes with the grenades. But that final fight between them and EXO, you could see EXO throwing everything they had, right? Everything they had at the side of Godlike. But I mean, I still think Clutch God, that was a brilliant move. I think EXO read it, right? Because EXO also were playing 2-1-1. They had 2 in the shack, 1 in the one somewhere behind the shack, 1 out in the open. Well, Godlike, they were Clutch God. I mean, Clutch God was out in the open. Everyone else were in that shack. 1 grenade is all it took to, deal a lot of damage. And also knocking down Z-God multiple times.
Oh, yes.
So where were the grenades? Were they all, completely thrown away? Is the question I have first thing, because I don't know what's happening. But, all these things, we'll talk about that. Let's see what happened. What went down once again here on the map of Miramar. Because it started off with, Celsius coming out on top against the side of OR Esports.
Oh yes, CHEMIN, man, oh man, the play they made it is going to be brilliant but insane. Unfortunate for them as the fight between them and OG struck, and also it was Godlike making sure they pushed down both these teams. Insane were caught out in kind of a iffy spot. They were not ready for it, and believe he acted upon it brilliantly. Even though he was the last surviving player, he acted like he had all the forces joining him and making it work. But fortunately, Godlike wiped him and sent him back home. But a brilliant fight we did see. But then look at this Team Forever. They found an opening to fight it out with Godlike, but they're not going to be making that easy. And Neo comes in. He saves his team. A brilliant play coming in from Neo makes his team survive. And after that, Godlike, they got a new life and they started picking players one after the other out of the board. They found a player from walkouts. They did find another player as well later down the line, but before that, they spotted the team Soul and they started eliminating them as well. But I want to say this, Edge. Soul, I would say team Godlike, they fought with at least 6, 7
Yeah,
teams
sure, for sure.
separately.
For sure. They took so many fights, and it wasn't like them just taking fights and ignoring them. They
Mm-hmm.
made sure that they took down every single one of them.
Exactly.
But here, look at it, look at it. I don't see any grenades coming in. What happened? Was it just the timing? It can be the timing, but I don't think they were having any grenades whatsoever. And the way that GODL played, I still think they might be coming out on top here in the match wise, map wise scorecard.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, well, we still need to wait for that because EXOs are having a good day as well. Godlike, well, this is the first time that they have it. There you go. Never mind. 1 point
One.
difference. And actually, you were right, Sam. They had 12 finishes.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean, it's. I mean, it was so close, Edge. We kind of in the last
true.
moment we did not see who fell, who were gaining those points. But nonetheless, I would say EXO, who were kind of trying their best in terms of placement points, when they found the opportunity, when they got a chance to strike, they went all guns in. They started eliminating players one after another and held their forces strong. And this is why I said the positioning that EXO had compared to Godlike was way better. There was no way they could have retaliated. And yes, there was your question where you said, where was those resources? We'll touch upon it a little more after this standing discussion. Third position for Marcos with 13 and touching that 13 mark for Revenant as well, but it's going to be better in terms of finishes for Revenant. CHEMIN on the other end, 6 finishes, 4 placement points, 10 is going to be the position they'll be in. But Soul, there was the last surviving player who held his ground for a little bit further down the line, because of which he got 6 placement points in total, 7. Walkouts also matching up with 7 points, but with 5 of their own finishes, 4 more than Soul. Orangutan only getting their finishes on board, that's going to be 5. Global Esports being eliminated with 4 points in total. Insane with just 3. Rivalry with 2. TSM again just having 2 numbers, 2 finishes. I would say 2 points, my bad, not 2 finishes. But what I'm trying to say is just having single digits, nothing in terms of double till now coming in from TSM is surprising. Same goes for OR. We know how crazy this team of OR is. If they get a chance, they just start wiping teams off the board. But Team Forever, this is a team that we have to wait and watch. This team kind of starts blooming as we progress the number of days, not in every
True.
match. So they are going to be a team to watch out for. Blind as well, they started off with a banger, but right now they're getting kicked down. I hope they're able to jump back immediately. But Team 8-bit, I'm very surprised of what is happening. This team is a team which we generally see in tournaments who don't have any chicken dinners but stay on the top.
I mean, 8-bit is indeed that kind of a team. But I mean, all I'm gonna say is the teams at the bottom right now, they're like wine. The longer you wait, the better it gets. I mean, Team Forever, we know with time they get better. And Team 8-bit, well, I'm guessing the same is gonna be the case with them as well. And Blind as well. They take a bit of, they take their sweet time, but when they start popping off, they absolutely pop off. So I mean, I have my fingers crossed. I'm still waiting. And also another one that I'm really, really looking forward to, the side of TSM. We know how dominant they are, right?
Hmm.
They get, they are the kind of team that can get 15 to 17, even 20 finishes, if you ask me. I
Yes.
think that is I think that they're the only team with that capability. I'm not gonna be talking anymore about them. I don't want any hate coming out from the fans from any other team, but I'm just saying because we know the potential, right?
Yep.
So, but at the end of the day, it's godlike that started off really strong here. 12
Hmm.
finishes. Well, I'm really looking forward to see if they can carry on the same momentum. But guess what? Team EXO with that performance come out on top, push down every team that was there.
But
First position, 3 matches, but yeah, they did play three.
hmm
31 placement points, 16 total finishes, 47, 5 point lead there against the Revenant Esports, sitting on second position with 42. And then Godlike, well, they have, you know, started to bring out their, presence in the server right now, in the entire tournament as well, because 17
yep.
placement point. but 23 finishes, Sam. Now, once again, any team that has more finishes than placement points is an insane team, if you ask me.
Exactly. It's a good thing that you dropped it on Insane, is because Insane also have 22 finishes for themselves. Just one shot, and they're catching up with Godlike. Very soon we are going to be seeing that. But here's what: Godlike have made a jump from the second page due to their performance. They were in the second page, somewhere in, I guess, the 11th or 10th spot, and right now with just one map. And this is why we say just one map is enough in terms of a good performance, irrespective whether it's a chicken dinner or not. It can still boost yourself into the top 16, even in the top 5 right now. Any position in this top 8 is a very safe spot, especially on day 1. It's going to be a huge safe spot, because if you're able to grab points on day 1, at least day 2, kind of, you can be lenient trying to grab placement points here and there, a couple of finishes here and there, and you will still be in the top 8. But when you go into day 3 and day 4, you have to make sure you put up a consistent performance. But right now, after that walkouts, it's going to be a little bit of a tough thing for them. They have only one last match to play. They were looking good here. They did take up a couple of finishes for themselves, but the rotations is where they were getting caught out. So I think walkouts, they need to pay attention to their rotation. CHEMIN coming in at the sixth position with 37 points, clashing with Team Insane. Revenge with 29 of their own, and one shot is going to be SKYLIGHTZ with 28 points. Right now, these 1 point differences is not going to be mattering a lot. But Edge, this is where the first page I really like. They are balancing themselves in both the placement as well as position points. I'm sorry, placement as well as finish points. But if you come to the second page, here you can see there's a huge, I would say, disconnection between finishes as well as placement points.
A lot, a lot indeed, and that is something these teams need to work on as well. I mean, take a look at the global and OR, 2 placement and 3 placement points respectively, 10 finishes for OR and 11 for the side of global, and they're still sitting on 15th and 16th position in the overall standings here. Now that is something you don't want, right? I mean, especially having that kind of a margin. Yes, I mean, it's not great, Sam, I understand, but you still, I mean, you don't expect that kind of a margin when you're at the 15th and 16th position. So that's something these teams need to work on. But also, look at teams like Nigma Galaxy, XSPARK, and NCT Gaming. Although having played only two, they still have a really good position comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
10th, 12th, and 13th, respectively, there.
Oh, right now, I agree with you. The positions are going to be good for most of these teams, because they're in the top 16, right, Edge? And as also you were saying, we were discussing that where is the performance coming in from these teams. I think they're just waiting for a matchup and the map that they can flourish on. But right now, I want to say, as you were saying, Nigma Galaxy, XSPARK, as well as Entity, these three teams still have one more extra match compared to the other teams in that overall standings. Every other team had played 3 matches, and they have just one more match. Those three teams have 2 matches to play, so they can create a huge point difference and jump to the first place. Let's see if that happens. But again, just as we were talking about those three teams, there are 3 teams who have 2 more matches to play. It's going to be 7C as well as Enigma and Hyderabad Hydras. So 7C and Enigma, Hyderabad Hydras, these 3 teams will be fighting in the next 2 upcoming matches, Erangel and Miramar, back to back. I hope they put up a brilliant performance and they can immediately jump into the next page. But here again, there is a lot that teams are kind of not able to work on. Edge, we can see Orangutan 9 finishes for them. Team Forever,
True.
5 extra placement points for themselves in total of 6. Coming here for Rivalry, 5 finishes for them. 7C, 4 finishes. 8-bit, just 1 placement point. TSM, I mean, I don't know, this is kind of a good balance, but not at these number of points. You need to grab a lot more. Same goes for Enigma. Hyderabad Hydras, I'm not going to hold you dead to rights, because it's just the first day. There's a lot in terms of gameplay that we can see. Just 2 maps done. There's still 14 more maps for this team to play. So Hyderabad Hydras, they will have a lot ongoing for them. But as we said, it's about the last 2 matches right now. What can happen? That's going to be a question. What will happen is going to be seen on those matches.
Well, first things first, I want to see who comes out on top in the last two. Because we saw Walkouts, SKYLIGHTZ, Insane, and EXO coming out on top in 4 maps, right? And now 2 more left, Sam. Who's gonna come out on top is gonna be the question. Is it gonna be someone else Is it gonna be any of the other, 20? Yeah, 20 teams,
Mm-hmm.
or are we gonna have a repeated winner here? That's one thing that I'm looking forward to. The second one, I want to see if Hyderabad Hydras can actually move out of 24th position today. As Orangutan, they were sitting on 20. They now moved up to 17, if I'm not wrong. And
Yep.
8-bit, well, they were kicked down 2 places. They were on 19, now they're on 21. So not a great performance, but they still have one more map left. And the thing, I mean, I'm just focused about the last page there, the 17 to 24, because those are the teams that are, kind of like, I mean, they look like they're out of the competition, right? I mean, at least I want them to have at least, relatively close score,
Mm-hmm.
close number of points. I mean, 10, maybe 11, or yeah, something around 10, just about 10, maybe. So it's gonna be like a good competition. I don't want it to be like by the end of day number 2 or day number 3, we already know who's gonna be qualifying to grand finals. We want it to be as close as possible, but still
Yes.
we want the best of the best to qualify.
Exactly. It will be the best of the best, but as you said, Edge, it is kind of disheartening when you see on the third day itself or at the start of day 4 in the couple of matches that these teams can qualify. But I would say that as the matches progress, right, teams are going to get better. So I think it might come till the last match. Yes, there's going to be a couple of teams who will qualify. We cannot do anything about that. The teams coming in top 8, I would say, they'll have a set stone that they will be qualifying with the next set of 8 teams. That's where a lot of changes can happen, because in total we are going to be having 24 teams fighting it out, and 16 matches for all these teams to play in total. Every day 4 matches, 4 days, so 16 matches as I said. But now it's going to be one last match for one specific group and 2 more matches for the next 2 groups. So I'm looking forward to it, because as we said, right, teams have to give their all right as now, because it's the last 2 matches. Erangel Miramar has been played out twice. It's going to be playing out for the thrice. It's going to be the third set we are going to be seeing here. Edge, action is going to be super intense. But if I ask you now, we are heading back to Erangel after seeing 2 intense actions. You did already say that you are looking forward to a matchup where another team, yes, another team, in the sense the team which has already picked up a chicken dinner, repeating it again. I am also looking forward to it. I kind of gave my word to Darshit over there that there is a possibility. I at least hope to see a second chicken dinner for one of those teams.
I mean, there is a really good possibility, because now you saw Godlike come in active as well,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're feeling confident. So again, they might have, they might come out on top, and EXO as well.
Yes.
They did come out on top, so they can. I mean, Godlike. I said Godlike because they were so close, but yet so
Mm-hmm.
far from getting that chicken dinner. So maybe they want that revenge, right? I mean, maybe they want to prove themselves. But EXO is one once again. They might come out on top there and get themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. And don't forget walkouts, SKYLIGHTZ, and also Team Insen. Well, they didn't have a great game this time. Maybe,
Yes.
maybe in the next 2, I think they still have one more left. So they still have one shot,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes that's all you need to, make your mark. So, Sam, first things first, who do you think is going to come out on top?
Mm,
By the end
now,
of the day, I mean, by the end of the day, not on this map, by the
okay.
end of the day.
I mean, I was about to check all the things that I was written, like going in for all the algorithms, putting up formulas in my mind, if there is even one. But yes, joking. I think at the end of the day, we are going to be seeing either Revenant or maybe walkouts. Revenant, they're already
Revenant.
very close. Yeah, they're in the third
Okay.
position right as now. They were in the top 2 for the first few matches, and they're looking good. You saw Revenant were, if not for EXO, who would have gotten the chicken dinner, it should have been Revenant. It was just that Revenant got sandwiched in between on this Miramar action, and the compound that Revenant held, EXO got to push up. That's the same thing that Godlike wanted to do. They wanted to push out Revenant, get that compound under control, and deny EXO for even entering. So that chance kind of worked out for EXO, and it didn't work out for Godlike. So I think Revenant can be one of those teams. But if you ask me another team, I'm not going to be putting my cards all on Godlike today, because it's day 1, as I said. We did discuss, right? I mean, Godlike, they're like a surprise package. Just like those airdrops that might come at any point, any direction, you might not know. Godlike are one of those teams. They're a surprise package. You never can underestimate or overestimate or kind of disregard them. They can come in at any time and completely, I would say, destroy and take control of the entire map. So a third team other than Godlike, I think it should be insane as well.
Ooh, right. But I still think GODL is going to be sitting on top, if you ask me, I know you didn't ask me, but I'm still gonna give my opinion nevertheless. Well, I think GODL, because of the fact that they were playing absolutely beautiful in the last one. I kind of feel I'm getting that
They can
vibe
carry that.
right now. They can carry on that momentum in the last two maps, and I believe they have two left, or they have one. I
I think
believe, not
one.
really sure. If
One.
they have one left, then I think it might be an issue because there are other teams with two left, so they can actually make their mark. But just want to see Hyderabad Hydras come out on top. And talking about godlike being surprise package, we have a surprise as well. The surprise package in the form of Darshita, who's gonna be joining me once again for the last set, for the last cycle maps here, the Erangel and Miramar. So Darshita, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you?
I'm excited. I'm not tired. After seeing what all happened, I'm not tired at all, Edge. I am not tired at all. I'm just excited to look forward on what is gonna happen next. Which team is gonna take back the chicken dinner? I was okay. Before I get into any predictions or any talking, let's just take our audience to the fly path that we already have on our screen. Right, starting off from the down areas of military base and Novorupnoi up there to Georgia. So, Edge, with this fly path, I do feel like it gets a good opportunity to each and every player to go off their primary drop location, find themselves comfortable, get their hands on everything that they need, and then look forward on more and more fights.
True. The flight paths are kind of basic, and so is the zone. The first circle, pretty decent. Everyone's already inside except Revenant and CHEMIN, right there in the military base. So they gotta be careful while using those bridges, because once again we all know that the bridges are a death zone. I mean, if there's a team gatekeeping it, I mean, 7 out of 10 times, the team that's entering it is gonna go down. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that Revenant and Kemen gonna make their way back into the zone, because I want every team. I don't want to see any drop clashes happening right from the start, because I know for a fact it's not gonna happen. So I want to make sure that we have enough teams moving on into the third or fourth zone, and then maybe have a really intense, I don't know, grenade fight. Maybe that is, maybe that's on the cards. Maybe that's gonna be a wonderful thing to watch. But let's see what happens.
One for that. I'm looking forward to that definitely. Marcos on the other side, they found their drop location. They're looking good. Not just Marcos, I mean to say, every other team out here, they have found themselves good compound to work around with. Now coming back to the point I was talking about a while ago, Edge. Okay, so I heard you and Sam having a discussion on, in regards of the topic of there can be a probability chances of one team having a chicken dinner again for themselves, so multiple chicken dinners. So, I guess you guys got me right this time, because even I was hoping the same. But what I was not hoping right now is SKYLIGHTZ came in to jump into the compounds of Pochinki out of nowhere, and a fight to get initiated in the early 3 minutes itself.
Did not see that one coming either, and you can see Marcos. They're trying to avoid the fight, because they don't have a lot of util and a lot of ammo as well. So they gotta make, and they're out in the open. That's the worst thing, because the side of Skylight, they're in the buildings, right? They can go for the loot. They can get themselves ammo if they run out of it. But at the same time, on the side of Marcos, they're out in the open. If they try to get inside the building, they're vulnerable. And Skylights, they can capitalize on that and maybe take them out. But Pochinki, man, the hotspot as usual, has been the hotspot since the game came out. Never gets old, never gets boring here. There's always something to watch out for. And right now, it's Marcos versus Skylights.
It won't ever get boring, Edge. It won't. I mean, I really doubt if I could ever seen Pochinki being completely off with no teams trying to contest here. On the other side, you talk about Nigma Galaxy, you talk about Marcos, you talk about all the other teams out here. They have found themselves something good to work around with. But Pau Kilo, he has seen someone right exactly in the front. Vexy, no, Vexy, and there you go. Vexy is being caught. That's gonna be one player from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming down to the ground. Now this is something Edge I was really scared about. Gamla Boy is right exactly in the front, but the only thing Gamla Boy can do right now is just move the hell out of this fight. Not continue fighting it out, because it was already two players, and out of two players, one player is already down to the ground. Confirmed Marcos Gaming get their first pick That's gonna be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming losing one of their players. And there you go, Pao Kilo. He found a beautiful angle on the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and I'm still confused on the point that why did SKYLIGHTZ Gaming enter this compound when they already had players nearby. I mean, I still remember SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They just took a vehicle and they were like, they didn't care about who was nearby. On the other side, out of this one fight happening, I can see some players up having a clash with the sides of Team Entity up there in the areas of Sivani. Down there near Ferry and Primox even, I could see, I guess that's going to be Revenge and one more drink trying to fight it out. So with the upcoming zone shift, we are gonna have multiple fights happening all around because the breathing space is something that's gonna get decreased. But right now, blind they have been caught, and that's gonna be Zaddy getting punished. Right now, is finding himself down to the ground. But what is more shocking right now is the players of Team Blind. After being here till somewhere nearby 6 minutes, I can see 5 without helmets, without any backpack, and once again Shadow gets punished. So Team Blind, they have lost 2 of their players already, and I guess that's gonna be Spy and Deadpool, the 2 surviving players who got a huge responsibility to do right now. Finally, exactly in the front. So is the case for Sonic, right? Exactly in the back. So any moment now, the last 2 remaining players of Team Blind, they can get eliminated. There you go, Zaddy, he is being even eliminated complete. So Deadpool and Spy OP, they got a huge responsibility right now. Revenge are exactly in front of Phase 5. Spots one of them, trying to take one down. Is successful in doing 2. Man, oh man, this guy is crazy. Blind pull with a beautiful cover fire, but Spy will be finding a vehicle right exactly in his front face, and that's going to be Spy down to the ground. So final boss is the last surviving player for the sides of Team Revenge. Everything has just turned around in just a fraction of seconds, and that's going to be final boss, the final surviving player. A 1v2 situation. Blind Deadpool has been caught. Drop shots, but no! Blind makes it works in their favor when eventually it wasn't working, Edge.
And Revenge, well, final boss was trying to get that revenge, but it's gonna be Blind completely blindsiding Revenge and knocking them out of the map in position number 16. I want to know, I mean, I know Sam's not here, but I want to know if is Hyderabad Hydras here? Are they in
Yep.
this particular match? Oh, so well,
yeah,
if they're
maybe.
in, they already have a better position this time, and they didn't even do anything here, Darshita.
Agreed.
They didn't do anything, and they have a better position when compared. So I think this is the game. This is the match that Hyderabad Hydras should capitalize because they broke the curse. That's all I'm gonna say. They broke the curse, and now, I mean, it's gonna be hard, but never count them out. Now, if they come out on top, it's gonna be beautiful to watch. While TSM looks like it's gonna be a fight against Team XSPARK.
Fight has already begun. Look at the amount of damages being dished by both of the side. On the other side, team. Okay, I guess that's a different kind of love story we are witnessing because the last time I was on desk, I saw these both teams fighting it out against each other, and once again they are right exactly in the front. But look at that, Team XSPARK, one of their players is right exactly in front, and that's going to be none other than Scout there. So Scout, I would say, is being stuck in a bit of difficult position out there because right exactly in front of him he has 1 player standing, and now to get out of that situation he needs to dodge 3 players, and that can be difficult. On the other side, Aquanox, they're looking forward to at least 1 opening. Both of the teams, I would say, Edge, they are looking forward to 1 opening so that they can at least take 1 player down and push for the 4 opening right exactly in the front. TSM found the opening I was talking about, and that's going to be not just 1, 2 players down. Aquanox doing the 50% job itself, and the rest 50% is what team is expected to do right now.
50% is a lot, and
Yep.
he did do. Basically, the heavy lifting is already done now. You just need someone to, mark him. So let's see. The Team XSPARK. Well, 1 player is down on his knees. Can he be revived? Is the question. Ultron. He's waiting. He's bleeding. Well, they already lost a player anyway. Okay, so they don't want to lose the second one. TSM, they're making their way towards the players there. Scout, well, a lot of eyes on him as well. It needs to pop off sooner or later. I think they're letting Ultron lead. Oh no, well, I mean, it's a wise decision, right? They don't want to do it, but it's something that needs to be done. Global Esports, new player is all by himself, and Scout's Molotov had to push him out, and he goes down to Fearless. And Scout OP is out in the open right now. He's taking a lot of damage. They're coming in from, I think, is that TSM or G third partying them? But whoever it is, they're dealing a lot of damage. And the grenade, wait, what? How did that not hit him? How did that not hit him? Fearless goes down to Joker Scar. Global, they're coming out on top there. Fearless goes down. Scout OP is the only one surviving right now. Oh, never mind. Knuckle takes him out. And Team XSPARK, once again, 0 finishes. And 15 position is all they get there, Dashita.
They got eliminated by 2 teams, Edge. That first was TSM and then it was Global Esports out of nowhere. But we'll talk more about that. Let's just quick look on, what exactly is happening in the other areas out there, because I just saw one player going down because of the vehicle, and that seems more interesting to me right now to just have a look on what is happening. Somraj will be taking Spray God out there, so that's going to be one player from the place already down there. Gamla Boy on the other side is trying to push up, but Somraj, he gets punished for the move he makes. Gamla Boy, he has a huge responsibility back on his shoulder, and the only thing he is finding comfortable himself with is just running away out of that fight, finding himself a great inner wall cover to work around with, but I doubt that is going to work in his favor. 7C on the other side, they have lost 2 of their players already. They got 2 finishes, but again, dealing 2 casualties after having 2 finishes for yourself is really not a good deal, I would say, to have yourself. TSM on the other side, he started it really good by eliminating, I guess, 2 players from the sides of Team XSPARK, but right now, even they are getting decimated in the positions they are holding. Global Esports, they have been caught by TSM. Now, this fight is not happening. I mean, TSM a while ago, that what happens, right? When you prolong a position for way too period of time, in the end, you get caught by any third team, and that's going to be difficult for you to fight it out there.
True. And another thing to keep in mind, a lot of util need, the need for util is there, especially in the final zone. We did see in the last match as well, Team EXO and Team Godlike. Well, Godlike had no util, that's why they were completely, caught off guard, and they were shut down there with the grenades as well. So something that these teams need to be aware of, always replenish your utility.
Agree with that. No matter what, utilities at the end of the day is something that you need the most. But right now, I'm having my more attention towards the sides of Team 7C. Look at the mini map up there, Edge. One side you have Team Forever. On the other side, you even have one more team. I'm trying to figure out which team it was, but yeah, you do have. So 7C, they have been caught, and look at the game phase they got themselves. They are ready, fight it out, but they need strategies to work around, because just being a patty in the burger is something that can cause you a lot of problems. Eventually, if both that team starts to fight, it may work into your favor, but again, you're going to be just caught in between, and that could have been done and dusted for you. Okay, that's going to be Team Forever on the other side. All 4 and 4 surviving players have decided to get in their vehicles, trying to look forward to a different angle and position. So is the case with Hyderabad HYDRAS. Well, Edge, you are finding Hyderabad HYDRAS. We are already on your screen.
Finally, but I'm still waiting for them to get some finishes, while BGMI gods, they're trying to get some finishes using the play zone. Look at that. Once again, shifting towards that jogger hospital area. But on the other side, it's gonna be Team Forever. Max is trying to take down all the players. We have four vehicles once again, fast and furious. Here we go. I see Hyderabad HYDRAS on the kill feed. Oh, let's go, boy. There you go. First one there. Can they confirm the finish is the question. But guess what? SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are eliminated yet again in a bad position. They were the team that got the chicken dinner in the second game, if I'm not wrong. That's that. And after that, it has just been a downhill for them.
I agree on that. That's why at the end of the day we always keep on saying, right, consistency is the key to success. If you are consistent enough, it could make wonders happen, not just for you individually, but for your entire team back there. Now, after losing 3 of the teams, I mean, I still didn't realize that we have already lost 3 teams here. That's going to be REVENANT, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and Team XSPARK. We are left with 13 teams and 47 alive players. So, with the number, we even realize that 7C has lost 2 of their players at an initial stage, and rest all the other teams, we are looking good, not so good. I'm sorry, that's going to be Blind losing to NIGMA Galaxy losing 1. But I guess TSM, they have been caught by the sides of Player 6, and right now Player 6 is looking forward to a opportunity to capitalize over the sides of Team TSM. But TSM, they already have the upper ground advantage to work around with. So right now, all TSM can do is wait for Team Forever to make a mistake, and I guess they got that opportunity because always Polson right exactly in his vehicle. He is being caught out there. Aquanauts has been hitting a lot back, more of damage, but they need to clear that back edge. Look at that. There's a red spot that I see up there, and that's CHEMIN Esports.
They have a really good chance of coming out on a top as well. And the TSM, well, you saw it the last time. I think that was Ninja Jod who blew himself up with the grenade. And those mistakes, you expect that they
On the other side, I mean, but these fights, they are just getting more and more interesting. A grenade comes right exactly in front of Robin, and that's going to be Robin down to the ground. And Core on the other side is looking forward to capitalize on that fight. Delta PG, he has been caught, is getting punished, is getting sprayed down a lot up there, but the zone shift is something they need to be careful about. I guess CHEMIN Esports, they have lost one of their players, and there you go, they have lost Robin completely up here. One more grenade. Austin BGMI down to the ground. Justin not just taking one edge, but Justin took two players down single-handedly. Again, a 50% job done by Justin back there. Now, CHEMIN Esports, if they don't capitalize over this fight, it may bite them back really bad. Okay, I guess we are facing some kind of technical issues here, and Edge will be back soon. But look at that. Look at the, mini map out there. New player is being caught. Austin BGMI down to the ground. CHEMIN Esports trying their level best. Justin once again makes it work in their favor. Paradox low on his HP. He is trying to just run away from this fight. But Encore, I guess, is the last surviving player out there. I'm just looking forward to what Encore can do more, but Justin is being caught there, and that's going to be Justin down to the ground. And Core, he is making it work again in his favor, but again, he needs to check the upper angles as well, because the low ground disadvantage is something that may bite him back. And Core gets caught there, gets finished, and that's going to be the entire squad getting eliminated. CHEMIN Esports, yes, it was a bit difficult for them to survive. Look at that. There were two players already down to the ground, but Destro, this man destroyed everything up there. And the position they are holding, that's going to be a beautiful one for them. Different on the other side, they have been caught. They got eliminated completely. Entity Noob on the other side, they're trying their level best. But again, you see, 4 finishes, a chicken dinner is something that could just be a cherry on the cake. Noob patching himself up completely. Clutch Guard and Neo right exactly in the front. Now, Clutch Guard and Neo, if you talk about both of these players, the position they are holding, it may cause them a bit of problem, I would say, because again, they are holding the position that's exactly on the opposite side of the bridge, and right, you do not have anything to hide yourself when you are holding back that position. That may cause you a lot of problems. Team GODLIKE, they have decided to use smokes, go get out of that position, and Didi Noob is being caught right exactly behind him. Is some team trying to figure it out and how they can make it work in their favor. Jonathan, he is being caught as well, but again, he managed to somehow just dodge all the bullets coming from the sides of Maxi OP and find himself a position, but not for a longer period of time, because already what we can see is Z-God, he is eliminated. On the other side, when I talk about elimination, Blind is eventually eliminated. Entity, they are getting disseminated as Shadow is already down to the ground. Not just down, I guess it'll be confirmed by Marcos there and there. GODLIKE, after losing one of their players, Neo can be into difficulties, and that's going to be Neo down to the ground again. GODLIKE, no, Marcos, now we again. Why? Where the hell was this man looking? Gets punished, and that's gonna be Team Marcos losing one of their player. Troy with that Molotovs is trying to just put a full stop on the push to the sides of Team Marcos. Are trying to look forward to it again. I doubt that is gonna work in his favor, Edge.
Oh, sorry about that. Had a minor technical glitch there, but I'm back. And looks like Marcos are trying to make their way back into the game as well. They have 3 finishes, but 2 players already went down now. Dionysus, can he do anything? The sole surviving player in along with 2 players who went down. Oh no, there's nothing that he can do. It's gonna be the play zone that's gonna be taking him down, which means Nigma get 1 point, and I think it was I'm not really sure which was the other team that got another finish and another point for them right now. We're down to 25 players and 9 squads here, Darshita.
It's gonna be interesting. Look at that. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they are getting themselves into a fight. GODLIKE is just left with one solo man surviving, and everyone knows, I call this man a beast himself. Jonathan, a 1v4 is what is standing right exactly in front of him. But again, looking at this situation, he cannot peek. The only reason being is being decimated by all the sides already. Hyderabad Hydras, they are trying to just cover up all the angles so that Jonathan doesn't get the chance to get out of that position. Jonathan is being caught over vehicle, but Maxi OP will be capitalizing over that, and that's going to be Team Godlike getting eliminated. Hyderabad Hydras found four for themselves, and I still remember as you were saying that, you are missing the finishes on the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. Well, there you go. They got four already, and they are looking forward to more and more.
They're trying their best, and one thing that I'm really happy about is TSM. Oh, look at them trying to, make sure that no one, knows their position. That smoke grenade will make sure that they have some cover coming in from those players of 7C, but slowly sneaking their way back in. Now this boy, well, oh no, you don't do that. You do not go out in the open. Doesn't matter if you're in a vehicle. Doesn't matter if you're proning. If Aquanox sees you, you go down. And Savitar, the sole survivor, trying to make his way back in. Maybe get a couple of finishes here and there. Maybe get his team a couple of points. But on the other side of the map, we have TSM itself trying to take down players of Hyderabad Hydras now, taking the second fight. But Entity, well, they're in trouble because Enigma Zegi is popping off right now, Darshita.
CHEMIN Esports caught the sides of 7C, and that's going to be 7C getting eliminated. Now, the solo players they were left behind Edge, they are getting caught in a complete different angle, and that's where the problems are getting more and more bigger for them. CHEMIN Esports on the other side, a beautiful position is what they got themselves with the upper height advantage, with a great chunk of the play zone. This team can make it work in their favor, but again, they need to make sure that each and every angle that they are checking are clearly tick with a green signal and not a red one, because again that red can cause a lot of problems to the entire team. Maxi will be eliminating TSM Aquanox, but the other players of TSM, they are just stuck right now. Look at the position. A small soft cover is all that they have, but how much more will that soft cover work? On the other side, Destro, this man, he is being a beast right now. Oh my god, Destro was being a beast right now. He found himself the play zone even. So the players of CHEMIN Esports, they got a good entry in the play zone. All they need to be safe and secure about Enigma Gaming, right, exactly behind, and Entity as well, because Destro already found himself a good position, right, exactly in the play zone. Striker FTW, he gets caught by the sides of Team TSM. Even if Team TSM has a disadvantage, they are making it turn the tables around, and somehow they're just making it work in their favor. Maxi OP is trying to be a bit more aggressive here, but I doubt TSM, they are gonna get a chance to get out of that position. No!
No,
I mean, the way it was
be
just about to me say, right?
exactly. I mean, I think that's gonna be the perfect reaction to what we just witnessed there. And Hyderabad Hydra as well. 6 finished, 7 with Sam. Someone call Sam. Someone tell him that Hyderabad Hydra is absolutely popping off this time. They still have 4 players surviving in that 6 zone coming in. 13 players alive, and 4 of them are from Hyderabad Hydras. And also CHEMIN. Okay, they have 4 from CHEMIN. Entity Blue, I believe the sole survivor is gonna get taken down. Delta PG. Entity, 5th position. Well, not a bad placement, but TSM plays OP is gonna be the sole survivor trying to take down players here, Darshita.
That's gonna be the case. Entity Gaming gets eliminated out there. Hyderabad Hydras, they are again back on their foot's edge. That's gonna be all the 4 players surviving. This not more than a miracle. I mean, after 3 of your players fall down, I find it difficult, but CHEMIN Esports, they are making it work in their favor. That's gonna be CHEMIN Esports. Destro, he found one. He found second as well. Maxka, she's being caught. Gets punished really bad. That's gonna him. Getting eliminated completely. Team Forever, they are right now into difficulties, but Delta PG finally. That's going to be Hyderabad Hydras trying to get a full stop back on the side of CHEMIN Esports. 2 players right exactly in the front. 1 player gets down to the ground. Ace Black was really low on his HP, and a cover fire is all that is needed. Once again, Justin is the last surviving player. I'm just waiting to have a look on what this 1v1 turns out to be, because Ace Black is going in for that revival. Striker FW can be revived back, but Justin gets caught, and that's going to be CHEMIN Esports. Eventually, after having a great upper hand advantage, Daljeet capitalizes over the position, and that's going to be CHEMIN Esports getting eliminated. 2 teams, 7 live players. That's going to be Team Forever versus Team Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh boy, 4 versus 3, is it? Yep, there you go. 4 on the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They have the Hydra advantage and the player advantage. And explosion comes in. Oh no! That's 2 players going down. The explosion itself. Team Forever. Team what, like Team Disaster. Now West Bolt in a 1 versus 4. There's nothing he can do. HYDRAS, what a way to start things off. I mean, basically, it's the fourth map, fifth map, but still, this was the first time that I've actually seen them, pop off, and they popped off huge. No casualties whatsoever. And you can tell that I'm a bit too excited, maybe, but guess what? It's them, making their first play, getting that second finish of the day, and after that, they didn't stop at all, Darshita. This was just a pure showcase of skills coming in from them, and an absolute dominant performance coming in from the entire squad.
Ways of getting a chicken dinner edge. One is getting one for yourself. The second is making all your four players survive and get that chicken dinner. The victory gets distributed beautifully, and that is how it happened. Hyderabad Hydras, they got a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves, and we always talked about it a while ago that Hyderabad Hydras, the team that were running low on points, they didn't have enough of points to work around in the overall standings. Right now they're just looking beautiful with the number of points that they got themselves. Look at that. I mean, after this, I guess we can see the sides of Hyderabad Hydras directly in the second page. First is something I'm not looking forward to, but maybe the second, right?
Maybe first, you never really
Ah,
know.
okay.
Maybe. I still believe they have one more game to go through today. So I mean, if that's the case, then they have a really good chance of making it to the top page, the first top 8. But even if not, they still made it to top 16 now, right? And yeah, I mean, it was just insane to see, because they are the team sitting at 24th position, and they defeated everyone. And it's not like them just trying to stay alive. They did take as many fights as possible, got as many finishes as possible, and stayed alive. 4 players staying alive till the end, Darshita. You don't get to see that too often, right? Last time we got to see a 4 versus 4. In the end, it was 3 players on the side of EXO surviving, but here you could see 4 players surviving on the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and they took down 2 players with the explosion there on the vehicles. I mean, today I think it's like the explosive. I mean, it's the explosive start, right? Coming in, trying to make puns, but I'm really bad at it. But once again, it was just great to watch. First, it was Team Insane, I believe. I mean, I don't know if other teams did it in game number 1 and 2. I'm sorry, but Team Insane was the one that actually caught my eye when they were doing it. And now Hyderabad Hydras getting that chicken dinner because they took down 2 players due to that explosion. It's just beautiful to watch. Once again, I'm not really sure. Where was Godlike again? How many finishes did they have?
Really think they got so much out of this entire map. Maybe 2 or 3. Maybe. I mean, I'm yet not sure about what has happened. But again, as we know, right, we are going to have match standings, we are going to have overall standings. So the confirmation regarding everything, we'll be getting that very soon. But how all this started, how all this ended is what highlights shows us. So any moment now, we are going to head towards the highlights as well to experience all this fight twice. I mean, what a beautiful match it has been. The way Erangel started off, I still remember myself saying that a decent play zone is what we had. The players, they got an opportunity to go anywhere that they want. The breathing space, yes, it was a bit low, but again, it was really okay having that into the consideration. But as I was saying, that we are all set on our ways towards the highlights. It all started with the sides of Team Revenge and Team Blind getting into a fight. Now look at that. Team Blind, they already had lost all of their players. The hopes of Team Blind getting out of this fight was next to zero for me. But what happened was a big surprise. We got Blind capitalized, and it was Team Revenge getting eliminated.
Yep, that was the spot usually reserved for Hyderabad Hydras. They kind of took that from them. They're not going to be complaining though. Okay, got it. Jonathan actually went down to max there. Okay, I did not see this one. Must have happened really quick. But this fight between TSM and 7C, that was really insane coming out from Equinox, right? TSM, this fight, I think they had good positioning, but the execution once again was just better coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, right? They did everything right this particular game. You can see that, Carry doing his work, Ace Black doing the job as well. Team CHEMIN, on the other hand, they tried to take advantage of their positioning, try the third party here between them and Team Forever. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras and Team Forever. But Team Forever, they didn't peak. They were like, you know what? You want to third party us, CHEMIN? We're gonna third party you guys, and we're gonna let you fight HYDRABAD HYDRAS. And this is what I was talking about. Look at how beautiful that is to watch. I mean, it's kind of sad to see there were two players inside, but it's just beautiful, and that's how crucial. That's how important those frags are, those finishes are, and sometimes that's all you need to get that chicken dinner, and sometimes that's all you need to get the better positioning, especially for the side like Hyderabad Hydras, considering the fact that they were in 24th position. I think they had like around 8, 9, 10 finishes. So add that to the 15 points. I think that's 25. So that's decent, and I think they're gonna be making their way into the top 10 actually.
I'm looking forward to that. Moreover, I want to talk about one more fight happening now. I guess if I'm not wrong, there was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos getting into a fight. What happened there was something that got me into a lot of confusion edge, because at the start, Marcos, they were holding Pochinki. They were
Thank
Everything was calm and composed. There was nothing happening, and suddenly, with a blink of an eye, we see two vehicles coming right in front. And guess what? There was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. From SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, one player was caught, and who was the one to catch him off guard? It was Marcos Paukilo. He caught him off guard. He eliminated him completely. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming lost one of their players there and there completely. And after that, eventually, when one player faltered, I guess one player started falling down like dominoes, and that was where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just lost everything, and the entire squad got eliminated out there. So I'm still trying to figure it out that why did SKYLIGHTZ Gaming make that move. I mean, weren't they up with the complete information, or maybe there's a second thing that we aren't having clearly in front of our eyes? But that move, I guess, completely changed everything for the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
True. I mean, I also think that maybe it's the day number one, right? It's still semifinals, pretty early into the tournament, so they can go ahead and try new things. But talking about going ahead, 28, Hyderabad Hydras way ahead of everyone else. 9-point difference between them and CHEMIN. I mean, see, I wouldn't be as surprised as I am right now. If it wasn't for the fact that they are sitting at 24 position in the overall before this match. So that is just, I mean, this is what it's all about. It's so unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. One map is all it takes to turn things around. And that's all it took for Hyderabad Hydras. 13 finishes, 28 total points. CHEMIN sitting on second position with 9 finishes and 10 placement points, bringing their total up to 19. Look at Team Forever. Even though they were alive till the end, they only had one finish there, Darshita, which means their total is up to 13, but it's all placement points. Not a great thing. NTD Gaming, on the other hand, 7 finishes, 13 total points, sitting on 4th position.
TSM on the fifth with 11 total points for themselves. Enigma got 9, Blind got 6, Enigma Galaxy got 4, and so is the case for Marcos Gaming. 7C got 3, Godlike got 3, 2 is what Revenant Global and Revenge got. SKYLIGHTZ got 1, but again, Team XSPARK 0. Now, this is a point of concern for all the teams that are getting 0, 1, or 2 points out of one specific map, because again, we know one day you get 4 maps to play. In overall semifinals, you get 16 maps to play, and out of 16, I guess each and every team out here, they've already played 3 maps. Suddenly, with a blink of eye, everything can change around. Just how fast the time flies. I keep on saying that again and again. It's better to get something right now rather than to wait for the second and the third day. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they were just 2 points away from getting a 30 bomber for them and their entire team back there. But again, whatever they got out of this match, a chicken dinner was must needed to completely boost up their confidence. And I guess after this match working in their favor, we may see them going bonkers in the other match out there. CHEMIN Esports, I would say the position this team was holding was pretty good. It was pretty obvious that this team could have made it work in their favor. But what happened after one player faltered, after the second got down, it was a 1v1 situation, and Daljit, he just found an opportunity, and that's where the problem for CHEMIN Esports arises, and the team gets eliminated out of the entire Erangel thing.
Exactly. Their position was good, but once again, I think I wouldn't say miscommunication, but just I mean, it's the pressure that comes in as well,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're the one of the last surviving players. You got to make sure that you get as many points as you can. Maybe even get the chicken dinner if possible. And guess what? The team against you is Hyderabad Hydras. So you kind of are. I mean, they know. They also know that Hyderabad Hydras is not having a good day, right? Before this match. So as soon as they see players from the side of HH, they'll be like, "Oh no, guys, you know what? This is an easy one. Maybe we'll just go." But Hyderabad Hydras, they shifted gears. We were thinking they're going in like first gear or even a reverse gear, but they were actually going in six full speed this matchup at least. And everyone that tried to be overconfident against them or be like that can try to take them down pretty easily, Hyderabad Hydras, they had perfect reply for them. And what better way to answer back your haters, the one that were doubting you like me. 28 points. I mean, once again, I'm just waiting for the overall, standing because I want to see what kind of a jump, what leap, how big of a leap did they take? Okay, it's not big enough to be in page number one. It's Kevin Esports actually coming out in the first position, stealing that position from EXO. 4 matches done. So that is the thing. 4 matches done, 28 placement, 28 total finishes. That is what balance is all about. That's perfectly balanced there. That's the 28 to 28.
Not even a single point difference. Wow. Team Exo on the second position with 47. Revenant got 44. Godlike got 43. Now, after seeing the overall standings, one thing that we realize is with each passing map, there is going to be a lot of changes happening. So if you have to be, if you want your team to be on the hashtag one overall, you need to run away with points, and that is something that CHEMIN Esports is doing now. CHEMIN Esports, they are done for this day because they have played all the 4 matches. Now, the team down there, that's Team X, so they got an opportunity to overcome the sides of CHEMIN Esports, snatch away the hashtag one position by at least taking 10 to 12 points in the next upcoming match. And if they are able to do that, we may see Team EXO on the top and CHEMIN Esports maybe pushed down to the hashtag 2 position. Entity with a 30 total for them. Revenge with 31, Team Insane with 37, and Walkouts with 39 for themselves. I mean, these teams, on the overall standings for the first side, CHEMIN Esports, Revenant, and Godlike, they are done for the day. It's the rest teams that we are looking forward to in the next match of Miramar.
And look at that jump.
Man, oh,
Take a look at that jump. Just one more rank away from making it to top 8. Hyderabad Hydras, one match, and from 24th to 9th position. And they had, keep in mind that they had 1 point before this. Now they have 29. I mean, they still have one more map. So, I mean, yeah, they're not going to be in the top 2, maybe. But, I mean, unless they pull off another 29, then they're going to be on the top 1 position, right? But even if they don't do that, they still have a really good chance of making it to the top 8. And that is going to be an insane finish, if you ask me, considering the fact how the day started off for them. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, on the other hand, sitting on 10th position, pushed down 29 points for them, but they still are going strong with 15 placement and 14 finishes. Blind Official, on the other hand, they had a great start to this particular matchup, but unfortunately couldn't keep up the momentum, sitting on 11th position. Once again, holding on to their position. It's a decent one, but not good enough if you consider the fact that how the other teams are playing. Marcus Gaming, on the other hand, 26 total points, sitting on 12th, pushed down NIGMA Galaxy as well, down to 13, 26 total for them. Team Forever took a jump. Not a big one, but still, any improvement is a good improvement. 20 total points. Team XSPARK, well, it's going down for them. 18 total points, sitting on 15. Team Soul, we're still waiting for them to pop off. 8 placement, 8 total finishes. That's a good balance, but just not good enough.
I agree on that completely. Global Esports on the other side with a total of 4 matches that they have played. They got 3 placement points and 13 finishes. Now, look at that. There are teams that have so many finishes but no placement points, and teams that have so many placement points but no finishes. This is where it starts and ends, to the point that you need to make a balance between both of them to get yourself a good position. TSM with a total of 15, OR 12, Enigma 11. OG, that's gonna be 10, but that is the end of double digit. 7C Rivalry and 8-bit still sitting down with 9, 7, and 6 total points. But you know what happened with Hyderabad Hydras right now? Even one match was enough to take them from hashtag 24 to directly 9. it can be any of these teams. What I mean to say is 7C rivalry or 8-bit taking a huge jump from the from the last side of the overall standings to directly the second side. It can happen because again they are left with one match for the day. This is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last match for the day one of semi-finales of Gillette 7C Invitational, and I'm pretty excited to know what Miramar is all about. We started on Erangel Edge and we are ending on Miramar.
Rightfully so. And I want to see Rivalry and 8-bit have a good one this time. Because once again, look at this. Erangel, walkouts. Match to Miramar, SKYLIGHTZ. Well, what happened to them? After that, it was all a downhill for them. Match 3 Erangel, insane. After that, nothing. Match 4 Miramar, Team EXO. After that, nothing. Match 5 Erangel, Hyderabad HYDRAS. Before that, absolutely nothing. So it is going pretty unpredictable. We all want to see those the team. Well, you asked at the start of the day if there's going to be a team that's going to get 3 chicken dinners. Well, that's out of the question. Now the only question left is it going to be any of these 5 teams that can get, maybe, I mean, I don't think, wait a second, I think Hyderabad HYDRAS is done, right? So I'm not really sure what other teams are done. I think Insane's done as well. I think EXO, I think they have one more left, not really sure. But yeah, I think two of these teams have a good chance of making it to the to get that second chicken dinner of the day. But let's see, because Hyderabad HYDRAS and Team Insane, I believe, are done for the day, so they can go home. They can rest and watch make sure that they improvise, they learn from their mistake. Because making the mistakes is one thing, but if you don't work on them, that's on you, right? I mean, everyone makes mistakes, but you got to make sure that you learn something from them and try to avoid making it again. That's how you improve. That's how you become better.
The homework needs to be done right. We always talk about it that at the end of the day, after you are done playing with these matches, you need to sit and discuss. You need to make sure you need to discuss each and everything on how things went, how they are going right now, and what all is happening. So if the homework is done right, we may see beautiful things happening tomorrow. Maybe the teams that are not able to perform today itself on the specific day of day one, we may see a comeback happening on the day two or day three. Because I still remember Sam saying a while ago that day two and day three is all about comebacks. I mean, yeah, Sam is not going to join us for this match. It's going to be me and Edge taking you throughout this Miramar actions. But again, I still remember that guy saying that day two and day three, it's all about comeback. And BGMI, got trust me, they are so favorable with Sam these days that everything that we say here gets denied and everything that he says gets accepted. So yeah, that's something that I'm pretty much looking forward to. Maybe or may not be. Again, it all depends upon what is going to happen in the last match itself. The fly path, the circle is what is going to play a huge game right now.
I mean, it feels like we already missed Sam, right? It's been
Yeah.
just one game, and it feels like we missed Sam already. But yeah, I mean, he's gone, guys. He's gone for the day. He's taking rest now. Probably is sleeping or something. But tomorrow he's gonna be back. So I mean, make sure to check that out. Check out tomorrow as well. But yeah, we are still left with one more map. One last map of the day. It's gonna be Miramar. Can we have a repeated winner, or is it gonna be someone
Oh.
else? Actually, I want, what was the other team? Rivalry or 8-bit to come out on top, because they're sitting at the bottom. And if Hyderabad HYDRAS can do it, any of these teams that are sitting at the bottom in 23, 24, 22, they can do it as well.
7C maybe, because even 7C is gonna play this match. And there's this point that when you split teams apart on the basis of stronger maps that they have, 70% or 60% probability chances are there for Erangel. But this specific crowd we have for Miramar, they really work on it very strong. Now in Miramar, we always have talked about the rotations being so pinpoint precise. And what I mean to say is you need to make sure that you do not take too long, or you not prolong the rotation so much that you just get caught off guard, or maybe you just get gatekeep. Because again, zone is something you need to pay a due respect to. We have seen this happening twice in the day already, not just in Miramar but eventually in Erangel as well. Players faltering down because of play zone, players fighting in the blue. Yes, I agree, that's a sign that the team is pretty aggressive. But at the same time, if you're not respecting the play zone, that aggressiveness may just bite you back, and eventually You may get some finish point out there, but you even can get you just your entry in the play zone can get denied, and that's where the difficulties may arise. So there's a lot of what ifs, edge I have right now when you always talk about Miramar, but at the end of the day, that map is something that I love the most. So let's just have a quick look on the player cams. Let's just have a quick look on the game phase that these players already have.
Yep, one last match of the day. It's still day one, pretty early into the tournament, but guess what? Everyone's already trying their best. It's gonna be the map of Miramar. We have Soul, EXO, Orangutan, 8-Bit, Walkouts, Rivalry, Team Insane, SKYLIGHTZ, XSPARK, 7Sea, Enigma, NIGMA. Well, I mean, it's an Enigma Gaming Enigma Galaxy, guys. I didn't pronounce it wrong, okay? HYDRAS, once again. Oh, they still have a chance to make it to the top. Revenge and Entity. All of them will be dropping out one last time for the day on the map of Miramar. Let's see who's going to come out on top. And let's see if the teams that are at the bottom, like 8-Bit and Rivalry. Sorry, Revenge, I believe. Rivalry, is it? I think it's Rivalry's on top already, right? So Revenge. Maybe they can come out on top. Maybe get themselves a better position. Maybe get themselves a chance to have a good night's sleep. Because if not, well, moving in tomorrow, they have a lot of work. There's a lot of work to be done. And that's something that I'm pretty sure all these teams would like to avoid.
Agree on that note completely. I mean, seeing a nightmare in the daylight is something that can just be so scary. Right now, you look at Los Leones, you may see a team fighting. We may see a draw clash happening because already I can see 2 marks out there, but play zone. Oh, finally, I'm happy, Edge. The fact that it's not Los Leones. Yes, it is 50%. Yes, it is. But again, after the upcoming zones, there's going to be no Los Leones.
I mean, are you sure? Because
Yeah.
it's still the first zone. Maybe it's gonna take a drastic turn.
Don't
And maybe
say
we'll have a lot maybe we'll have a lot of Los Leones, but I mean if you're happy, I'm happy there, so that's all I'm gonna say. So let's see. See, here's the thing. I want that zone to go towards prison. Actually want to see, because right now there's no one there. I want to see if someone's gonna predict that, and if it goes towards that, I mean, there's only 2 ways, right? One is the bridge, 2 is the waterway. So what are you gonna take? And right now, I think Revenant are making their way towards prison, so maybe a bit of luck playing towards in their favor.
Okay, if the zone goes to prison, Los Higgins down there, I'm just giving you a treat. That's all I can say because I do not
Okay.
see that coming
Okay.
anywhere nearby.
Okay.
Look at the play zone. I don't feel like it's gonna be a center shift, but again, you don't eventually predict anything. So maybe or may not be, but out of all the fights that we are engaging ourselves in, there's one more drop clash happening up there in the areas of El Pozo that's gonna be insane, and one more team out there up trying to figure it out of who is gonna dominate those areas. But they need to uh, at least not prolong this fight because we have been repeating ourselves again and again on saying that prolonging a fight is not just dangerous for one team but both of the teams there and there. On the other side, we have the sides of Team Soul. Right now, as you said, Edge, we are waiting for them to pop off. We are waiting for them to gain more and more points, not just for the single player but for the entire team back there.
True. And once again, this is the final one, right? Final map of the day. They need to make sure they get as many points as they can. They need to get their A game on. Pull up. I mean, I know it's a long day, right? Playing 4 games is a bit tiring for all these teams, for all the players as well. It's understandable, but the last one, they gotta pull everything that's in their bag. They gotta pull everything that's left, every bit of energy. And right now, looks like SKYLIGHTZ once again are gonna be the first one taking the fight against Insane, I believe, if they take this fight. But if not, well, I think they should just respect each other, go back to safety, and maybe, let that zone come into play, and maybe then come out strong. Because if SKYLIGHTZ lose this one early, they're gonna lose their, standings, and they might be pushed down lower than they already are on the overall scorecard.
+1 on that. SKYLIGHTZ, they need to be really, really careful. Insane on the other side. Look at the
Okay.
player cam. Look at the pace. The player cams are already here, and we can see the seriousness the players have. Okay, up to your Edge.
I mean, sorry there, but I saw Neo coming back in. So I'm really excited. I think it's the first game for him today. Neo coming in on the side of Insane. So let's see. Because we know how dominant he is and the kind of potential that he has inside of him. So is he gonna be popping off? I mean, it's the first game, so he might need some time to warm up or something like that. But once he gets going, he gets the entire team going.
Agree on that. Insane, the name itself says how insane these players are. 7C on the other side, as I said, a ray of hope is what all the fans out there may be having from this team, because it's the last match being played for the first day itself, and with this map to an end, will be ending the day one. So they need to be careful about the position they are holding at the end of the day one. Till map one, till map two, it was all fine. The players they were down at the last position, it was fine, but at the end of day one, still not able to grasp up that points for yourself. It can be difficult for you in the upcoming days. 7C on the other side, look at that. We just have player camps to get our audience a great experience on what these players do feel while playing, what expressions, with expressions we always try to figure out things. That may be the case, but on the other side, UOP is trying to go in with that vehicle up in the highest location he can, trying to figure out a good position for his team. And I do see the players far away from each other. Walkouts, two players together, one player a bit far away. As I said, Yuva OP. Maybe Yuva, he can be into difficulties if he doesn't regroups on an early note.
True, and everyone's trying to find the perfect position, find their perfect, let's say the camping spot. Because once the players make their way to dunes, it's basically them hiding there for a really long time, right? Them trying to figure out how to take the fights, and they also, one more thing that's going to be beneficial is the fact that it's going to be the high ground advantage. But at the same time, everything that is, I mean, as you say, thus everything has an equal and opposite reaction. Everything comes with a price. You have the high ground advantage, but you're open from all four directions. So you gotta keep an eye out. Yes, you might be having some uneven ridges there, so you can hide there for a while. But if someone flanks you at long range, you're gonna be spotted. If they come in from maybe from your 6, then it's gonna be an easy fight for your opponents to take you down. But we're still waiting. It's still the first zone that's coming into play here. 7-minute mark and no action whatsoever here in the final map.
3 minutes more, Edge. Just 3 minutes more. After 3 minutes, you'll be like, can we please stop? Because there's gonna be a lot of things happening with the play zone just eliminating so much of Miramar itself. It is gonna just break the breathing space that all of these players have, and it will force them to push onto each other to get a compound, to get a hold of a good compound. On the other side, I guess we heard some good bullet voices. Finally, a kind of satisfaction that we got after hearing something for like nothing for 8 minutes, and after 8 minutes we finally heard something. So finally a moment of relief that we got. It's going to be Walkouts and Rivalry, right? Exact in front of them might get into a fight, but again, Walkouts, they have decided to wait, just wait back for the opponents to make a mistake, because we have seen how Walkouts plays. They always capitalize on the mistakes opponents make. But Nigma Galaxy, this time it can be a bit difficult, because already Apollo is running low on his HP, and look at his helmet. He is already, he is in urge of finding a new already in the early 8 minutes.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that and I mean Max, he has a really good helmet, level 3, the best one right there. So I mean, everyone else, they have a good helmet, is gonna be insane. But talking about insane, player 5 trying to take down insane. Are they gonna get the explosion frags once again? No, it's not the explosion. Doesn't really matter if it's explosion or not. They still managed to take down 2 players inside of OG, and as he gets once again on the vehicle, he's trying to run away. But Neo goes down there on the side of insane. OG, they're fighting back. Well, insane. They need to be in cover there, Dashta.
I agree on that note, because if they don't, it can cause a lot of problems. But right now, that got backfired. Insane, they took one player down. Trigger is the last surviving player out there, just trying to figure out of what more he can do. First pick goes in the names of Adi, but again, after Neo is down to the ground, I guess he can be revived back, because look at that. Trigger, he has just decided to go that fight, not engage himself and lose the position he's holding. But the party gets cancelled for UH, because the zone is exactly up in the areas of Picardo Power Grid and Del Valle.
Oh boy, my treat. There goes my treat. But yeah, it's okay. Unfortunately, the prison is not gonna be where the zone's gonna be heading. It goes a little towards the eastern, still pretty much towards the Los Leones, but still making its way into the center there. And Adi is dominating right now. We still haven't seen a squad elimination though. Touch here, 16 squads still in the server with 60 players alive. That fight between Insane and OG, well, it kind of went off in the favor of Insane, but OG they managed to survive.
Definitely did. On the other side, Neo. This man was down to the ground, but again, with the cover fire, he is being revived back. We have one more fight happening right in front of our screen. That's going to be EXO and Team Revenge finding it out. I still remember Team EXO, but they were playing with 3 players in the previous match, but right now they have all their players surviving. Fears a grenade right exactly behind him, causes a lot of problem for himself, but again, he can just patch himself up. He's looking forward to going for one grenade, but position and information is something he is not completely up with, and that's the reason the grenade won't get any kind of connection, and all the grenades he's trying to look forward to gets denied completely. Again, Revenge, they are just looking forward to a great revenge, but there you go, the standings and the points that they have gathered we already have on our screen. That's insane, with a total of 3 for themselves. EXO, they are looking forward to take 4, but is that going to work in their favor? Because it's EXO versus Revenge out here, and we know how strong Team Revenge is.
We do, but I mean, still trying to make their way to the top, and maybe this is the cue for them. Ooh, look at the grenades, dealing a bit of damage there onto the players of EXO. Their Fears and Hacker, both of them take a bit of damage, but you have Sensei now coming in the picture. He's here to help his teammates, and so is Immortal. The positions are absolutely beautiful, but Revenge, if they take down the 2 players that are already in the building from the side of EXO, then the side of EXO, they are in deep trouble, right? Revenge, they gotta capitalize on this. The grenades are gonna be layering in. At the same time, look at the player on the top, the one at the terrace, the one on the roof. Now that is the one that I'm looking forward to. How is he gonna be making his move? How is he gonna be making his way back to safety? Oh, he's actually just gonna jump down. Never mind. So the smokes are gonna be deployed, and Team EXO, well, I think they respect their opponents here, and they are going to be making their way back to safety, not avoiding that fight as of now. And looks like the zone is going to be avoiding a lot of teams, making its way towards Power Grid, Picardo, and Monte as well.
Prolonging this fight down there between EXO and Revenge is giving an invitation to the sides of Team OR. Look down there. You can see the vehicles, they are all set, and any moment a third party is something that both these teams are gonna face. This is gonna be really difficult. A grenade is what Fears has in his. He gets a bit late and popping it off, gets a lot of damage on himself back there. But again, finds himself a good position. Team OR, they are already in for a third party. That's gonna be 1 player Hacker down to the ground. Fears is being down. Final boss takes are funky. So Team OR eventually, after getting into a third party, gets decimated as well. 1 more player gets caught. That's going to be Exo side down to the ground, where Aditya will be taking final boss down to the ground. Akshay has been waiting back. Player is being caught, and that's going to be drop shot from the sides of Team Exo, taking player eventually down. The revival is possible, but I don't know what Akshay is exactly waiting for. Up here goes inside, completely dominates, and that's going to be 2 more players down. A 1v1 situation. EXO couldn't capitalize, and that's going to be Team EXO getting eliminated. The first ever Team Revenge, they already have lost 3 of their players, but Team OR, out of all this, doing a third party beautifully, will be taking 1 or 2 more for themselves out of all this situation.
What did I tell you? After that chicken dinner, EXO is having a tough time. Looks like OR, they're making times tough for the side of Revenge as well, and they are down and out with only 1 finish. OR, well, not a lot of fights to be taken, but they still eliminated that squad. So you gotta admit that it was a better, position, or a better position and better timing that they had here, at least in this final map. And now Enigma, they're trying their best to get the fight taken here, and that's a beautiful position coming in as well from them. And they're actually making their way out now. Why are they moving out? And your favorite player here, Enigma Gaming from Enigma Gaming here, Darsh.
He's just looking forward to more and more information. Right now, it's just information is something that you need the most in the specific actions of Miramar. If you aren't up with information, you can be into a lot of problems. And look at that trigger. The sides of OG, it got destroyed for them completely, and so is for EXO. As saying that you never prolong a fight, specifically in this specific matchup, this is what leads you to. Now, both of the teams they got eliminated, but on the other side, insane. Mac is being caught, you walk it down to the ground, but Neo gets punished there, and their instant trades is what is happening all around. Neo is down to the ground, he may be confirmed any moment now, but okay, there you go. There was the confirmation I was talking about, and that's the point. When you try and rotate late, your entry gets denied, and that is the case happening with Team Insane out there. The players they are just faltering down as the sides of Enigma Gaming they're holding a great position right exactly at the edges itself.
Exactly at the edges. And look at the zone once again taken not so drastic turn, but it's right at the center now. So it's gonna be coming into play anytime soon. And it's only HYDRAS that are in, while Orangutan Gaming they are out in position number 14. Once again, disappointment. And you can see all the other teams that are still there in the server. I mean, XSPARK, they still have a really good chance. 8-bit still there, so they have a chance of making themselves, end up on a better position after day number 1. HYDRAS have a really good chance now to make it to the first page, and even position number 2 and 3, if you ask me.
Agree with that. I'm looking forward to that magic happening in today's day itself. But right now, what is happening is 7C and Rivalry getting into a fight. The sides of Team Soul, even they have been caught by the sides of Nigma Galaxy, if I'm not wrong. And I see Omega is right exactly in front of the entire sides of Nigma Galaxy with the vehicle. Hector will be taking Dreams down there. So the dreams of Dreams have been shattered completely. Eggy, finally, M24 is something that I have on screen, and the actions is something that I'm awaited. Ultron has been caught by Evoidly. He is trying his level best. He deals a lot of damage, but the kill, the finish goes in the names of Team Insane, and that's going to be one more player down there completely. Evo Italy with the position is holding is looking forward to this a lot of damage. Ultron, 50% of the damage is what Evo Italy did, but Insane they just snatched away the finish. And right now this man is trying to completely eliminate and take the number back into his favor. But on the other side, Soul, that's going to be Omega down to the ground. He needs to be revived back to his life, and I guess Goblin is already there. Goblin right now is like, no worry, mate, I got your back. Revival has been initiated. Need to be a bit more careful because with the upcoming zone shift, it's going to be more difficult. But Nigma Galaxy, not a complete open area. You come up with, gets caught, MJ punished down to the ground.
Down to the ground, but can he be revived? Is the question. HYDRAS having a good time right now, but it's gonna be 7C straight on the carry there, who took on 2 players there. And so now, oh no, that's a finish stolen.
Yep.
That's a finish stolen from the side of 7C. And Soul is in really, really tough spot there because they're being third party for 7C at the same time. HYDRAS are trying to take him down. Savitar takes down 2 with the grenade, but can he confirm? They're taking another fight. Why is 7C taking multiple fights at the same time? And guess what? They're winning those fights as well, Darsh. I mean, they're not just, shooting. They're making sure that they take them down. And Titty and also Soul. But guess what? OR comes into play here. They come into picture. They steal the finish. So Goblin takes on Savitar. Finally, Axel goes down as well from the side of 7C. And 8-bit man falls to his dead. Oh no, unfortunate. Goblin taking a lot of damage from Sarang actually. But he does manage to take down Savitar. Finishes off. And domination coming in from Aditya. Stealing. OR coming out on top. Goblin out in the open. Doesn't really care about anything. Takes down one of the players, but a beautiful grenade takes him down finally. Akshat goes down, and I think that's the end of Team Soul there.
Soul gets eliminated. So is the case with Entity Gaming. And look at the map. Okay, was the production waiting for me to say that? Look at the map and just okay, let's not discuss anything about that. On the other side, we have Enigma Gaming. Insane, right? Exactly. In the front, still surviving with 9 teams and 32 alive players. 300 meters is the distance that Team Enigma needs to travel to get themselves into a safe and secure zone. But before that, what they need to face is the side of Team Insane. So 1v1. Okay, Adi is being caught by Evo Idli. Not even a second wait is what Evo Idli did there. He found a player. He took him down there and there. Insane Adi is being caught by Evo Idli. Mac gets down to okay, Mac takes down Nigma Galaxy Dream out there. Player 5 is into a low ground disadvantage plus out of the play zone. So there's two difficulties that he already has. His vehicles get spotted there. He can make more of difficulties. Nigma Galaxy MJ right in the front takes him down off there. And that's going to be Team Insane falling apart. After dominating it so beautifully, Edge Team Insane right now is just left out with the last surviving player, and that's none other than Mac. So right now, all I hope is Mac survive at least at the top 3 positions. So the 8 finishes that they got gets calculated and they get a good position in the overall standing. But Hyderabad HYDRAS takes 1. That's going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Fukar or will be taking Nickel down. Then Insane Max gets caught by Enigma Gaming. And that's going to be one more player down there. Somraj is just jumping right exactly in the front play zone. Will be taking MJ down there. So the discussion we had over play zone edge a while ago, I guess that's going to be very true here.
I was kind of happy that the play zone did not come into play there.
Yeah.
I mean, up until now, no one took him down. No one, were eliminated. Just as I was thinking about that, I see one going down. But let's talk about Hyderabad HYDRAS more, because they are not done. They only have 1 finish with 3 players alive. They're looking for more, and so are 7C. They are trying to make their name now in that overall scorecard. Tsunami takes down 1. Tarang out. Oh no! He gets dropped. Beautiful headshot not coming in, but Spray God takes down another player on the side of Hyderabad HYDRAS. The striker going down. 7C now. Tarang is down on his knees, and I think they're gonna be reviving him. Adu boy will be the one that's gonna help his teammate. But if you take a look on your right hand side, Par has 6 finishes, and at the same time Enigma have 5. These 2 teams, they didn't have a great day, so I'm actually happy to see that they're having a better one in this final map. At least, right? Maybe make their way to the top 16, at least maybe. But also 7C, 7C, OR, and Enigma. All these 3 have a really good chance of coming out on top.
8-bit versus SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is the fight that we have right now on screen. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Edge, they have lost one of their players on Maxi OP. He'll be taking 1 from the sides of Enigma Avi out there. Maxi is low on his HP, needs to patch himself up, but Enigma Avi, he gets punished. 7C spray guard down to the ground. That's going to be Enigma Gaming, but an instant trade comes, and that's going to be Enigma Gaming down to the ground. Eggy takes 1 with a grenade. Evo Idli finds down to the ground. That's going to be 7C Savitar. OR player 8 takes 1, an 8-bit madman. So we may see a new team popping it off in the match of Erangel, or maybe Hyderabad HYDRAS repeating that chicken dinner because 1 wasn't satisfactory enough for them to fulfill their stomach. A grenade goes from the sides of OR. Down and completely eliminate him. Enigma Aggie gets caught there. OR will be taking 1 more, not just 1, 2. Rivalry Nickel eventually down to the ground, and I guess dusted as Nigma Galaxy Apollo goes down to play zone. Once again, Rivalry gets eliminated. 5 teams, 16 alive players. 22 minutes done and dusted. And the run, the marathon right now is all about finding a position inside the play zone.
You are definitely right about that. Finding a better position is really important, especially in that 6-7 play zone. Maxi goes down to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Comrades. They are looking forward to get that second chicken dinner for the day. But 7C, well, they are trying to get the first one, but at the same time, at least if not the first one, they're trying to make their way to the top. 8-bit, they still have 4 players. Better. I mean, one thing's for sure, they're gonna be having a better placement this time. They're gonna be moving ahead from that 24th to maybe 20 as of now, because they're sitting on 0 finishers, and Nigma Galaxy are out, and so are Enigma. Oh no. Well, it feels like I'm just repeating the same name twice, but that's not the case, fellas. It's gonna be Vexy taking down H-Black, and Hyderabad HYDRAS are down and out. The winners of the last one this time are gone.
Completely eliminated. 7C on the other side, they have lost 2 of their players, but 9 finishes is a beautiful play and a much needed, but Spray God gets caught. OR will be eliminating not just OR, but that's giving eventually 2 teams. Okay, eliminating 1 single team out there. That's 2 teams and 7 alive players. Oh, this is gaming a 3-2 situation is what we have. Aditya is right exactly in the front. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're looking forward to capitalize on Aditya so that at least one opening is something that they get themselves. But they need to be careful about the blue dot right exactly in front of them. And who is that player? That's no other than Aru. So Aru, he may utilize his position in a beautiful way because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have been caught in a complete open area. A dip is something that they are working around with Edge, but I really doubt that this dip is gonna work really long in their favor. Eventually, one or two grenades can just make them either go down to their own death or eventually punish the players right exactly in the front. That's gonna be OR, one player down to the ground. OR was looking for opportunities, takes one, but R will be capitalizing over Gamla Boy. One player down, Team OR faltering on Sobraj will be taking one. That's gonna be Aru with grenade. Again, a 2v2 edge. Okay, 1v2.
1v2 actually, yep. But I think Aru is being smart right now, trying to revive his teammate, but that was a bait! He comes out, he peeks out in the open. Guess what? Somraj is down and out. One player already revived. Player A trying to, get back on the revive right now. He wants to make it into a 1v2. He comes out in the open. Vexy takes one down. But guess what? I think that was Atanki at the end. From far away, I mean, not that far, but still far away, taking down the player. And OR, finally, I mean, they kind of shut down the chances. It was a 50-50 chance that, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming come out on top. But guess what? It was the side of OR that came out on top. Beautiful performance coming in from them. We were waiting. I told you once again, the teams that are at the bottom of the scorecard, like 8-bit, what other team? It was, I think it was Revenge as well. And all these sitting at the bottom, well, now you know. Just waiting for that perfect moment. And now, OR, I'm pretty sure that's a leap. Pretty much similar to HYDRAS. I think they're making their way towards maybe top 10, maybe top 11 as well.
With the points table, we'll get to know everything. I'm just waiting for the points table edge because, as I said, right, the teams that were, I mean, we are just saying a similar thing again and again. The teams that are down there, they can make it happen and make it work in their favor. But what I am more excited about is the fact that is CHEMIN Esports pushed down to the second position because Team EXO, they had a chance, they had a probability chance of doing that well. Now, how did all this start? I guess it was a fight between the sides of OG and Insane where everything began. But after that, we even saw a third party happening. I guess it was Revenge and EXO getting into a fight. And as we always had a discussion on the same point that eventually, when you prolong a fight, it causes you a problem. It did because if I'm not wrong, that was Team OR trying to go in for a third party. A beautiful third party
Right.
is what they did. Eventually, with a lot of confidence, they went ham. They got 5 or 6 finishes, and that's where Team OR started to dominate. They dominated it till the end, got rewarded, and the reward was beautiful because that was a chicken dinner.
It is, and that's quite tasty as well.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, I'm looking forward to the scorecard as well. I want to see what's the leap. I'm not really sure. Do you have any idea how many finishes they have? I think it's about 10, right? If it's about
More
10,
than 10 for sure.
more than 10, then I think they have made it their way into that top 15. But we'll talk about that later because right now, let's take a look at once again how the last map went on. It started off with OR and Revenge, as you said. I mean, when you get 3 knocks in the first fight that you take, it's basically deserving for you to get that chicken dinner.
I agree with that. Now look at what I was talking about, Edge. This fight, OR, they capitalized it in a beautiful way, and the way this team dominated here, this went on in the entire map. Team XSPARK started trying to figure out because I didn't see the name popping off so much. Ultron was down to the ground. Evo Italy was trying to capitalize, and I guess that was the point where the team started falling apart. Yes, 420 Ultron, the entire team was eliminated back there. Soul Goblin from the sides of Team Soul was the last surviving player. Yes, he eliminated the sides of Savitar. One grenade was enough to push him out of that position. But again, after taking one player down, he went back to the same position, and that caused him a lot of problem. Enigma, Galaxy, MJ, and the sides of Team Insane, they had a fight between them. Hyderabad HYDRAS got into a fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and I guess that was the last surviving player. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they took down Pukar, they took down one more player. 7C, even they got caught into a complete different angle where they already had lost Savitar. They had to lose. They didn't have to lose Sarang. My bad. Sarang was revived back, and after that, I guess They tried to capitalize on as much as fights they can, and eventually that was working in their favor beautifully.
True. And once again, you can see that OR, they played beautiful. They utilized their utility to the fullest. Those grenades were on point. The smokes were deployed perfectly as well. And they had a lot of med kits. I don't know if people noticed that, but they had a lot of things that can help, that can be used to heal themselves up, because they were constantly taking shots. They were constantly under fire, and at the same time they were fighting back to back. So a lot of heal was needed, and the util that they had at least was absolutely phenomenal. And the way that they were moving on the map, once again, I really love the way that they move. I mean, not just OR, a lot of teams, but the way that this player 8 played. Not really sure who it is. It's gonna be a suspense, but the way he's moving. I mean, he went for the revive, and then at the end he was like, you know what, guys, psych is just a bait. Oh, okay, okay. Well, we were talking about OR popping off. Well, they popped off huge. The first team is, I think it's the first team that actually dropped the 30 bomb today. 31 total points,
I agree.
16 finishes. The only team in one map that has more finishes than the chicken dinner itself. 15 for the chicken dinner and 16 points for finishes.
Give it a second thought edge. The previous match, team Hyderabad Hydras, after getting 28, they made their way from 24 to 9. What is Team OR gonna do after this huge jump they got? 7C on the second side, they got 19. Look at the difference. Both of them have more than 15 is what the difference already is. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the third with 17. Hyderabad Hydras 10 is what they got for themselves. Insane 9, 8-bit 8. Enigma 7, Enigma Galaxy 5. Rivalry and Entity, they got 3 for themselves. Soul, XSPARK, and Revenge got 2. EXO, eventually, they had a chance of conquering the entire overall standing, but third party was something that just made them falter down the line, and that's where Team EXO fell apart. So that's going to be Team EXO with one single point. But again, walkouts and OG, no points, not even single point in one entire map. This map was the ending map, I would say, the map that ends the day. But I guess that's not the way that these players wants to end their day on.
Definitely not, right? I mean, and also one more thing that I want to point out here: Hyderabad Hydra's had 10 points. They were sitting on 29, so that's 10-39 now. So I think they made their way into the top 8, which, considering the fact that they were sitting at the bottom of the scorecard in the first 4 matches, after the first 4 matches, is an insane thing to do, right? That's just absolutely phenomenal. But OR, I want to see what their position is going to be. I think maybe 10. I think in the top 10, maybe just 11, 12. I hope so, if my math is right. But Orangutan Gaming, Walkout, XO. I mean, Orangutan is having a bad day, so I'll cut some slack for them. But Walkouts and XO, Walkouts were the first team to get that chicken dinner when they started. XO was the third team to get that. They took down, I believe, GODLIKE, yeah, in the final fight there. So this kind of a performance coming out from them was not expected. And I mean, talking about XSPARK and Revenge, well, they look like they're not on the top of the game yet. Yet is a key word I'm using here. But Soul, well, we still won a lot from them. 8-bit, I saw them live, right? I mean, it's still a better performance from them, considering the fact that they were getting 0-1 point. They have 8 points, but all of them are placement points, Darshita. No finishes. And I mean, that you know the squad, right? 8-bit is a really good team. The potential is there, but what's going wrong? Because I thought this might be their game. I mean, yeah, OR played beautifully, but I still thought 8-bit might put up a better performance, and they did manage to stay alive till top 6. But after that, what happened? Like, I don't understand. Was it the communication, or was it just players having bad day? Maybe they were just not prepared well enough for all the dominance or the aggressive plays that other teams are bringing in. Sometimes, you get caught off guard by other teams that you forget what you are supposed to do, right?
I agree with that. I completely agree with each and everything. Yeah, the match standings itself, as you said, Team 8, but I was pretty shocked to see 0 finishes. I mean, as you said, not just as the entire team, but eventually as an individual talent as well. Team 8-bit players, they are beautiful and aggressive at the same time. So maybe tomorrow's day is something that they need to look forward to. But again, with each and every passing day, the probability chances that they have of qualifying gets lower and lower, because again, top 16 is only gonna get you qualified. Right now, it's not about unlocking the prizes, being the MVP, being the team with most finishes. It's nothing about that. All it is about right now is qualifying, finding yourself in the top 16. And you never know, you could be just 1 point away from top 16, and that could eventually break your heart apart. So, to not make that happen in your favor, you need to make sure from the day one itself you are running away with points. You are gathering so many points that you are not just left out of qualifying because of one single point. Because at the end of the day, as we always keep on saying, edge, even one single point matters. Not just matters, but it matters the most when it comes to the qualification part. After the qualification, yes, you are going to get a chunk of prize pool, the individual prize, trophies, and so much more. But before that, a huge challenge is being in the top 16 itself, and the level of competition that we have witnessed throughout the 6 matches. Man, oh man, there's not even a single team repeating a chicken dinner twice. It's always a new face coming up and giving their level best. But this is something we are waiting for. The overall standings, CHEMIN still standing strong
Wow.
on the first position. 56 total. Team EXO got, I guess, one single point in the previous match. So the difference still remains huge.
Difference is huge. It's still 8 points. Team EXO, well, one chicken dinner for them, and also Kevin, they have no chicken dinners. Keep that in mind. No chicken dinners is still standing strong. That is something that only Kevin can pull off, right? They have that perfect balance between them. It's just absolutely beautiful how they play as a team. 48 points for Team EXO. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in third position with 46 points. Team Insane, 16 placement, 30 finishes. The highest in page number 1 at least. 46 total points for them. REVENANT on the other side, 19 finishes, sitting on 44. OR, look at that jump. 24th, I believe. Sorry, 22nd, I believe their position was last time. And now they're in 6th position. One game, one map of Miramar is all it took for them. 31 in this, 43 in total. And HYDRAS also made their way to the top 8. Absolutely beautiful. GODLIKE sitting on 7th. Talking about the second page here. Pushed out walkouts, pushed out revenge. NTD Gaming, well, they climbed up a bit. 33 points is where they sit at, but NIGMA Galaxy, 31 for them as well.
Coming team we have is 7C. Okay, 7C, they have already made their way up with the previous match. They got a total of 28 for themselves. Blind with 27, Marcos with 26, and Team Forever with 20. But again, when you come to the point difference between placement and total finishes, Team Forever, they are looking not good in respect of the total finishes that they got. But again, placement points is something that is a bit okay to be around with now. If you imagine if they could have got more finishes, more, even 5 finishes, that could have been 17 and 18, and they could have found themselves somewhere in the top 11 or top 12 maybe. So these are some small things that need to be planned accordingly on how to make a balance between placement and total finishes. I agree. Surviving till the end is going to be the most important part. As I said, surviving all four of your players and getting a victory is like a cherry on the cake. But again, finishes is the most important part eventually, because just 15 is not a number you get satisfied yourself with. Eventually, we have teams that have got 30 plus points in one single match. So that is something that you need to look forward to. We have Marcos with 8 finishes, but again, 18 placement points. On the other side, when you come to the third side of the overall standings, that's going to be XSPARK with 20, Team Soul and Enigma Gaming with 18, Global Esports with 16, TSM 15, Team 8-bit 14, and 10 is what Rivalry and OG got themselves. This is what day one was all about, Edge.
But how disappointing is that to look at this final page? I mean, just take a look at the teams. XSPARK, Soul, Enigma, Global Esports, TSM, 8-bit, Rivalry Esports, Orangutan Gaming. I mean, it's not, the sad part is not them staying at the bottom of the scorecard. The sad part is the performance coming in. 5, 9, 12, 13 coming in from Enigma, well, Global as well. Decent. 5 from TSM, 5 from 8-bit, Rivalry sitting on 6, Orangutan sitting on 9. And they played 4 matches, Darshita. This is not what you expect coming out from any of these teams. Considering, as you said, they're not only great as a team, but all of them individually are so mechanically skilled that you expect great things from them.
I agree on that. I mean, this is something that we are always looking forward to. But Edge, after having a look at the entire overall standings after this match 6, the only thing that I have realized is even one single map is enough to turn the tables around. Even one single map, if you aren't performing on one single map, it just gives opportunity to the other teams out there to capitalize over you, snatch away everything that you got, and stay strong. And if you are capitalizing, you can snatch away everything that they got. So it's all about one single match turning tables around. So from now on, as day one is done, as all these teams, they have played 4 matches against each other, against all the 3 different group. They are up with the play style, they are up with the reading of play style, they are up with the everything. Now all that is to be done is the homework needs to be done right. And if eventually this is done right, tomorrow's day, it's going to be a day of comeback. Not just tomorrow, but the 2 days in between. As usual, they are going to be the days of comeback no matter what.
You're right. But I think the teams that that are at the bottom, or I mean any team at this point, I think they should be more concerned about their performance rather than reading the opponents at this point, because it's still day one, so you know what kind of mistakes. I mean, it's kind of too hard. It's kind of hard for you to understand the gameplay or try to read, understand how the other teams are working, but you can work on your mistakes, right? So day one, I think they should probably just go. I mean, go back to the drawing board, try and realize what were the things that were going wrong, whether it be the miscommunication or the placement, I mean the positions coming in, or the weapon choice. Trust me, the weapon choice is a crucial thing, right? You need to have the perfect weapon for close range, the mid range, the long range, and everything. You got to make sure you have a good amount of utility as well, as along with the ammo that goes with it. So I think day one, that's what they got to do. Maybe day two, they can start reading the teams, right? Because day two and day three is all about the points that you can accumulate. Moving on to the final day number 4 of the semifinals. So you can start reading the teams from day number 2, and then moving on day number 4, you will understand who's going to be qualifying. And after that, from 24, we'll be down to 16. It's going to be easy for you to understand the gameplay of the other 15 teams apart from your team. So it's going to be an easy game for that particular team who's going to be analyzing them first, because I mean, as they say, that's, I mean, make yourself so busy that you don't have time to criticize others, something like that, some proverb I saw on Instagram, man.
I remember you saying a while ago that you are not really good with all these, quotes and all, but nevertheless, that's the overall standing that we just, had on our screens and what all has done. See, at the end of the day, Edge, no matter what you do, no matter what rotations you take, no matter how many finishes you have, no matter how many placement points you have, what matters is on what position you are in the overall standing. So, if that is good enough, as you say, the players are going to have a good night's sleep. But if it is not, there's a lot more of things going on, and they need to make sure that everything needs to be precise, pinpoint precise, from tomorrow's day. Because again, slow and steady climb is something that is really okay, but if you are being too slow, there's always someone right behind you, a bit slower to you, but can capitalize over you, right?
True. I mean, slow and steady wins the race, but sometimes you gotta just. I mean, it's all about the balance between being slow and making sure that you're safe first, and then going in fast. So you gotta. I mean, and also avoid vehicles, man. A
Yeah.
lot of vehicle explosions today. I don't know why. Lot of vehicle explosions. A lot of just players dying because of those vehicles. Especially what was that fight again? I forgot which was the team. I think it was insane, right? At the end, they're trying to take down multiple players because of the explosion. So that is just beautiful to watch. But at the same time, you kind of need to avoid that at this level of competition. That's all I'm saying. It's beautiful to watch, but we don't expect that to happen. I mean, with these players and with these teams, with the caliber that these teams have. So I'm just waiting to see how these teams move up in the brackets, and at the same time, on the scoreboard. Moving on further, tomorrow, that is day 2, day 3, and day 4. as well. I want to see who comes out on top. But right now, let's take a look at the interview coming in from the side of CHEMIN Esports because they're sitting on top right now.
नहीं आ रही आवाज प्रोडक्शन
हाय
टीम
हाय
प्लीज चेक इट
यप
सीम्स
यप 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 आवाज आ रही है
आ रही
प्रिंस
है ऊपर से आवाज आ रही है ना चलो ठीक है ओके
भाई यप
ऑलराइट सो मिनी स्पोर्ट डेस्ट्रो कहां है
डेस्ट्रो अभी थोड़ा बिजी है ऊपर शूट चल रहा है
अच्छा शूट चल रहा है मतलब ऑलरेडी शूटिंग चल रही है क्या ये फाइनल्स के मतलब जीतने का शूटिंग चल रहा है क्या
नहीं 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 कोई अलग है
अच्छा,
प्लान
okay,
अलग चल
हम
रहा
तो
है
जरूर देखेंगे ओके अलग प्लान है तो यहाँ पर भी प्लान्स बनने वाले बट यू नो वंस अगेन गाइस कांग्रेचुलेशंस आप लोगों ने बहुत ही बढ़िया आज खेला है एंड डेफिनेटली विदाउट चिकन डिनर्स ऐसे टेबल टॉपर्स पे आना कैसा लग रहा है आप लोगों को
अच्छा तो लग ही रहा है चोक किया है 3 चिकन थ्रो किए हैं वैसे और क्या ही बोल सकते हैं बाकी लीड तो कम से कम एम तो था 100 पॉइंट के आसपास का बट कुछ कोई नहीं
देखिए आज के डे पे आप ही बोल रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी गलतियां आपने फिलहाल की है जिसके कारण सेकंड डिनर थ्रो हो गए आपके अनुसार जैसा आपने बताया बट हमें तो जहाँ तक लगा कि आपके मैचेस फिलहाल अच्छे जा रहे बट कल के लिए क्या प्लानिंग आपके फिलहाल होने वाली जो कि कल आप नहीं करना चाहोगे जो कि आज के डे पे आपने बहुत बार की है
कोई नहीं बस छोटी मोटी चीजें हैं फिगर कर लिया है कहीं लेट हो गए थोड़ी न्यू स्किन आई तो वो थोड़ा शेयर कर रहे थे एरेंगल में तो लेट हो गए कल थोड़ा और अर्ली करेंगे तो बस गेम अच्छे जाएंगे
ऑफ कोर्स एंड यू नो हमारी तरफ से तो आपको ऑल द बेस्ट सारी टीम्स को इनफैक्ट ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट अपना बेस्ट आप दीजिए बट मेरा जो अगला सवाल रहने वाला है वो ये है कि कमबैक हुआ है लाइक कमबैक अभी केमिन के साथ खेल रहे हैं एंड जिस तरीके से हमें ये टीम और भी ज़्यादा उभरती हुई नज़र आ रही है ये एडिशन एंड ये इतने क्विक तरीके से आप लोगों ने जो सिनर्जी बिल्ड किया है इसका सीक्रेट क्या है
गुड क्वेश्चन
सीक्रेट तो ये है कि लाइक जो जैसे कमबैक तो मैं ही हूँ मैं आईजीएल कर रहा हूँ तो जिस हिसाब से मेरे को प्लेयर चाहिए थे तो उस हिसाब के मेरे को लाइक प्लेयर मिले और लाइक हाँ तो चारों एक साथ वर्क कर रहे हैं अभी भी लाइक बहुत काम करना बाकी है अभी है जिससे लाइक 2-4 पॉइंट है वो क्लियर होंगे तो देन फिर ट्रॉफी इजी होगा फिर बैक टू बैक कंसिस्टेंट गेम प्ले इजी
वेल बैक टू बैक की बात करेंगे रावण आई थिंक एक और सवाल पूछ लेना चाहिए प्रो लीग जीते हुए आप लोगों को कितने दिन हुए आई थिंक 6 दिन हुआ है 19 तारीख को आप जीत के गए प्रो लीग
Yes, yes.
अभी दूसरा टूर्नामेंट आया है पहले ही दिन में टेबल टॉपर्स तो मतलब कितने टाइटल्स आप लोगों के लिए रखने पड़ेंगे ज़रा बता दें हमें
वो तो बस अगर टीम अगर करता रहा तो फिर बस आगे आने वाले सब हैं कंटिन्यू आते रहेंगे
देखिए कम बैक पिछली बार आप ज़रूर से नहीं आए थे लेकिन इस बार हम आपको देख पा रहे हैं फिलहाल काफ़ी अच्छी बात रही कि आपका अनाउंसमेंट भी आज ही हमें देखने को मिला और आज ही के डे पे आप वापस से #1 पे अपने आप को पा रहे हैं मतलब वो फॉर्म की बात की जाए जो अभी यहाँ पे इनका ही क्वेश्चन था कि एग्जैक्टली कितनी जल्दी मतलब अगर आपसे अभी पूछा जाए कि किस में सबसे ज़्यादा फिलहाल मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं मतलब आपके अनुसार अभी टीम में जो कोऑर्डिनेशन में सबसे ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो रहा है या फिर रोटेशन पे या फिर कुछ फाइट्स के दौरान कुछ कॉल आउट्स में मतलब आपके अनुसार कहाँ पे वो थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें हो रही है अभी आज तक की बात करें तो
आज तक लाइक जब से टीम बना है 1 मंथ हुआ है न्यू सिनर्जी है सिनर्जी जैसे जैसे बिल्ड होगा टाइम स्पेंड होगा तो सब कुछ सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा बहुत जल्दी अभी भी लाइक अच्छा चल रहा है एवरेज परफॉर्मेंस है पर ये एवरेज को थोड़ा और अप लेके जाना है बाहर को तब मजा आएगा कंपटीशन का
परफॉर्मेंस से मतलब एवरेज से टेबल के सबसे ऊपर तो मतलब अगर फुल परफॉर्मेंस आता है फिर तो आप लोग हाथ के बाहर ही निकल जाएंगे
हाँ तो हाथ के बाहर ही निकलना है रॉकेट उड़ाना और क्या
अरे बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ओके तो
अच्छा यहाँ पे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि आज 4 मैचेस आपके थे तो कुछ नंबर सोच के आए थे आप लोग कि हाँ 4 मैचेस के बाद ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में हम इतने आप लोग #1 पे सबसे बेहतर टीम आज के डे पे आप ही हो लेकिन फिर भी पूछना चाहूँगा कि कुछ नंबर सोच के आए थे आज के डे पे जैसे अचीव कर लिए नहीं कर पाए वो क्या था
नहीं लाइक सुबह था मीटिंग किया फिर उसमें यही डिसाइड था कि लाइक हाँ टेबल टॉप करना है और जितने भी हो सारे गेम अच्छे खेलने और निकालने हैं बस
ओके
ओके तो मेरा एक सवाल रहने वाला है कि आप लोग डेली लाइक जो भी प्रोफेशनल टीम्स होती है एटलीस्ट 6 से 10 मैचेस आप लोग बस टूर्नामेंट्स में खेल रहे हैं तो खुद के टीम को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए हाउ डू यू गाइस वर्क आउट
हाँ लाइक देखते हैं मैचेस देखते हैं रीड आउट करते हैं और लाइक अपना देखते हैं तो उसमें पता चल जाता है कि लाइक कहाँ पे थोड़ा थोड़ा गैप आ रहा है परफॉर्मेंस में तो वो जल्दी फिगर आउट हो जाता है और इजी फिर उस पर वर्क होते ही फिर बस परफॉर्मेंस आ जाता है वापस
बिल्कुल तो अगर ऐसा ही चलता रहा आई थिंक केमिन को हमें बार बार इंटरव्यू के लिए बुलाना पड़ सकता है डेली हम किसी न किसी टीम को इंटरव्यू के लिए बुलाएंगे बट यू नो मैं बस यही कहूँगा कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन आप लोग आज टेबल टॉप किए हैं एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट अगर फाइनल्स में पहुंचते हैं
Thank you.
थिंग फॉर यू गाइस एंड यू नो कीप अप द गुड वर्क
या थैंक यू Have a
All
great day.
right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
जैसे सेटल हो रहा है यहाँ से
Well, there you heard from the ones that are sitting at the top how to, conquer the day, how to give your best. I mean, it's still day one. A lot of people might be thinking, well, you don't need to deliver your best, try to save your strats for the day and everything else. But guess what? You need to be consistent. And Kemen, even though they have no chicken dinners, they're still sitting at top. And now I mean, how to improve and at the same time, give your best. If I mean, don't give out everything in your strat book, but still try to stay at the top. Because what it does, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're sitting on 1 or 16, you'll still qualify. But sitting on 1, what it does is that infuses a bit of dominance in the other players' heads, the ones in the other teams, right? So moving on into the grand finals, you're gonna be the one to watch, and everyone, as soon as they see you, they I mean, yeah, they're still gonna be super confident, but inside of them, at 1%, they know that you are better, right? You're sitting on top. They know that, and that 1% might be the reason that you come out on top.
I agree with that. With the interviews that always have with the players itself, I do feel like it's a great thing to get to know from the players itself on what has happened. We, as a caster, Edge, and even Sam, we always sit here. We always discuss about this may have happened, or this could have been the case. You could have done that. You could have done that, this, and everything. But again, when we talk to these players, we get to know that what actually happened there and what actually was going through their minds, right? So that's the best part, if you ask me, Edge, about these interviews. What I find, as you said, we need to we just find so good tips. We just know how to improve our games and everything. But with this, day one comes to an end. I mean, what a roller coaster ride it has been. We started the day by saying that it may be a team getting 3 chicken dinners, but get what? We eventually didn't even get one team getting twice the chicken dinner. It was a new team in each and every map, and that's why BGMI is a game that's unpredictable, no matter how good you are at predictions.
That is true. We wanted 3, but 1 is the best that these teams could do. I mean, there was a chance at the end, right? Skylight, I believe. Sorry, Skylar. But yeah, Skylights. They had a chance, but Or was like, guys, we didn't get any chicken dinners. We're starving, so I'm sorry, but we're taking this one.
Yes.
And they played it beautifully in the end. 6 games, 6 different winners. Beautiful day. I mean, and it's not just it's not just the fact that it was 6 days, right? It was all about the moments that were absolutely beautiful to watch, the explosions, the grenades, and everything. So let's take a look at the best moments of the day, and we're starting off with the OG, yeah, the Rambo coming in. He was going ham. He was like, I don't give a damn if I go down. I'm taking 3 of you down with me, right? As is that phrase that says that if you're going down, at least go down swinging. And he went down. He took 3, I believe, with the M249. He was just out in the open, spraying and praying and taking down multiple players. The sole survivor as well, Orangutan. Well, there you go. I mean, we know they are individually skilled, but unfortunately, they're still sitting in 24th position.
um Disheartening. That's like unfortunate for them, but again, they got 3 more days now. These three days, it's, trust me when I say this, it's just like a countdown of 3, 2, 1. Because the way this overall day has been for me, I just feel like we just started the day some moments before, and eventually we are at the end itself. So maybe they need to plan accordingly on how each map can count in their favor. Because at the end of the day, at the end itself, though we are having 6 maps entirely, each groups get to perform 4 maps. And with this,
Yeah.
you know, semifinals is all about 4 days, 4 maps per group, 16 matches in total for per group. So at the end of the day, it's like the top 16 you need to have your eyes on. Even if it's the 16th position, you need to have your eyes on to get qualified. But let's just have a quick look on the top 5 fraggers for the day itself. Well, that's going to be Blind Deadpool with 11 finishes, Delta with 11 from CHEMIN Esports, GODL Neo with 9, Atanki with 9, and Justin with 9. But what is the bigger difference here, Edge, is the contribution that they, have provided to their entire team.
I just noticed that. Look at the contribution coming in from Deadpool. Holy shizer, that's 73.33%. I mean, unless that's a typo, that's nuts. That's mad nuts coming in from him. He's doing everything for the squad. Blind. And unfortunately, they're still not at the top, right? So that's something to worry about. But Deadpool, man, oh man, he's a mad lad at this point. 11 finishes all by himself. And on the other hand, CHEMIN, they have two players sitting in the top 5. Delta, the mustache boy, and also Justin. 9 to his name, 11 to the side of 11 on the name in the name of Delta. 39.29% contribution, 32.14 on Justin. GODL Neo, you saw the way that they were popping off in game number 3. And I think game number 4, I'm sorry. But then his contribution is 36. Oh, thank you. Well, he did his job. They're getting that final blow in the end. Final finish of the day and getting that chicken dinner to his name. To his team's name, actually. 34.62. Absolute brilliant performance coming in from all the 5 fraggers there. But once again, you know why CHEMIN's on top. Because it's not one player that's getting all the frags. It's 2 actually doing the heavy lifting for the team. And you all know 2 is always better than 1. Unless it's the ranking. 1 is always better than 2 then.
I agree with you. I mean, there was a twist and turns in the words, but I completely agree with everything that you said. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's a time to say a goodbye. Now, I know goodbye hurts, but if we say a goodbye today, we will be saying a hi tomorrow for each and everyone out here. But again, as you guys know, day 1 is done. Day 1 was completely all about a roller coaster ride. You guys can check out the Instagram handles for more details on what happened. If you just missed out any matches or you just got busy in some of your personal stuffs, we got our Instagram handle, that's going to be Skyesports and 7Sea Esports. You can check out our Instagram handles to get the details of the entire day. Moreover, we even have Instagram handles down there. That's going to be IG Darshita for me. Edge Walra is what Edge is, and for Sam it's going to be Lucifer. So if you check out the Instagram, make sure to check us even out, and that's going to be me and Edge saying a goodbye for now. We'll be meeting you guys tomorrow at the same place and same time.
Power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Go. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on.
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The will to stand your ground. The flexibility to turn and twist around.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Get your
The new Mark III Turbo. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Yo, get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Yo, get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Yo, get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.